Believe it or not, this is the face of a man who completely changed my opinion about Souls-like games that aren't made by From Software. The gods over at Round 8 Studio took a classic story for children like The Adventures of Pinocchio and turned it into a depressing nightmare that's incredibly fun to play. And the world of Krat that they created is densely packed with so many stories, secrets, and interesting characters. Some of which are clear references to characters from the original story too. Like Alidoro, the Black Cat and Red Fox, my forever friend Rosora, and a whole lot more.
You're sweet. I heart you too.
So if you're new here, welcome, Il mio compagno. In this video, I'm going to be explaining the main story of Lies of P, along with each boss, area, and tons of other interesting things as we play. From the little things like stories hidden in item descriptions and my brother reporter Madoro's incredibly confusing rating system, to the big things like the Krat Illuminati and even the origins of God, as well as getting emotionally attached to a bunch of ones and zeros as you'd expect by now. Letting emotional moments play out after you have the entire context behind them. And heads up, this is the most you're probably going to cry by the end of these videos that I've made so far. We'll make sure to have fun while we can though, don't worry. All while pointing to many of the references to the original story written by Carlo Collodi as well, since I caught up on all kinds of Pinocchio lore before making this video. And yeah, that includes the one that most of you have probably memory holed by now.
Father, when can I leave to be on my own? I've got the whole world to see.
It was somehow even worse than you would think. But needless to say, references to the original story are all that they are, as the characters and events in Lies of P are completely unique to this game. So before we finally jump into the game for ourselves, I wanted to quickly go over the current state of things in the world, at least as we understand it in the beginning of the game. That way we can build off of that knowledge as we learn more about what's really going on here. So let's begin with what the city of Krat was prior to it being the hauntingly beautiful city we now know it as well as how their world-famous autonomous puppets came to be. Unsurprisingly, the land of Krat has existed for a very long time prior to when we begin the game for ourselves. We will learn a lot more about the very early days of this land much later. But prior to all of the innovation that we see here, it existed as nothing but a poor coastal town made up mostly of fishermen. A rather unimpressive looking place to many people at first glance. However, this would of course change when a group known as the Alchemists arrived here. Led by a man named Valentinus Monad, they would eventually come across some kind of stone underground in Krat containing an almost otherworldly substance known as Ergo, this being the catalyst for everything Krat would be known for around the world. The applications for this substance really seem to be nearly limitless, leading to many scientific breakthroughs that would otherwise be many years away without the help of this magical substance, Ergo. To give you an idea of just how quickly things changed around Krat, the discovery of Ergo by the Alchemists was only about 30 years prior to when you start the game. Unimpressive tiny fishing village to one of the most bustling cities in the world, home to the richest of the rich in 30 fucking years. Just to give you an idea of how desirable and fundamental Ergo became to the city of Krat in such a short time. However, the most unique use of Ergo came from the mind of a man known as Giuseppe Geppetto, a simple puppet maker who would go on to change his and everyone else's lives when he had the crazy idea to insert this mysterious Ergo inside one of his puppets, which then caused it to spring to life of all things. And as this takes place in the 1800s, these puppets would serve the people almost like robots as we know them. Except puppets were infinitely more ingrained into ordinary life in Krat. They were seriously being manufactured at an unbelievable rate for almost an infinite amount of tasks. Maid puppets, circus puppets with sick moves, chimney sweeper puppets that are more annoying to fight than you would think. What is wrong with you? There were even puppets who taught kids how to play the piano. Pretty much anything you can think of, which of course attracted all kinds of rich investors and important figures throughout the world, while also pushing out the longtime residents of Krat, as practically all of their jobs were essentially now replaced by these puppets. This all sounds kind of risky though, right? These previous inanimate puppets brought to life with a substance that nobody fully understands in every part of this heavily populated city? Well, thankfully, the two leading experts in the puppet industry, Giuseppe Geppetto and Lorenzini Venigni, thought of this as well, creating something known as the Grand Covenant, a set of 4 absolute commands that exist in every single puppet to prevent any kind of unforeseen incidents. First, all puppets must obey their creator's commands. Second, a puppet may not harm a human. Third, a puppet protects and serves humans and the city of Krat. And finally, and most importantly, a puppet cannot lie. A seemingly foolproof system put into place to make sure that puppets and humans can live in harmony with one another. And it seemed to work as many years passed without any incidents in the public eye, until of course, it all inevitably came crumbling down. The puppet frenzy. 1 second, it was just another ordinary and peaceful day in the city of Krat, and the next, it was a massacre. At almost the exact same time, nearly every single puppet in the city of Krat turned against the Grand Covenant's rules, uncontrollably slaughtering any living thing that they would come across. Men, women, children, animals, everything. And just take a second to imagine what an unbelievably terrifying and hopeless situation this was for anyone living in the city. Puppets were integrated into every single aspect of Krat. Even if you were lucky enough not to be near any during the frenzy, escape was literally impossible. The horses that carry carriages were slaughtered. The train station to evacuate the city was already run by puppets to begin with. Even the police themselves were made up of puppets. It is about as hopeless of a situation as you could possibly imagine. And it's not too long after this horrific event that our story finally begins.
Can you hear me? Geppetto's puppet. We need your help.
Meet P, Geppetto's puppet, as that blue butterfly called him. Most people, including the wiki, understandably refer to him as Pinocchio. However, I prefer P. It's worth pointing out that the original Adventures of Pinocchio story already exists here in Krat. So his name, whether it's P or Pinocchio, is likely a namesake from the pre-existing fairy tale given to him by Geppetto. That being said though, I prefer to think of P as his own entity rather than just another version of Pinocchio. Mostly because, like I said, I caught up on a lot of Pinocchio lore before this video, and he's always so annoying on purpose, since, you know, it's supposed to convince little Italian kids to behave and all that. P can do no wrong though. But hey, if you prefer Pinocchio, be my guest. Anyways, P seemed to be a lifeless puppet prior to that blue butterfly. And as expected after the puppet frenzy, there isn't any life to be found in the train. The only thing of note being a strange light on the ground.
Jimmy already starts soon.
I see they got Jiminy too. But we have to hurry. My name is Sophia. Please come to Hotel Krat, and I'll explain what's happening.
And just like that, we have our first objective, Hotel Krat. Of course, the path there is littered with puppets. Sophia seems to have left us with a cricket guide inside of this Monad's lamp. Monad being the same name as the leader of the alchemists. Interesting. Inside this lamp, though, is Jiminy, a rare reference to the Disney adaptation of Pinocchio, as in the original, he's simply only referred to as the talking cricket. He's not very talkative for now, though, thank God. As Sophia continues to get us started towards the hotel though, it's also worth pointing out that she seems to be able to speak with us telepathically, not needing to be here in person. Not a common ability around Krat at all. But it's here that we get to pick our starting build. Balance, strength, or technique. One thing I need to emphasize early on is that I have beaten this game only once when it first came out. So I was going into the DLC completely blind. What? So, for the love of God, I am not a model for any kind of meta build or gameplay advice, alright? That being said, I don't really remember any of the weapons or anything, and I picked strength last time, so I'll go balanced until I figure my shit out. And after leaving the train, we get a better look at the aftermath of the puppet frenzy. Bodies left out in the open, blood staining the floors, and no life to be seen anywhere. The state of the many bodies in Krat being the only indicator to us that not a whole lot of time has passed since the frenzy started, with the puppet employees of the station still wandering around, showing hostility to P despite him being a puppet as well, oddly enough. Thankfully, P is an incredible fighter despite gaining consciousness like 2 minutes ago, a puppet built with that dog in him. After entering the lobby of the station, we're greeted with a statue and banner advertising something called the Grand Exhibition, an annual worldwide event that came to Krat this year where the people show off the latest advancements in technology, and in Krat's case, puppetry. So in other words, it's now home to some of the most dangerous puppets in the entire city after the frenzy. Thankfully, it's not really our problem, at least for the moment. We just need to get out of the station, finding a passenger note along the way warning of a huge puppet smashing people to death in the waiting room. And it turns out that it's a prior puppet policeman still carrying his baton that's causing all the chaos. The many bodies reiterating how hopeless of a situation this was for the people here. Thankfully though, P is definitely a cut above the average puppet, a result of being built by the founding father of puppets as we know them for sure. And after finishing off the puppet policeman, we get our hands on the key to leave this place, and finally step foot into the city of Krat. The first area immediately does a great job at setting the tone for the rest of the game. Depressing beyond belief. And yet I'd be lying if I said that there weren't things to like about this place. And shortly after leaving the station, we come across our first stargazer. Outside of the blue butterflies implying that these are powered by our invisible friend Sophia, they're pretty much just our checkpoints of the game. Her only telling us that stalkers used to use these in the past. And you can pretty much think of stalkers as mercenaries of Krat. There were originally two main factions of these stalkers, the sweepers and the bastards. The sweepers would generally work for the lower class, while the bastards would serve the upper class. And as they were mercenaries, they do all kinds of underhanded jobs for the people of Krat. Since all of the chaos though, they don't really have the luxury of splitting work between different distinct groups anymore. The sweepers and the bastards will come up again much later, but in the modern day, stalkers pretty much just serve themselves. Some may have good intentions, and some may have bad intentions. It's usually bad. And nearly all of them are defined by their unique animal masks. So is this meant to represent that humans are the real animals? Nope. In the original Adventures of Pinocchio, he comes across many different animals in his journey to stop being an annoying dumbass. So it's a really creative way to integrate these animal characters into the game in human form. Such a cool idea that pays respect to the original work without ruining the tone of the game. Anyways, we kind of fell down a stalker rabbit hole there. You'll thank me later when they start just throwing a bunch of these terms at you. But back to business. The game wasting no time introducing new puppet threats to us. Mostly servant puppets wielding mighty candlesticks as weapons, but also the infamous dogs. And yes, they're incredibly annoying in this one, and they get infinitely worse later on. And welcome to the first edition of Overthinking Things That Don't Matter. What is the purpose of dog puppets? I mean, it's not like they have the same sense of smell as a normal dog. So my best guesses are that they were either designed for battle, people with dog allergies, or busy rich people who didn't have time to feed and care for a normal dog. But if they're rich, just get a puppet pet sitter or something, right? Whatever the case is, P can handle it. Along the way, we can find the 183rd issue of the Krat Times, written very shortly after the frenzy first began. It seemed like the initial response from Krat was to delay the grand exhibition, and the citizens were urged to stay inside their homes. The workshop, which was run by Geppetto, along with the Venigni company, sent emergency supplies to help anywhere that they could when the news first broke. I mean, these were their puppets after all. It also says that the outbreak began in a place called Rosa Isabelle Street, the entertainment district of Krat. And last but not least, it also briefly mentions something called the Petrification disease. A resurgence of it too, no less. So it's something that has been affecting Krat prior to the puppet frenzy. We'll save that for a little bit later though, since we have a hotel to get to. And as we get closer, we can hear an eerie message still playing.
Attention, dear citizens of Krat. The recent puppet frenzy
to be just a momentary glitch. There is no cause for alarm. Do not panic, whatever you may hear. The city is safe to traverse. We repeat, do not be alarmed, citizens of Krat. We are effectively handling the situation, with the cooperation of the workshop and the alchemists. The puppets are, naturally, imprinted with the grand covenant that prioritizes human safety above all. Your active cooperation is requested and required. You will refrain from any unauthorized departures, assemblies, or active protests. Never forget that your safety is of the utmost importance to your city. The time for fear is over. Krat is safe. Krat is safe.
Wow, what a load of horseshit. And it seems like Geppetto, the head of the workshop, and the alchemists were looking for a cure to the frenzy at the time that the message was recorded, which clearly has not come to pass. And just up ahead, we come across this well-dressed puppet murderer. These are called tall puppets. They serve as an introduction to the many Lies of P enemies that you bump into, and you're like, wow, this thing is stronger than I thought. Although I wonder what the purpose of this puppet was. He kinda seems like he's dressed like a valet. So my guess is that he would park horse carriages. Although P doesn't really seem as interested in what he did as I do.
Destination Hotel Krat. Optimal location for reserving a destination.
Now that is a cool hotel. Probably because it was originally a castle long before the alchemists had arrived here. One built by an aristocrat devoted to a form of occultism after receiving a revelation from a radiant tree. Okay then. At some point, it was also used as a mental institution where patients commonly had hallucinations during their stay there. An institution that seemed to span deep underground beyond the surface. Some even suspecting that it's connected to some kind of unknown hell. Spooky. But Reporto Maduro still gave it a 4 out of 5, so it seems like a nice place to stay at nowadays. Serving is one of the only safe havens in all of Krat. And on our way, we noticed that the puppet circus is in town for the exhibition. Lucky us. Sophia also gives us a heads up that there's a powerful parade puppet blocking our way. Hopefully he's like this little brawler that they keep out front. Just look at him go. They should have just made 1,000,000 copies of this thing instead of all the other puppets. We also come across our first wandering merchant. He comes from a group of people who look and dress exactly the same as one another. Honestly, don't read too much into them. They just sell us stuff and sometimes offer some lore if they feel like it. There's also a flyer introducing our first boss to us.
Here appears a terrific puppet that will enliven the parade. Introducing Parade Master, a remarkable parade puppet model from the workshop to celebrate the grand exhibition.
Hello there, I am the Parade Master. I like singing and marching with people.
The Parade Master has the following functions: 16 jolly songs, cheerful laughter, and 54 parade phrases. Parade dances to delight children, the strength to carry 6 men on his shoulders. This Parade Master was made big in commemoration of the grand exhibition. Check out its charms on the eve of the upcoming exhibition. P.S. Fuck you.
Very cool of them to make it bigger and stronger to make our life harder. Why does it even matter if he has the strength to carry 6 men on his shoulders? But with the circus music still playing, P confronts his first real challenge. Here he is. The dopey egghead from the circus poster plopped on a very intimidating body. Also speaking in a language we aren't able to understand, but the boss bard tells us everything that we need to know. As his Ergo says, although the entire audience disappeared in a pool of blood, the parade master was cheerful. As long as there's a king, the show must go on. A king? First time we've heard anything like that. And at around half health, the parade master makes the wild decision to smash his cage of bodies and yank out his own head to use as a mace against us. Yeah, these puppets do not care much for self-preservation. And guess what? This was the first of many times in this game that I choked. Oh, I knew it. Speaking once again in that puppet language. But with our second chance at life and our better understanding of Parade Master, P manages to take him down. And with the parade puppet out of our way, we finally reach Hotel Krat, with an already nearly dead puppet on the ground. almost like it's forbidden from entering the hotel. Sophia lets us know that the hotel does in fact have its own security system, one that directly asks the guest at the door whether they are a puppet or a human. And as puppets are incapable of lying, this is a simple but foolproof system, although P is different, seemingly created with the ability to lie, unlike literally all of the other puppets. And now that we've seen a good amount of other puppets, P also looks infinitely more like an actual human compared to the others. Considering that and just how strong he is, Geppetto definitely had something in mind when creating him. Hopefully he's already in the hotel waiting for us, which P gains entry to after telling his first lie that he's a human, as well as finally getting our dramatic title card for the game. The vibes are immediately off the charts. Also, we finally meet Sophia face to face.
I'm so happy to see you.
Who claims that she's been searching all over Krat just to find P. But the only person who can really answer our questions is Geppetto, who was last seen in a place called Elysion Boulevard. So, despite just getting here, we already have our next mission. Sophia also seems to have a pretty deep understanding of Ergo, capable of using Ergo we gathered to make P stronger. Makes sense since it's how he's alive in the first place. She also gives us some details on our companion Jiminy. According to Krat folklore, crickets act as a guide to those who need them. So the cricket in our lamp is an automated model, but definitely self-aware. And I've come to realize throughout making this video that I have a bit of a rivalry with Gemini, because as much as I don't want to admit it, me and this dumb bug have a lot in common. He pretty much just adds supplementary information about what's happening and occasionally kills the atmosphere with terrible jokes. And I mean terrible. If you think mine are bad, just know that it could always be worse.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Pilgrim's Cable Railway. Now, those of you who joined us in Moonlight Town, we hope your preparations for the Pilgrim's journey are well underway.
Also, strangely enough, after this point, nobody really even acknowledges that he's there. So besides me throwing him a bone every now and then, he's gonna stay quiet. Enough about the cricket though. It's time for introductions. We've already met Sophia, the woman who brought P to life in the first place, as well as the one who can speak directly into his head and manipulate Ergo to make him stronger. She also serves as our first look into the unspoken rule of Krat, that only beautiful people are allowed to exist here. I'm not kidding. Unless they've contracted a disease or have been experimented on, everyone in the city of death looks like a model. But besides her, we also have the person running the front desk, doubling as a butler for the owner of this hotel.
Welcome to Hotel Krat. My name is Polendina, butler to Lady Antonia. Please let me know how I may be of service.
Wait, a puppet? Guess he's like P in the sense that he's unaffected by the frenzy. Except unlike P, it just seems like Polendina here follows the orders that he was given like an obedient puppet. In the next room, however, is the owner of Hotel Krat that I mentioned earlier, staring at a picture of herself from a time long past.
Unexpected guests are welcome. We don't insist on reservations. I am Antonia, and this is my hotel. Welcome. Oh, I knew from the moment we met that you're Geppetto's puppet. He might have a few loose screws, but Geppetto's skills are undiminished.
Seems like she was able to tell we were one of Geppetto's puppets right away. Also, sick with some kind of disease from the looks of it. And like Sophia, she urges us to find Geppetto himself for more answers. Seems like a nice old lady, all things considered. Now, for our final guest of the hotel, the lovable Eugenie.
I heard about you from Geppetto, but to see you in person... Wow. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Eugenie from the Workshop Union.
Quite possibly one of the sweetest people in all of Krat, and she serves as sort of our general blacksmith of sorts. Very bold of them to go with the adorable girl archetype rather than the usual beefy old man. But Eugenie works for the workshop, so Geppetto is like her boss. She heard about us in advance from him too, giving us a cool new replacement arm that he left for us. These different arms being a really cool mechanic that I usually neglect because of how focused I am on parrying, sadly. And while I called Eugenie the last guest of Hotel Krat, that wasn't entirely accurate. The real queen of the hotel, Spring, is also here, watching, judging, up in a place far beyond the reach of any puppet or human. Eugenie even making a shrine to Spring in order to gain her favor. So we'll meet Spring whenever she decides to grant us an audience with her. So, with our introductions finished, let's make our way to Elysion Boulevard to find our papa. Cloudy morning. One of my favorite things about this game is that after each chapter, the weather and time of day changes. And shortly after entering, we get some rare helpful insights from Jiminy.
Hey, let's be more careful. The Black Rabbit Brotherhood. I hate these guys.
One of the very few things that the Cricket and I agree on are that we hate the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. They're an infamous group of 4 stalker siblings that pretty much only care about each other. I know that summary of them probably makes them sound somewhat redeemable. Like, oh hey, they commit crimes, but you know, at least they care about each other. No, they're total assholes. They currently run a section of Krat known as the Malum District, so at least for the moment, they aren't our problem. But Elysion Boulevard here was definitely for the richest of Krat's residents, filled with fancy boutiques, shops, and housing. Now though, it's of course only filled with puppets who could care less about social status. More servant puppets and dogs, mostly. It's also home to another tall puppet with an even fancier suit than the last one, carrying an axe with a bunch of nails hammered onto it like some kind of zombie apocalypse weapon. Makes you wonder if he just found it lying around or if the puppets themselves were commanded to create deadly weapons. After all, nails on an axe seems pretty stupid, no? Baseball bat makes sense, but the axe already has a pointy end that does a lot more damage than some nails. Whatever, let's keep going. Whoa! Puppets even have the wherewithal to throw electric canisters at P, as this is a weakness for puppets in general, causing them to malfunction and P to take increased damage while also draining his fable. We also bump into our most intimidating normal puppet yet, the strong arm puppet. A good time for us to look at the frozen letter that I found in the nearby hotel, written by a man writing his final words to Louise and Charlotte, likely his wife and daughter, saying that he believes he will be nothing but a petrified corpse soon. Sounds a lot like that petrification disease we briefly heard about last chapter. He goes on to reminisce about his time with the two before saying that the best thing he ever did was send them to the cathedral for shelter, and that he hopes that they're safe there. So, it seems like Hotel Krat, there's a cathedral somewhere that was also accepting survivors, which makes sense for a cathedral. Also, goodbye, strong arm puppet. I'm sure that they were originally made to just carry heavy things from A to B. It also scared the living shit out of me while I was gathering footage. Ooh! Oh, get out, get out, get out. I briefly forgot that this is not Dark Souls and enemies will chase you to the ends of the earth in this game. Also, one of the very few problems I have with Lies of P is a lack of binoculars to get cool shots of their beautiful world. So I was using a first-person mod to gather a lot of background footage. But unfortunately, there's a hotkey to turn it on, but to turn it off, you need to either go to the title screen or travel to another area. I'm not going to lie though, it made getting footage of Krat a lot more fun. I'll leave a link to it in the description if anyone wants it for whatever reason. Are you kidding me? This game is also constantly 2 steps ahead of you. If you see an item or chest just sitting there, odds are there's something evil nearby waiting to make your life harder. And while making our way across the rooftops, we pick up another Venigni Krat landmark guide, written by my boy, reporter Maduro. This time talking about the Alchemist Bridge, along with the alchemists in general. First, that the mark of the alchemists is the holy Ouroboros, that symbol of the snake eating itself, usually representing the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. And it's indicative of the alchemists being a powerful, privileged class here in Krat that also funds a lot of what goes on here, along with several other powerful people. The city motto being, the citizens are the owners of the city. And like most slogans, it sounds great, but it's kind of bullshit, obviously. It's really only referring to the people at the top who fund practically everything going on here. Maduro also goes on to talk about Rosa Isabelle Street, where the puppet frenzy first began. That it's named after the wife of Valentinus, the leader of the alchemists. Maduro pointing out that their Ouroboros symbol can be found on City Hall as well, showing who really owns the city of Krat, the alchemists. Anyways, Krat Bridge is a 3 out of 5 stars. And after a while, P comes across a broken door on the ground. One claiming that up ahead is a petrification disease quarantine zone where everyone inside is either a patient or a lunatic. Sheesh. And that we shouldn't speak to them. P doesn't really care though. But maybe he should, as there's a gigantic policeman puppet coming right at us. And after taking out the policeman, we can find a living human with their light on in a nearby window.
This must be your first time in the petrification disease quarantine zone. For most people, this is their last stop. You are a good Samaritan for coming all the way here.
As you can hear, this weeping woman is in fact suffering as a result of that petrification disease we heard of. And after this poor woman caught the disease, her family understandably took her baby to prevent it from getting sick. Something that broke her heart, even if it was the right thing to do. Saying that a baby must be with its mother, she asks P to return her baby to her from City Hall. One of many side quests in the game, most of which serve as a learning experience for P right here. This woman serving as his first insight to the lengths that a parent will go to just to be with their child one more time, however unhinged it may be. Due to the obvious fact that exposing her baby to the seemingly incurable disease would most likely kill it. But it doesn't matter to her, she just wants to see her child again more than anything in the world. Something that P agrees to, despite it not bringing him any closer to Geppetto. I love that goofy head nod that he always does. She tells him that her baby's name is Elena, and we should act fast as hard scales are spreading across her eyes. That disease sounds pretty brutal, with a torn doodle nearby really driving that point home. It itches, peel the skin, and there's blue blood, blood, pretty cocoon, blue angel, joyful appetite, blue death, what a feast, death, death, and death, I'm alive, it itches. Well, okay then. Up ahead, we come across some more puppet policemen trained in the art of the puppet blade. Oh yeah! Another incredible thing about this game is the ability to break the enemy's weapons through either perfect guards or brute force, something invaluable during some of the later bosses. Another thing in Elysion Boulevard are these booby-trapped shock puppets, probably set up by the Black Rabbit Brotherhood if I had to guess. Either that, or they were just puppets who mutilated themselves in the hope of self-destructing the first poor bloke that gets too close to them. The nearby alley being occupied by another poor soul with the petrification disease. This time, a child.
Who is it? Is that you, Murphy? Oh, I guess not. Sorry, I thought you were my friend, Murphy. Murphy is a super cool police officer. As a puppet, even the petrification disease can't get him. I wish I was like him. You should leave so you don't catch the disease from me. If only we could play together like we used to. Murphy, I miss you.
So Toma here, who clearly doesn't have much longer, spends his time thinking of his friend Murphy, one of the puppet police officers of the area, showing P here that humans are more than capable of caring about puppets like they would anyone else. The kid even looking up to him, appreciating the fact that Murphy would never catch a disease like he did. P doesn't say anything to him, but he keeps it in the back of his head for now as he heads to the Alchemist Bridge that we heard about earlier, with a mutilated, headless puppet with a sign telling us to purge puppets. But there's also someone banging on the doors to a carriage here on the bridge.
You know what caused the puppet frenzy, don't you? You're their maker, practically their father. You and the Alchemists scheming together. Tell me the truth! What's your problem? I'm here for the old man. Get lost. Wait. I know you. Or more like, I know what you are. You're the devil's puppet. You can't sneak past me. Die!
I'm never above getting a good cheap shot in. Meet the Mad Donkey, who, like most bosses, killed me on my first go.
It's destroyed for sure.
But this stalker here seems to be trying to kill Geppetto, who is only just inside that carriage. And the Mad Donkey here is already terminally ill by the time we made our way to the bridge. So since he already knows that he's on borrowed time, things like the petrification disease and murderous puppets don't scare him in the least. In his final moments, he just wants to find out the truth behind why so many of his colleagues had to die. And unfortunately for us, he immediately recognized P as a puppet, a distinction that not a lot of people here in Krat are capable of doing due to his human-like appearance. The donkey also realizes that we are Geppetto's puppet of all things. And since the donkey seems to believe that Geppetto and the alchemists work together to start this puppet frenzy, a fight with him is inevitable. We heard from that creepy message earlier that Geppetto and the alchemists were supposedly working together on a cure, but the message also said that everything would be fine. So not really the most reliable source. The only way to know what really happened for sure is to get rid of the stalker and speak to Geppetto for ourselves.
The truth. Now I feel bad for my comrade.
Finally, we meet. Son, it's a dream come true. Seeing you like this, I understand why some people despise me. I invented the puppets after all. I should take responsibility as their maker. But in order for me to do that, I need to take care of the puppets at City Hall. Won't you help me, son? Take this. You'll find it most useful.
So what do you make of P's papa here? He seemed to be genuinely happy to see him, even calling him son. Although, he almost immediately sends us on another errand to take out puppets in Krat City Hall just ahead. I love you too, Dad. And it looks like there are no survivors here, including that weeping woman's baby. Except after taking out a strong arm puppet, we find a broken baby puppet on the ground, where P makes his first real decision for himself. As we heard from the woman earlier, her disease is taking her eyesight away. So P can either tell her the difficult truth of what happened, or to have her believe that this lifeless baby puppet is her real child, giving her a sense of comfort in her final moments. Now, unsurprisingly, the game based around Pinocchio has a strong emphasis on lying, as lying is a very human thing. While lying is of course generally seen as something negative, it's not always so black and white. In a situation like this one, what benefit would this dying woman who was barely hanging on to her sanity have to hearing that her baby and the rest of her family was killed by puppets? Something that P seems to realize for himself, reaffirming to the woman that her baby is cute.
Thank you so much, kind one. Please accept my heartfelt gratitude.
this causing the springs of his mechanical heart to react. After all, puppets are not supposed to lie. And with that little detour done, we can continue on to take out the last remaining threat in Krat City Hall. The scrapped watchman, or should I say Murphy. Not nearly as chill as Toma made him sound. Also a surprisingly challenging boss for the second one of the game, as Murphy proceeded to beat the shit out of me 4 times. So what is Murphy's problem? Well, another Krat news issue gives us some more details on the gigantic puppet. Apparently, Lorenzini Venigni made it with the intention of having a jolly police mascot puppet who could also intimidate criminals for the city. Although it says that while his heart was in the right place, the puppet's overcharged storage battery would regularly exceed its capacity, causing explosions and malfunctions like we're seeing right here. The city council obviously wanted to dispose of it considering the dangers and its intimidating appearance, but surprisingly, Venigni and the locals protested this. The council choosing to simply abandon the puppet behind City Hall as a compromise. After it was scrapped though, the local children began visiting it behind City Hall, where Murphy would surprisingly still perform his mascot roles for them, something that he was not supposed to be doing anymore. While the people in charge of the city considered it just to be a failed puppet, the kids truly thought of him as their friend, even creating a whistle to mimic his own. And as it says, he may have been discarded as a failure, but in that moment at least, he was the children's police officer. Maybe, like P, Murphy here had capabilities that go beyond the average puppet. Perhaps when the Petrification disease took over Elysion Boulevard and everyone was quarantined, Murphy began to miss his friends, a feeling that would eventually turn to hatred. Hatred towards the adults that separated him from the only people who cared about him. And while I'm mostly going to leave the deciphering of the puppet language for later, I'm going to make an exception for Murphy here. As the fight goes on, this is what he says. So it does seem like Murphy here is more than capable of feeling things like a human would. Something he was likely able to do for a while, only able to express them now that the Grand Covenant no longer binds him. Also allowing him to exact revenge on the people of City Hall that he deems guilty, even mentioning Toma and his friends by name. So it's with a heavy heart that we retire Officer Murphy here once and for all. Him dropping several rewards, but also a small wooden officer puppet made for him by his friends, one that chronicles the year that he spent with them. The final fall section reading, Murphy, who received Murphy as a gift, never let go of it. Oh god, even after the puppet frenzy, he still held on to the puppet that his friends made for him, along with the bench they would sit at while spending time with Murphy, with the word friends carved in the ground of City Hall, something that small children would not have the strength to do. Rest in peace, Officer Murphy. And brace yourself, because it's going to get a lot more upsetting than Murphy. Before moving on though, Toma did mention that he missed spending time with him, so maybe a reminder of his friend would give him some comfort.
Hey, that sound. Is that you, Murphy? I know that whistle. It must be Murphy. Thanks for coming by. I want to play, but I feel too sick. I don't think I can. I miss Zach and Sophie and Eric. I I wish we could all play.
Just like the weeping woman, Toma is all but already dead due to the petrification disease, although what he believes to be the presence of his old friend puts him at ease. We can even get a first look at what exactly this disease does to you in one of the back alleys. That note by a crazy person did mention blue blood. I mean, this thing doesn't even look remotely human anymore. And keep in mind that this problem existed here in Krat prior to the whole puppet frenzy. The origins of this messed up disease remain largely unexplained though for the time being. But with that done, back to Hotel Krat we go. After arriving, Sophia lets us know that Geppetto can hardly wait to see us. Papa? Before seeing him though, we check back in with Lady Antonia, who we can now safely diagnose with the petrification disease as well, based on her facial features. Although, she seems to be lost in thought.
That sounds very dangerous. Geppetto usually isn't so reckless. The pain of his grief may be clouding his judgment. I shouldn't have said that.
Kind of an odd thing to say, but it seems like Geppetto is still in the middle of grieving someone that he's lost. So let's finally check in with him ourselves.
Ah, you've returned. Forgive a sentimental father for worrying about his son. Always remember that you're precious to me, even when I ask you to do something dangerous.
And something dangerous is pretty much exactly what he asks us to do. This time, however, I could not be happier to throw myself in the middle of danger. After all, we're heading to Venigni's puppet factory to save the man himself. So no time to waste. Welcome to Venigni Works. I'll tell you what, Jiminy, I'll let you have this one.
Here it is. Venigni Works. Everything you see here belongs to Venigni, the classiest playboy and most brilliant inventor in Krat. Just ask him. Not just puppets. Almost every machine and tram in Krat is supplied from here. You gotta be curious about the guy. What kind of person is he? I wish we could find him. That is, if he's still kicking.
Spoiler, he's alive and the greatest to ever do it. As I mentioned earlier, he and Geppetto are the two faces of the puppet industry in Krat. Although the two of them are pretty different. Geppetto was originally a simple puppet maker who seems to be more of an artist of the craft, so to speak, preferring to focus on details or advancing the puppet's capabilities with Ergo, while Venigni has always had more money than he knew what to do with, funding and mass-producing puppets right here at Venigni Works. Don't misunderstand though, this is not just a business venture to him. He has a borderline obsession with creating and learning more about puppets and how they operate. And we're able to look at a guide that he left behind to see why he came back to such a dangerous place post-puppet frenzy. Him taking responsibility for it, as well as going back to the factory himself to deal with it all alone. Ugh, what a brave soul. And let me tell you, he is not the fighting type at all. Him also saying that he leaves the rest to Geppetto, whom he trusts more than anyone, showing that he did not fully expect to come back from this endeavor. And despite the two of them being longtime competitors in the puppet industry, it does seem like they trust each other, or at least Venigni trusts Geppetto. There's also another note from someone in the area named Clark Shore, or Dr. Cure-All as he calls himself, an alchemist who supposedly developed a cure for the petrification disease, created with a unicorn horn, blood of a two-headed snake, and a boiled down mandrake. So, either there's unicorns, two-headed snakes, and mandrakes in the world outside of Krat, or more likely, this is some snake oil being pushed by a phony. Also, if you didn't notice, I'm rocking a new electric coil stick that I picked up from the merchant back in Elysion Boulevard. Since electricity is an innate weakness of puppets, what better weapon to bring to a puppet factory? Because God knows that puppets are practically the only thing to be found in the entrance to this place. That is, except for this.
Just where you've been?
cast of a little for an exclusive, obtrusive, intrusive transmittal from me, Arlecchino, the king of all riddles.
So that was Arlecchino, the self-proclaimed king of riddles, somehow able to know exactly how to get in contact with P right here, and unsurprisingly has a riddle for you to answer.
By morning, it walks on feet numbering 4. At midday, just 2. No less and no more. It walks on 3 feet when the evening arrives. And if you solve this, then I'll know you're alive.
Well, do you know the answer? Human, of course. You know, walk on all 4s as a baby, 2 as an adult, and 3 as an elder, the 3rd leg being a cane for support. And it seems like even a puppet like P knows the riddle of the Sphinx. So if you didn't get that one, you've been intellectually passed by a puppet that woke up yesterday. And Arlecchino was pretty impressed as well.
Arlecchino, tell him what he'll get. Thanks, Arlecchino. Caller, your correct answer has earned you a Trinity key.
A Trinity key, huh? Apparently, it has the mark of some secret organization. One that was supposedly Krat's true master. It's kind of like a Krat Illuminati kind of thing that we're going to do our best to figure out. And maybe this Arlecchino was a part of it himself if he has all of the keys. Needless to say, it's not going to be our last time talking to the King of Riddles. Before officially entering the factory though, we head back to Hotel Krat for just a second, where Sophia tells us that the reason she was seeking us out was for P to hopefully save the city of Krat from this rapidly spreading petrification disease. Which is kind of interesting because you would assume that it would be to take care of this puppet frenzy problem, not this petrification disease that we barely understand. And she's not very helpful in that regard since she doesn't tell us anything about how to even do that. But she does tell us that she is able to wield the power of Ergo at a level that not many in Krat can match. And it's because of this that she was able to wake up P inside of that train car in the beginning of the game, as well as how she's able to speak with us from a distance. So she's definitely a special case, not so different from P in that regard. Anyways, back inside of the puppet factory, we run into our first white factory puppet. And the more basic that a puppet looks in this game, the tougher that it probably is. It's not a hard rule or anything, but it's something that I always thought was kind of interesting. And after finishing the puppets off, we get our hands on a fire dagger locked inside of a safe. Not the most useful weapon inside of the puppet factory, but I'll be using it on and off going forward. Something that inched me closer to the advanced elemental build I ended up going with. But as you'd expect, this factory is huge and filled with puppets. So let's go over some of the information we can gather here while bullying some of the puppets. First, a report from the factory manager, who, as ordered by Venigni, conducted a secret quality investigation of the Ergo being supplied by the alchemists. The factory manager still didn't doubt the alchemists, but the investigation did reveal that the Ergo being provided by them was dropping in quality as time went on, this leading to a higher chance of defects in the puppets. Supposedly, the alchemists supplying the factory with Ergo were using a different method than they were before, the manager even suspecting that they were wringing out the puppet bodies in the Barren Swamp. Sorry, I almost threw up in my mouth speaking about that place. It's essentially a gigantic puppet dumping ground just outside of the city. Rather than just burning them or recycling them, they toss all of their puppets in one huge trash heap. And he's not speaking literally about them wringing out puppets in the Barren Swamp, but the analogy goes to show you that if the Ergo they were using to create puppets was at 100% before, it went down to 90%, and then 80%, and then so on. So it seems like this decrease in Ergo quality is our first lead on what may have caused this puppet frenzy. But let's stop there because I just have to talk about the dual shield puppet right here, possibly inspired by one of my favorite Dark Souls 2 enemies. Those guys that disguise themselves as double doors and they undead crypt but just use 2 massive shields as weapons. It's fucking hilarious. And these things definitely kind of force you to block or parry effectively since getting your hits in is a little bit difficult. And while I mostly love these things, the DLC turned that love into a white seething ball of hatred. That's later though. In the lower section of the factory we can see a corruption pool developing due to the pollution. Rare Venigni L. And wandering inside of this pool of corruption is this beast. Meet the Puppet of the Future! What is its purpose? I have no idea. Either for destroying buildings with its ball hands, or more likely, just Venigni pushing the boundaries of what Ergo could power. This thing looking much less like a puppet and more like a straight-up robot. Needless to say, it's a little intimidating, causing me to strategically retreat for now to come back in a bit. And honestly, its aura scared me off, but they're surprisingly simple for a Puppet of the Future. Anyways, check this out. Don't you love when these games have the Indiana Jones boulders that you need to avoid? I do. Except these aren't boulders, they're how Venigni would dispose of faulty or broken puppets in a gigantic fiery ball. Whoa! What, are you trying to kill me and make it look like an accident? And after escaping the burning boulders, we meet two stalkers who are also inside of this dangerous factory.
Ooh, admirers seem to follow me everywhere. Pleased to see you, my stalker friend.
You made it all the way here unbothered by ruffians. You've got talent. I've never seen you before, but who cares?
This may well benefit our former client. Did you catch that subtle whiff of money in the air? Moneybags himself, Lorenzini Venigni, is inside this factory this very moment.
You caught us on our return trip. We had to deny his ridiculous request in person just to be sure it wasn't a joke. All we could do was laugh.
Ah, the black cat and the red fox. A reference to their literal characters from the original story. When Pinocchio got his hands on 5 gold coins, they told him that they could turn a measly 5 gold into 2,000 by planting it in a magic field and watering it. Exactly like Animal Crossing. And this, of course, would cause a gold coin tree to grow and produce even more. So the black cat and red fox had a fancy dinner with Pinocchio, gave him the honor of paying the bill, and then they later jumped him for the money and hung him from a tree. Children's story, by the way. He was hanged for hours, and despite being a puppet, he was slowly dying. That is, before the maiden with azure hair would go on to save him. But hey, that was then, this is now. Maybe this red fox and black cat are chill as fuck. I mean, the cat is even willing to sell us one of Venigni's landmark guides. Except while he published and financed it, it was actually our favorite reporter Maduro who wrote it. So we know we're getting the cold hard facts. It's a banned book though, so who knows what kind of secrets that it contains. Only one way to find out. Oh, it's already torn. You were warned, but you were reading a forbidden book. You're a bad person. Well, you're reading it, so this is what you get. The roses bloom at the Rose Estate. Don't know the rest of it. The end. Reporter Cat. This guide was made with the support of the Red Lobster Inn. This Reporter Cat sucks at his job, whoever he is.
No refunds, of course. That's a given.
And deeper in the factory, we find another note written by that Dr. Cure-All from earlier. This one called Doctor's Confessions, where he wishes to confess his sins. And as expected, he goes on to say that none of what he said earlier was true about his medicine being a cure-all, although he did think that it would at least cure the petrification disease, as he was not an alchemist himself, but someone who stole the recipe from the alchemists, who recorded that it was effective in neutralizing the petrification disease. But even though this phony followed the recipe to a T, it went horribly wrong, him not even putting into words what his patients turned into. So this guy just wanted to make money off of the alchemist's research, but opened the doors to hell itself, as he said, deciding to just run away from what he did, as well as ironically catching the disease himself, simply choosing to turn to stone and die as a way to repent for his sins rather than looking for a cure. God, please forgive my terrible sins. It makes you wonder what the alchemist's medicine did to these people, as well as why they would say it was effective treatment for the disease only for it to turn them into monsters of some kind. Definitely a lot of suspicious activity coming out about the alchemists for sure. Deeper inside of the factory though is a door that we can use our Trinity key on. One with that symbol of the supposedly secret group that controls Krat. And I mean, just look at this. If I was a part of the Krat Illuminati, I'd meet in a place like this for sure. 3 chairs to match each corner of the triangle too, with a book in the middle stating 3 create 1. You who open the door, be one with the great ones. Abretus! There's also a question on the wall. Did this factory worker ever think that he would be destroyed like a puppet? Yeah, definitely some dark underground shit going on here in Krat. Thankfully, they left some cool stuff in a safe that P is strong enough to just rip open. A super underappreciated part about P is how he just rips safe doors open like that, saving us the hassle of tracking down some other key. And this one contains an outfit that I'll be throwing on very shortly. Because first, I have to deal with this. Oh god. Creepy crawling factory puppets. Who, like I said, are a step above the normal puppets, with these specific ones also being super fast. And they're only the appetizer for the real threat just ahead. Factory puppets. Their shovels telling us that they probably dug out these sections for infrastructure that we're in right now. They're also incredibly intimidating for Chapter 3 before you have your confidence. They like to charge up a big delayed attack that can only be perfect parried. So, needless to say, I had zero confidence in myself. I ran him in a circle and opened up the shortcut behind where he was. And like I said earlier, some of the enemies in this game literally follow you to the ends of the earth. Wow, thank you both for the help. Very cool. Eventually though, I lost him and hit up a checkpoint. But if you've seen my videos before, you know that every enemy needs to die at least once before I leave, unless they're a special case. Which is especially important in Lies of P, since these tougher enemies usually drop good stuff. And now that I was prepared this time around, some throwing cells that were created by resistance fighters post-Puppet Frenzy take care of the creepy spider puppets no problem, leaving me enough healing to finally deal with Shovel Knight. And since we're dealing with problems, let's take on that puppet of the future. Ow. I got impatient because I wanted to stagger him, but these things are seriously super easy if you're patient. Just don't overdo it and back up in time for his spins and stomp temper tantrums and you're golden. And the puppet of the future was guarding a booster glaive, which comes with a super fun handle that I'll be experimenting with a little later, since you can combine all kinds of blades and handles in this game to make cool Frankenstein weapons. But our options early on are pretty limited, unsurprisingly. Back to important business though, we need to throw P's new fit on. The Blue Blood's tailcoat that he wears in practically all of the official art in this game. And hilariously enough, there is no lore reason for it. He's just really pulling that shit off. The coat itself is just stalker attire worn by the bastards. And if we're wearing this, it leads to some interesting dialogue with yet another stalker here in the factory.
All puppets must die. Every single one. Wait. Those clothes. Leo? You came back? I killed countless puppets to atone for what I did. I didn't mean to break my vow. I was just so scared. I'm sorry I ran away. Oh, you're a ghost. Just leave me be. It's the weight of guilt. The burden never gets lighter. All puppets must die. Kill the puppets!
The Survivor. Wearing a mouse mask, likely a nod to Dormouse, who diagnosed Pinocchio with donkey fever in the original. Except this guy isn't a doctor, he was a stalker working for the bastards. Except in the midst of the puppet frenzy, he got cold feet and ran, leading to his brother Leo's death, as well as him abandoning his old name. In fact, when we get here, he confuses us with the ghost of his dead brother, looking at us as the embodiment of the guilt that he's been drowning himself in, for abandoning both his oath and his brother, Leo. How are you going to be a coward and then throw hands with P of all people? Very stupid individual. With all of those threats dealt with, though, we can finally make our way to the deepest part of the factory. Passing some graffiti calling Venigni a jerk and they want to make as much money as his butler puppet does. I'd imagine this was written by the Red Fox and Black Cat duo, considering their distaste for how much money he had.
A little help? Anyone? Wealthy and dashing philanthropist in need of assistance?
You heard him. A wealthy and dashing philanthropist is in need of our assistance. Say less. So after dealing with yet another factory puppet and the other lesser threats, we finally reach our damsel in distress.
Oh, easy now. No need to kill me. Surely we can discuss this like reasonable people? Hold on. Geppetto's a friend of yours. Did he send you? I'm fine. Please. Help me find my butler Pulcinella. He's a puppet and a friend.
Lorenzini Venigni, the richest man in all of Krat. He's about as full of himself as you might expect, except here he is neck deep in danger. Abandoned by the Red Fox and Black Cat stalkers who were supposed to keep him safe since he has no combat skills of his own. Yet he still refuses to leave without his friend and butler, the puppet Pulcinella. As a puppet myself, how am I not supposed to be moved by this? I love to help you, my friend. He tells us that the puppet in charge of the factory, Fuoco, is the main problem. Him building an army of puppets here in the factory, as well as marching them towards the cathedral. The same cathedral we heard of earlier that was accepting survivors after the frenzy. And unsurprisingly, Venigni does not understand what caused the puppets to turn against the Grand Covenant any more than we do. In the area, though, we can find a note from someone named Descartes, who was one of the first to notice that Fuoco was no longer operating normally. It originally would create fire for burning waste, but now it creates puppets. Something it was never originally programmed to do. Him even mentioning that there may be a king of puppets somewhere. The Ergo of that parade puppet also mentioned a king. Descartes eventually discovered that Fuoco's actions were not done out of obedience, but faith, worshipping something as a god. Him believing that it must be the rumored king of puppets that is in Rosa Isabelle Street. A king of puppets turning all the puppets against humans seems like a surprisingly simple explanation of what's going on here. Although, as Descartes says, that still doesn't explain puppets gaining a human ego of their own. The key to this in his mind was Ergo. So it's really seeming like this king of puppets and the alchemists are our two most likely leads for the puppet frenzy, and the human egos that seem to develop in some of the puppets. But we can't get too distracted. We need to stop these psycho puppets from being mass-produced as well as saving Pulcinella. So let's confront Fuoco. Ah, yes, more puppet language that we can't understand. It also even calls him the King's Flame, so this king of puppets definitely is not just speculation. But thanks to Venigni, we already know this thing's deal. Previous burner of puppets who now mass manufactures them in his devotion to his king. It's Ergo going on to say that it originally viewed its job of protecting the factory's fire as a sacred duty. When he found out about the existence of a puppet king, however, he bowed down to a new god. His amplifier also goes as far as to say that he would dream of a fire that would make the king's army. This definitely raises some interesting questions, considering that Fuoco seems to have an ego of his own like Murphy. Except while Murphy was still performing his role as a police officer, Fuoco had a complete change of heart as well as dreams of his own. Something puppets were, of course, never designed to have. So Fuoco is really fighting us with all of his strength, since he believes that he needs to raise a puppet army on behalf of the king to invade the nearby cathedral. Thankfully, like the other puppets in this place, he is not a fan of electricity at all. So my electric coil stick helped me beat him on my first go-around, surprisingly. Considering I have vivid memories of Fuoco wiping the floor with me on my first playthrough. We also find Pulcinella, who looks terrible, but thankfully his friend Venigni is more than capable of fixing him back up. And just look at how he greets us. Is he not the best? He's of course really grateful to us for crippling the King of Puppets' puppet army, and most importantly, for saving his friend. Although he's concerned with why Fuoco would send its army towards a cathedral with refugees. So guess what letter of the alphabet needs to investigate? Before that though, a quick trip to Hotel Krat, where Sophia once again gives us some more info about her abilities. She's apparently called a listener because she's able to hear Ergo, and she inherited this ability from her mother, who resented it, calling it the devil's power. But as a listener, Sophia was actually able to speak with puppets, so she would have understood what Fuoco was saying back there as well as our other bosses. Except now, we are the only ones that her voice can reach. But regardless, she continues asking us to please save Krat from the petrification disease. And while doing our rounds here, we strike up a conversation with Antonia. Gam once again talks about her friendship with Geppetto, saying that his son is like family to her, and that we're always welcome at the hotel. He called P son earlier, but obviously she couldn't have been referring to him since he only gained consciousness a short while ago thanks to Sophia. Next up is naturally our new guest.
Ah, if it isn't my savior. Glad to see you made it back in one piece, my friend.
It's very rare for people to write a self-absorbed rich character that's incredibly likable. Yet here is your proof right here. I mean, he's great.
But listen to me going on and on about my concerns, and I don't believe I've even introduced myself. Signor Lorenzini Venigni. Gentlemen, bon vivant, and, at the moment, utterly at your service, my friend.
He even rewards us with an improved grinder that we can use to sharpen our weapons. And a surprisingly heartfelt thank you for saving Pulcinella.
Pulcinella isn't just my butler. He's my family. The only one I have left, really. I won't forget what you've done for us. If you ever need anything or find yourself in a spot of trouble, call on your friend Venigni.
P can also ask him about the puppet frenzy, with Venigni still being perplexed about how it could have ever happened, as he wasn't blind to the potential threats puppets could have posed. He would even order special parts to ensure loyalty that strangely seemed to be ignored by the puppets afflicted by the frenzy, saying that puppet armies do not arise by chance. I agree, my friend. Venigni suspecting the most obvious threat, the king of puppets.
Amatsa, that is one slick prototype. You think it's a tram for crickets?
Shut up, Gemini. We can also speak with Pulcinella.
Buongiorno, and welcome to the House of Venigni. I am Master Venigni's major domo, Pulcinella, at your service, sir.
Who is spared from the effects of the frenzy too, like Polendina. And like Polendina, he seems to just be a very normal puppet programmed to serve Venigni. And the way he talked about his butler, it seemed like he would have been more aware, but I guess not. As long as he can take care of Venigni though, he's fine with me. And finally, we have Geppetto upstairs, briefly giving us his side of things regarding what's going on with the puppets.
Remember, I didn't design every puppet in Krat. It is not surprising that some puppets broke away from the Grand Covenant. I've no idea how many. I remember a few Ergo puppets behaving according to their own volition before the frenzy. That wasn't our intention. They were never designed to act that way. But if a puppet starts acting on its own, does that mean the puppet has free will? Or is someone else controlling the puppet?
But Geppetto also gives us some context for the cathedral that we're heading to next. That it was led by a wise and kind archbishop named Andreas, offering a safe place for any refugees trying to just survive in Krat. Except Geppetto has lost contact with both Andreas and the cathedral itself. So it's up to us to save this kind-hearted Andreas as well as the refugees. Once again, our papa, who hates sending us into danger, sends us directly into more danger. So after spending like 30 minutes playing with different weapon combinations, we make our way towards this cathedral. Now, if you look really closely, you may notice that we are not inside of a cathedral. Welcome to Moonlight Town. This is the lowest place in all of Krat, literally and societally. As you can see, this looks like a completely different world compared to the city. However, this wasn't just some crime-ridden slum where people were forced to live if they couldn't afford to live in the city. This town is pretty much completely defined by its relation to St. Frangelico's Cathedral. If someone wanted to make a pilgrimage to the cathedral, they would have to go through the lowest part of all of Krat in order to reach it. Surely a very humbling experience for all of the rich folk that moved in after the Ergo. And rumor has it the St. Frangelico that this cathedral is named after met a one-winged angel. And this supposed meeting between Frangelico and the angel led to him establishing the church here long before the discovery of Ergo. And pilgrims would make their journey from Moonlight Town to the cathedral with the use of a pulley system. But of course, with Ergo, this pulley system has since been replaced with a cable railway. Although the virtues of the church remain unchanged. That just like how the one-winged angel wrapped St. Frangelico in his wings when he fell in the cold, people people should help each other. Moonlight Town serving as proof of this, although as you can see, it's now filled with nothing but puppets that Fuoco sent towards the cathedral. Thankfully, most people have already made their way to the cathedral themselves before the puppets could massacre them, as there's noticeably less bodies lying around compared to the city. And the one who welcomed any refugees to the church is none other than the kind-hearted and widely respected current Archbishop of the cathedral, Father Andreas. Someone who was originally the priest of this place from a time even before the discovery of Ergo around 30 years ago, when Krat was nothing but a poor coastal town. So he's been devoting himself to the people here for a very long time. The residents even considering him Saint Frangelico himself reborn. He was a real popular guy, and he truly cared about the people here. So despite being such a run-down and humble town compared to modern-day Krat, it was filled with people who worked alongside Father Andreas to spread the word of God. A much-needed comfort to the people living here, I'm sure. And to give you an idea of its significance during the early days of Krat, it was at this cathedral that it was decided that the alchemists would even be allowed entry in Krat. So, in another world, Father Andreas could have turned the alchemists away and Krat would still be what it was 30 years ago. No puppets, no Ergo, no massacre. Except obviously, I don't think anyone could have foresaw any of this happening 30 years ago. Not to mention the alchemists had a ton of money and, you could just see the state of this place. Maybe from his perspective, he thought that the people here truly deserved better lives. And with that, I'd say it's about time for P here to make his pilgrimage toward the cathedral for himself. Except in front of the cable railway is what looks to be another stalker.
Do you want to go up, child? I'm sorry, but the train isn't in service anymore.
Meet the Atoned, a rare instance of a stalker with good intentions. She claims that the cathedral is no longer the sanctuary that it once was, making it sound like Fuoco's puppets have already made their way there. And she now carries the guilt of unknowingly sending people to their deaths over at the cathedral, spending her days warning other people that it isn't safe to atone for what she did. Get it? But thankfully, she doesn't realize that P is a puppet, so he's able to lie and convince her that he is a stalker himself. So she gives him the key with the hope that we will end up helping some of the survivors there, which is exactly what we're here to do, so that part at least is not a lie. And don't worry, because I care about you, I'm going to skip the surprisingly long and painful cable car trip along with Jiminy's horrendous commentary. And here is where we start coming across the bodies. Except these don't look like humans or puppets. And just ahead, P comes across a live one. Meet our first carcass, something that looks remarkably similar to the body of that person that died from the petrification disease. Except this thing definitely is not dead or turned to stone, acting more like a zombie. Fuck my life. So it looks like there's not only puppets that pose a threat to the people here, but these carcasses too. And there's a lot of them. Some even spending God knows how long dangling from a bridge just to get the jump on someone. Idiot. And after a while, our pilgrimage brings us to a statue of the one-winged angel, along with a prayer from someone seeking comfort in the midst of all this craziness, begging God to withdraw his wrath from Krat as well as to spare her baby who had done nothing wrong. Her baby being named Charlotte. So the woman that wrote this was the wife of the man afflicted with the petrification disease back in Elysion Boulevard, who died believing that he saved them when in reality he sent them somewhere overrun with not just puppets but monsters. Her asking us to pray for them and that there was a desperate sadness here. And that's another story to add to our ever-increasing depressing tales of Krat. However, nearby the one-winged angel statue is another statue of a beheaded angel, as well as a shifty-looking person just standing there.
Mercy, I beg you, don't kill me. I thought you were from the organization. Never mind. My name is Janjo. I'm an pharmacist. Yes, pharmacist. I'm looking for the legendary gold coin fruit.
Gianjo, someone who had the most obvious slip-up in the universe, revealing himself to be an alchemist, but also one who caught this petrification disease and is actively looking for a cure, as well as a gold coin tree. If you can recall back to Chapter 1, I mentioned that Hotel Krat was originally a castle built by an aristocrat who received a revelation from a divine tree, making it seem like this gold coin tree Jianzhou is seeking is one and the same. The book he gave us speaks of a king's knight named Guillaume who found this tree by itself on a mountain, growing golden fruit that cured many different diseases, including a plague that was affecting many people at the time. So the knight built an entire castle around this one tree, calling himself a holy knight from that point on. However, it ends on a pretty ominous note, claiming that miracles always have a price, no matter how captivating they may be. Jianzhou isn't even entirely convinced of this gold coin tree's existence, but does take the last words about miracles paying a price to heart, believing that he can turn what may be poisonous into medicine, asking us to let him know if we find any leads related to this gold coin tree, as well as giving us a cube. Something that I can just never be bothered to ever use. Although the item description of this cube reveals that the people of ancient Krat knew how to bottle a wish upon a star. Jianzhou also says that it led to special powers when distilling a wish into a cube made from meteorite. Sounds like random mumbo jumbo, I know, but try and keep all of that in the back of your head for later. Anyways, thanks for the lore, Jianzhou. I truly love how P emotes. Back towards the cathedral though, we hear more of that puppet language playing, and when we open the doors, an all-out brawl between the carcasses and the puppets. And let me tell you, the puppets seem to be completely outmatched, with the carcasses being much more of a threat. Just past them though is the very cathedral we came all this way for, along with a trail of blue blood leading to this. Back into Tidy Hole it goes, where we of course must follow that abomination because P is as unconcerned as ever. Along the way, finding some choir music someone wrote over. Angel, why did you abandon us? The cathedral scares me. I want to go home. Every night there is a monster crying in the basement. Even if I sing hymns, I can hear it in my ears. It'd be better if the Archbishop was with us, but he's busy praying. Angel, please hear our prayers. Help us go home, please. The sheet music also being stained with the blue blood we now know belongs to these carcasses, who seem to have completely taken over the cathedral here. The first time in the game that our enemies are not just puppets. The carcasses taking many forms outside of just their humanoid zombie-like appearance. And another victim of the petrification disease drives home the point that these two things are definitely related. This must be why Sophia seemed more focused on the petrification disease rather than the puppet frenzy. As I can tell you from personal experience, I prefer fighting the puppets. On the way, we can also find a note written in blood claiming that Archbishop Andreas has died, and those still alive must flee from the dead. Geppetto did say that he lost communication with him a while back, and considering the state of things, I'd be surprised if anyone survived. Oh shit, what's gonna pop out? Like I said, these carcasses are much tougher than the puppets that we've been dealing with. And you know, God forbid I lock in for once in my life. Nearby though is an elevator, one that brings us even deeper inside this cathedral overrun with monsters, where we surprisingly run into a living, breathing human.
I'm surprised to see who's, well, alive. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Cecile, and I serve the Archbishop. I'm the only one left.
Although she didn't just serve him, he was her light, her savior, her asking us to retrieve a holy mark from the Archbishop's quarters to give her the strength to carry on given the current circumstances, saying that she can't die, but perhaps this can help her live again. All in all, seeming like a very devoted and kind-hearted member of what used to be a great church. So how can we say no to such a humble request? You should try and get some sleep though, your eyes are looking a little crazy. And look, back at the entrance, it seems like our tweaking friend Jianzhou made it here, who tells us that gold coin trees supposedly blossom whenever a plague strikes the land. Very cool, Jianzhou, but I don't have time for your magic tree talk right now. Back in the church, we can find our first cryptic vessel, a weirdly complex method that Krat's upper class would use to store information about secrets. They're kind of like treasure hunts, but we need Venigni to decipher them first, so we'll deal with that a little bit later. Back in the depths of the cathedral, we can get a look at this hell room, filled with carcasses as well as things that look like cocoons hanging from a ceiling made up of this bluish black substance. Ugh. And after dealing with the threats, we find some more messages left behind. This place is cursed. It is the abyss of hell. You cannot leave. The only thing waiting for you is despair. The next message, however, mentions something much more important. They call it the arm of God. You arrogant ones, you have called the wrath of God upon yourselves. Fast forwarding a bit past the many carcass battles and sections of this huge cathedral, we discover the diary of none other than Archbishop Andreas himself. And as expected of a kind-hearted archbishop, we can see him showing concern for our new friend Cecile, who I guess was having issues with sleepwalking. Although he is concerned about her old blood compulsiveness coming back to the surface, whatever that means, believing she has enough faith to defeat it as she has atoned for her past. The next entry saying that Cecile has given Archbishop Andreas the relic, believing it will purify the city and that he won't let those bastards ruin Krat anymore, referring to the alchemists that he allowed here in the first place, him clearly regretting his actions back then. And that Krat is a city blessed by God, and he, Father Andreas, will come to the rescue. The final entry only asking, why me? The message earlier did say that he died, so these may have been his last words. His mark also confirms that he was such a man of character that many in Krat considered him a saint himself, even being able to make murderers repent before God. So this guy was seriously a beacon of hope for a lot of the people, not just in Moonlight Town, but all of Krat. And down here is yet another elevator, this one bringing us all the way to the top of the cathedral.
Damn it! I can't find the way out. Monsters everywhere. I need to grab my share and leave.
Another stalker, huh? This one wearing a dog mask and wants to grab his share and get out of this place. Before we talk to him though, just look at this view. It's beautiful, but from this distance, Krat really does look like just a cage. But enough sightseeing, let's chat with yet another stalker.
Oh, that's odd. I thought I was the only one with a sound mind here. Sure I don't need to introduce myself? Note these golden wings? Yes, you guessed it. You don't know who I am. Preposterous! Everyone in Krat has heard of me. Do you live under a rock? I'm Alidoro the Hound. Treasure hunter extraordinaire. Yes, it's a nickname. I ditched my real name in the past.
Alidoro. This Alidoro claiming that he's known throughout the land far and wide, looking for a safe haven, although his mumbling earlier makes me a little suspicious of his intentions. After all, I don't want to put my people in Hotel Krat in any danger, especially Venigni. So let's tell another one of our iconic lies and send him to Venigni Works to gauge his reaction. We are supposed to be mischievous after all. He then thanks us by giving us a fire abrasive. Now I feel a little bit guilty. But I mean, hey, he's a famous stalker, so we should be fine, and we'll check on him after we're finished here. So before confronting the monster living in the basement here, let's give Cecile the Archbishop's mark. She's of course very grateful to us and says that she will remember this forever. You're very welcome. And on the way to the boss, we find another statue and sing praise for a new saint has arrived. I, Saint Andreas, will consecrate this land. Wow, that sounds surprisingly self-absorbed for the selfless Father Andreas that we've heard about. But let's not waste any more time and put down the monster that has taken over this once holy place. fallen Archbishop Andreas. Before we get into how such an amazing man could have fallen so hard, let's start with the obvious. I got my shit rocked. That was embarrassing. But back to Andreas here. When the petrification disease took hold of Krat, it seems like Father Andreas was able to deduce that the root of this problem was the alchemists. And looking at his Ergo, the Twisted Angel's Ergo, it seems like the gold the alchemists brought was not just for the people, but him as well. I mean, look at how beautiful this cathedral is compared to the likes of Moonlight Town. No way that the poor residents here donated enough gold for renovations of this scale. Although his reputation of being a saint was not just a fabrication. He's been a part of this land and has cared for the people here for the majority of his life. But nobody is perfect after all. Him falling victim to his own greed. Something he never seemed to ever truly confront himself for. Creating a delusion that he was chosen by God to stop this disease and the alchemists. Him using Cecile to steal something known as the Arm of God from the alchemists' headquarters. And he would use this Arm of God to purify this land of its problems. Only, he of course never got that far, falling deeper and deeper into his delusions to the point where he believed that he was the one-winged angel that Saint Frangelico met countless years ago. Something made apparent when we reached the second phase of this fight. Bitch, you crazy. As you can see, his monster appearance is far from random. Him growing one wing out of what seems to be what's left of his real body. It seems as though either the alchemists who seem to be heavily involved in all of this, or more likely, he fell victim to the petrification disease and this Arm of God warped him into what we see right here. As we can hear him cursing both the alchemists and the Arm of God. When killed, which I totally let him do to me on purpose, he also questions why he is the only one like this, when there are so many other people in the world greedy for gold. As despite his appearance and inflated self-worth, he seems to really hate himself deep down for what he did, even if he never had the courage to confront that darker part of himself back when he was a human. We can also see a portrait of him in the room, which he seems to have clawed out, giving us a good idea of what he really thinks of himself, and giving even more meaning to the fallen part of his name. But I think we can all agree that gigantic blue demon monster needs to die, regardless of what good intentions he may have had in the past. So P finally defeats what's left of Father Andreas. Except right after the fact, we see each of the previous bosses we defeated having what looks to be their Ergo sucked right out of them. Them gathering at some kind of beacon atop a tall tower.
And now, the stage is set.
Welcome to where the story actually begins. And can we just take a second to appreciate what a fucking incredible villain setup that guy just had? Sitting on one lone fancy cushioned chair in front of some powerful beam, dropping a one-liner about the stage being set and even finishing with an evil laugh. Sorry, I love over-the-top villains, what can I say? But anyways, killing Andreas definitely sparks something threatening in the world beyond our understanding. Back in the boss arena, we hear some departing words from Andreas.
I want to go back to the old Krat. The old me. before the greed overtook me.
And back where Cecile was, we can find her confession on the ground, where the bit about Andreas even convincing murderers to repent was not just an exaggeration, as our nun friend herself used to be a murderer that would target innocent people. And it was Andreas that saved her from her inner demons. She was well aware as time went on that he began to lose himself, as well as giving in to greed. But considering Cecile's past, she never judged him for this and still believed him to be a saint despite his flaws. So underneath it all, Andreas truly did care for the people here. But his greed and inflated self-worth led to the carcass monster we saw him as. So ends our time at St. Frangelico's Cathedral. And we have quite a bit of side stuff to do. First is to check on Alidoro, who we sent to Venigni Works just to mess with him cursing us as we approach. He's understandably like, what the fuck, man? There's killer puppets here. Saying he will never forgive us, but gives us another chance to answer honestly. So we can either send him to the puppet-infested Elysion Boulevard or Hotel Krat. And I just can't help myself. I'm not a good boy, sorry Geppetto. He doesn't fall for it though. He says that he doesn't need an enemy during times like this and lets us off the hook. Pretty understanding guy. Him deciding to make his way to Hotel Krat independent of whatever we tell him in the first place. Back on the pilgrim's path toward the cathedral too was a statue of the one-winged angel, where P is able to pray, causing his mechanical heart or P organ to react just like when he tells lies. Praying to a higher power is a very human thing after all. In Hotel Krat, our NPCs are just dying to talk to us. Sophia confused about the carcasses, since the disease is just supposed to turn you into stone, not a monster. Worried about the people in the next area on our to-do list below the cathedral, the Malum District. Her also calling herself a human trapped in the shackles of the past, while yearning for the days before Krat became what it is now. A city of light, a city of joy. Hard to imagine, honestly. She also tells P that he's changing somehow, a change that not even Geppetto himself seems to have realized. Her telling us to learn from humans, how they behave and how they feel. This change, no doubt, a result of us pranking Alidoro. Speaking of Alidoro, Eugenie seems to be really excited about his arrival, claiming that he saved her life at some point. She also opens up about how she's from a place across the ocean called the Country of the Morning. Very rare mention of the world outside of Krat in this game. And next up is, you guessed it, my friend Venigni, who created an Ergo wavelength decoder, something capable of detecting malicious signals in the Ergo waves of the puppets, asking us to get the readings in his place. As if you even had to ask. Venigni also begins to doubt the king of puppets behind all of this after all, believing that the Ergo is either corrupted or compromised by someone else. Could it be super evil villain man? Whatever the case is, we'll get to the bottom of it. We also have a treasure hunt, the message we found being a message to someone named Adelina. This person prepared a shelter for her back in the Elysium District, hiding the key inside that hanging body back on the Alchemist Bridge. And wow, I'm not exaggerating, I ran around like a complete idiot for 43 minutes looking for the stupid apartment. But inside of this is an upgrade material as well as the Owl Doctor's hunting apparel. Reading, this was his last vow before he lost his ego as a doctor. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't just a little disappointed after wasting like 45 minutes, but this coat will come into play later on, believe it or not. And guess what? After our treasure hunt, the Queen of Hotel Krat finally blesses us with an audience. Oh god, don't hurt me. It's here that P experiences his most human moment yet. The indescribable sorrow of a pet not liking you. To her, P is probably just another cold-hearted puppet. However, that only makes it all the more rewarding when we will finally win her over. It's not hard to see why Eugenie made her a shrine. It won't be an easy task, but it's one that I am willing to take on. But with all of that done, we fill in Geppetto on what happened to Andreas, him considering if this disease led to the puppet frenzy. But that doesn't make sense since puppets can't catch it in the first place. And it's here that Geppetto laments his role in all of this.
The stalkers blame me. They think I worked with the alchemists to spread the disease to puppets. How sad. All this resentment, with a lie at the root of it. That's why my only wish is that you stay a good boy. No resentment, no lies.
Oops, sorry Dad. And now we can move on to the next stop in our journey, the Malum District. Like Moonlight Town, it seems that this is yet another rundown town people would trek through to reach the cathedral as part of their previous ideology. And like the other path, this too has since been overrun by carcasses, including new carcass dogs, naturally. And to make it worse, there's bear traps littered all over the place. Oh God. And it was right after that terrible surprise that I found my one true love, the acidic crystal spear. While I will switch up my weapons every so often, this thing is like old reliable to me. Back on the path of the pilgrim though, we run into the reason there are bear traps all over the place. What? Yeah, forgot about this monstrosity. As you can see from his health depleting ever so slightly, the acidic crystal spear's weakness are carcass enemies, as their existence is already poisonous enough, but the spear will always prevail regardless. The second part of these woods, the Tomb Slums entrance, is filled with a lot more of these carcasses. And pickpockets that this district was filled with, but thanks to the blue monster zombies, we don't really need to worry about them. For the moment at least, it seems like these things are popping up outside of the inner city. While the bridge battle at the cathedral proved that they outmatched the puppets, the sheer number of them are probably the only thing keeping them away. 1,000 lions are losing to like 1 billion rats, you know what I mean? Hopefully, us slowing down the production of these puppets at Venigni Works does not lead to the carcasses getting into the city. After killing nothing but puppets prior to St. Frangelico's, it's pretty crazy that they seem to be the lesser of two evils here. Still very evil though, so don't get it twisted. And while clearing out carcasses, we can find a wanted poster on the ground. One for the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. Remember them? One of the few things Gemini and I agree on is that they suck ass. And lo and behold, this Malum District is now their base. It originally belonged to the working class of Krat, a class that was of course very neglected after the introduction of puppets. And years prior to the frenzy, the people here fell victim to the petrification disease rapidly, leading to the district becoming quarantined like that section of Elysion Boulevard. Fuck! Sorry about that, back to the lore. And when the puppet frenzy began, the Black Rabbit Brotherhood took the opportunity to completely take over the district to use as their base. However, we are still in the Tomb Slums entrance at this point, where we can find the scribbles of someone who used to live here, saying that everything changed after the doctor spread the blue medicine, them not even recognizing their brother that they had to bury. Who is the doctor? And whose blue hair is it in his cane? And as we reach the end of the Tomb Slums entrance, it seems like we have someone waiting for us.
Mic test 1 2 1 2. We have a schedule update with the intruder. It's time to die.
Ugh, I hate them. Thankfully, P obliterated this thing so thoroughly that I was even surprised. Holy shit, P, where'd that come from? And shortly after entering, one of the rabbits gives the announcement that we have breached their base. We also stumble across some of their info on the Red Fox and Black Cat stalkers from earlier. The Black Cat originally being a member of the Sweepers, but would regularly neglect his duties and was under investigation for leaking secrets. The Red Fox's information being even more interesting. She seems to be of noble descent and a member of the Bastards. And she seems to believe that her companion, the Black Cat, is her long-lost brother, which leads the Black Rabbit Brotherhood to think that he might be a spy from the Bastards. But you already know my research goes far beyond these stupid rabbits. If we take a closer look at his stalker apparel, it says that he used to live alone in the slums, but everything changed when he met the Fox. So is he a spy from the Bastards, or is he just pretending to be the Red Fox's brother? The plot thickens. At the bottom of the usual nightmare platforming section, which thankfully I managed to pull off, we find some graffiti by, you guessed it, "Welcome to the territory of the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. Remember, anyone who fails to pay the protection fee on time is headed straight for the coffin. Scumbags." But it's here that we finally reach the Malum District. And shortly after entering, look who is waiting for us. them not hiding their surprise at the fact that we managed to survive back in Venigni Works. The Red Fox even bringing up an interesting proposition.
Why not join forces? Play our cards right, and we could defeat the villains who rule this area.
They're the Black Rabbit Brotherhood, the baddies who torment the residents around here.
We heard their hideout is stuffed with treasure, and it's a good time to liberate this place as well. Pretty sweet deal, don't you think?
All you have to do is create a distraction. That's it. The rest we can handle.
So, you gonna do it?
Hey, if you want to help me take down these stupid rabbits, I'm not gonna complain. Let's go, team.
What do you think? Not bad, eh? Our new dumbass.
Gonna pretend I didn't hear that. But despite their shit talking, they actually do help us out. It almost feels like a different game for a second with a party. It's pretty cool. In the bar, we find an article talking about the highly desired La Bleuie. The La Bleuie winery was brought into existence during Krat's revival, as it says, more than likely when the alchemists and the puppets came into play. It's pretty much super expensive wine for rich people that boxed wine enjoyers like myself could never hope to understand. But apparently, it was also a wine enjoyed by someone known as the legendary Stalker. Ooh, they sound pretty important. We need to stay focused on the Brotherhood though. Team, move out.
Whoa, hold up. It's been a while since I worked like that. I got aches, you know? And I wouldn't want to cramp your style. I'll take a breather here, then catch up later.
Well, alright then. It was fun while it lasted. And it seems like while we were slaughtering carcasses, the Black Rabbits have been doing some research.
Here's a news bulletin. This just in. Intruder turned out to be Geppetto's puppet. This month's protection fee will be waived for anyone who hunts it down. What a deal! Now hurry up and run, you idiots!
Now this next section, my god. You got the big guy in the middle, throwers on the rooftops, bear traps on the ground, dogs in the alleys. Just awful in every way possible. So in situations like this, I like to work my way from top to bottom, dealing with the throwers, then the big fella, then the dogs in the alleys. I make it sound simple, but it was like a nerve-wracking 10-minute stretch of awfulness and hand sweat. But by some miracle, I have made the Malum District a slightly happier place. And you're never gonna guess who wants to speak with us again.
Seems that our fates may be interconnected. Now, do pay attention. You won't want to miss when the king of all riddles says, "Riddle me this." I stand tall and proud when I'm young and bold, but I'm short and humble once I've gotten old. What am I?
Well, what is he? Did you guess a boa constrictor who finished digesting? I love that buzzer noise. It's a candle, by the way. The king of riddles, Arlecchino, rewarding us with yet another Trinity key for our troubles. A much needed brief moment of happiness before running into yet another member of the rabbits.
Ha! It's funny seeing them all flustered. Hey, the idiots actually.
Okay, that one isn't totally horrible. Oh god. And at the end of this terrible path, we reach the Red Lobster Inn. The same place the Black Cat referred to in that fake Venigni guide he sold us. Hopefully their stalker counterparts don't give us the same treatment. The music of this place being surprisingly calm if you ignore the disgusting creatures in the background. Speaking of that, get a good look at this thing. A gigantic tongue and what looks to be blue intestines coming out of its stomach. Super tall, stretched out mouth too. Whatever substance the people here drank, it seriously completely warped what they once were. But now we can enjoy the inn and pick up a guide to the Monad Charity House, also known as the Rose Estate, which thanks to reporter Kat we know smells like roses. And while originally a charity organization for poor children, it was turned into a boarding school for rich kids. Sounds about right. But it's here that the kids would end up following one of 3 career paths in Krat. The paths being Stalker, Workshop Technician, and Alchemist. It being decided by a combination of the student's choice and their aptitude. And on the bottom of this are the writings of 2 true bros. You look like a donkey in this picture. Stop doodling on my picture, Romeo. Sounds like this Rose Estate was a pretty nice place. Safe to say that if our boy P went there, he'd probably go down the Stalker path considering what a natural he is. And just outside of the inn, we bump into our maybe friends again.
Looking good. Who'd have thought we'd make it this far? You've got all kinds of skills. Hey, everything went smooth as silk. And you know me, I don't impress easy.
Sure, but I gotta ask, you really gonna take on the Black Rabbit Brotherhood by yourself?
Yes.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
So here we face the eldest of the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. Except the people who went through the trouble of writing liar on a coffin for us are liars too. Because once you start beating up Big Bro, the others like to hop in. Total bullshit. And honesty time. A big reason that I have such a gigantic grudge against these rabbits is because of the sheer amount of times that they destroyed me on my first playthrough. Oh, your days are numbered, rabbit. It's also a good time to briefly mention these goblet things outside of the boss rooms. It's here that you can use star fragments, a consumable item, to summon a nameless NPC to help you in these fights. You get it? It's like you're making a wish upon a star. Of course, I'm stubborn, so I had to make sure I take these losers out myself, but even if you're not someone that uses this mechanic normally, I would not feel too bad about using it for this fight. I'd say definitely the toughest fight up to this point, and the addition of other rabbits can get super annoying. Plus, even though I prefer not to summon in these videos, I'll be making 2 obvious exceptions in the DLC later on for story reasons, since sometimes it just feels right. I mean, are you going to let some self-imposed rule prevent Egon from getting revenge against Vile Bale? Ridiculous. Anyways, back to the rabbits. Judging from their dramatic liar coffin reveal, it seems like they really have some kind of bone to pick with P. I mean, outside of the obvious reason of us invading their base. One of the rabbits seemed especially annoyed by the fact that we are Geppetto's puppet, something a lot of people seem to not like about us. At this point in the game though, all we can glean from this group is that they wreak havoc throughout all of Krat, but here in the Malum District most of all, making any surviving residents pay a protection fee to prevent them from getting thrown in a coffin like the one they made for us. But hey, at least they love each other. Just kidding, I don't care. They suck and I beat their dumb big brother after only 2 tries.
This puppet's crazy! Damn you. You'll pay for that.
Ha! You hear him? That puppet's crazy! Fucking right I am. And with them retreating with their dead big brother, we can raid their hideout. I know I sound like the bad guy in this situation, but I'm not, I promise. Taking a look at their ledger, we can get a better look at what they've been up to. Seems like they've been working for the alchemists. And not only that, but they've also been selling gold coin fruit to them, taken from a tree that's in Hotel Krat. But how? We haven't seen anything like that. But it seems like they have been doing it carefully as to not alert anyone from the hotel, and that the siblings' safety comes first. Wow, I'm so moved. It also seems like they may have been looking to eventually leave the city. The last one mentioning a trip to the Barren Swamp. For new parts, a new dress, a gun and weapon, and this isn't your journal, dumbasses. Okay, that one was kind of funny. Another note in here talks about the masks that stalkers wear. As I said earlier, the meta reason is to represent characters from the original story. But for the in-universe explanation, it was customary to wear these animal masks in ancient Krat. a ritual to show off one's life when one fought the legendary Rock Titans. Yeah, don't ask, this is the only time that Rock Titans are ever mentioned. Ancient Krat sounds pretty cool though. Also, that the link between a stalker's rank and animal mask isn't clear, but the highest ranks got first dibs on whatever they wanted to be. Some of them even come with spore filters to fight against the petrification disease. I'm glad they covered their bases there. I was actually wondering why surviving stalkers seemed immune to it. Not everyone could be so lucky to be a puppet like P. And speaking of P, the most interesting thing in this whole hideout is this painting. One that looks remarkably similar to P, something Gemini agrees with after he's done being sarcastic. The description of the painting describes it as a portrait of an aristocratic boy, and that extremely vivid paintings are said to possess souls themselves, although the genius painter, D. Gray, denied conjecture, although his death and rumors of his painting possessing souls are still shrouded in mystery. This more than likely being a reference to the Picture of Dorian Gray written by Oscar Wilde, also written in the late 1800s. I know, just when you thought all of the references were limited to the adventures of Pinocchio. But what does this portrait of a boy who looks exactly like P mean? Does it have to do with Geppetto's son that Antonia mentioned? She did say that he was still in grief. And we're in luck, as the elevator in the Brotherhood's hideout leads directly to Hotel Krat, eerily enough. And Gianjo, of all people, is here to greet us. How have you been, my shifty friend?
Hello. It's a relief to see you.
And he was able to find the same gold coin tree that the Black Rabbit Brotherhood had been stealing from. Only, the tree seems to resist him whenever he tries to pick one of the fruits, strangely enough. So, let's help him out. That sure is one beautiful and sad-looking tree. It almost resembles a person. But yeah, this thing has been inside a Hotel Krat this entire time, and the aristocrat from the past built the entire castle around it. Here you go, Gianjo. You almost can't help but feel bad for this dude. He's just kind of more pitiful every time that we bump into him. So hopefully some fruit every now and then will cheer him up, as he makes a home for himself here in Hotel Krat from here on out, preferring to keep to himself here rather than speak with the others. Try not to forget about him though. Spring, my queen! How are you? And after telling Geppetto that we took care of the Brotherhood, he figures that it's finally time for us to make our way to Rosa Isabelle Street, the very dangerous place where the puppet frenzy first began, as well as where the King of Puppets is residing. Geppetto believing that the puppet frenzy may come to an end if we defeat their king once and for all.
I always remember these favors you've done for me, though it pains me to send someone so precious into such peril.
Yeah, you definitely keep saying that. While we're here though, let's see what he knows about the painting.
This portrait. I remember it fondly. I thought it was lost forever. I had no idea the Black Rabbit Brotherhood had stolen it. To think that you have brought it back to me. Forgive a foolish old man his memories. Memories of a happier time, my son. I know just where to hang it in the hotel.
It's definitely something important to him, but he didn't really offer us any answers about who this was. So we go to grab the key to Rosa Isabelle Street from Antonia, where she starts to get a little sad.
Geppetto and I care about you very much, you know. Stay safe, for both of us. I feel like my time is slowly coming to an end. However, it's a nice feeling to know that someone waits for you, that someone cares. Please take care out there.
Love you, Gam Gam. But with that done, let's finally head to Rosa Isabelle Street, where we can hopefully end this puppet madness once and for all. So, here we are. As Geppetto said, what was once Krat's entertainment district is now just a puppet stronghold. And where the king of puppets is. On the bright side, it's pretty nice outside though. We also notice a banner advertising a play starring Adelina, the world's greatest prima donna. Also, the same name that the Owl Doctor wrote that cryptic message to. Too bad we already stole everything in the safe, sorry Adelina. Ugh, you have no idea how much I missed the puppets with candlesticks. Although I'm sure that the people here didn't think of them as fondly as I do, but surprisingly, there does seem to be a survivor here. An old lady with a nasty cough.
Oh, who are you? Ah, my stalker friend. I was worried the puppets had come back.
Another victim of the petrification disease. So does she also want to reunite with her missing child in yet another tragic tale in Krat? Nah, she just wants to get sloshed on some la ble oui. Pretty understandable given the current circumstances. Plus, I have an excuse to say la ble oui again. La ble oui. Apparently, there's some left in Lorenzini Arcade that can be found in the next chapter, so you're gonna have to wait a bit, lady. In one of the rooms here, we can see a maid puppet along with a dead body on the floor. Since this is where the outbreak first started, most people didn't even have enough time to flee their own homes. Oh shit, our first jester puppet. Yet another threat in Lies of P to throw you off your game. Oh, they dive! Get a look at this street. It's even more obnoxious than it looks, believe it or not. The theme of the puppets here are ranged weapons. So before dealing with that headache, let's finish exploring this building. A baby ambush. These little shits are surprisingly difficult. I'd say these were created for puppets to practice tending to human babies, but if that were the case, I have no idea why they made them as durable as a tank. Look at their freaky little faces too. Ugh. There's also a report we can find in here from our darling reporter Medoro, with info taken from a prior alchemist that lives outside of Krat, quitting and taking on a different identity after discovering their secrets. The Relic of Trismegistus is not just a simple Ergo mine. That place is dangerous, he says. The alchemists also did appear to have some ulterior motive all along, their interest in Krat's success being nothing but a front, providing convincing evidence that the secret risky plan involving Ergo would lead to hundreds of people dying. Medoro spending months looking into Krat's dark secrets in order to share the truth with the people here, only the rest of this report is severely damaged, with the report being banned and Medoro being put on suspension. How dare you? But the Relic of Trismegistus is a mouthful, huh? Apparently it's some Ergo mine, quite possibly the same place that the alchemists discovered Ergo all those 30 years ago. No time for speculation though, as after the hectic street of puppets, we are treated to some surprisingly soothing music as we approach a stage.
Oh, what a beautiful puppet you are. I can hear your springs even if you try to hide them. Musicians have keen ears, you know. Would you like to sing for me like your friends? I have a feeling the sound of your cries will be especially sweet. Let's have an encore performance of Pain for the Red Actress, Adelina Corday. I dedicate this performance to my sister Adelina!
The famous Adelina's sister, the White Lady. And considering how rude she is, I'll dox her ass. Her real name is Patricia Corday, and she lives at 308 Negra Arroyo Lane. Her and her sister Adelina were especially close. And, like her, she too was an opera singer. The two sisters hoping to achieve their shared dreams together. Except tragically, she somehow lost her golden voice. Forever. And after having her dream ripped away from her, she turned to the life of a stalker. After the frenzy though, she believes her precious sister Adelina to be dead. So she pays her respects to her world-famous sister with this stage, where she destroys any puppet that gets close to impale and hang them up in a pretty artistic way, I have to admit. Which explains why she is a part of the ever-increasing I Hate P Immediately club. Except I gotta say, she's really put the effort into becoming a good stalker after losing her voice. Definitely a force to be reckoned with. But as you'd expect, our favorite puppet pulls through.
As promised, we always match.
I shouldn't feel sad, but I do. Pretty much this game in a nutshell. After leaving the White Lady stage, we find yet another book that gives us some more details on the Petrification disease, as well as speaking on some disaster that happened at the Rose estate, the boarding school, where it seems as though there was some disaster that took the lives of every single student there. Krat putting a halt to any investigations into the matter for the sake of preventing chaos due to the spreading of the Petrification disease, supposedly. The next page saying that the disease is what caused the novel mutation. Unsurprisingly, this monad charity house was also home to the leader of the alchemists, Valentinus Monad, who also seems to have died during whatever disaster took place here. So if he died during whatever happened at the monad charity house, who's in charge of the alchemists now? No more time for questions though, since we have a gentleman to meet.
Oh, you're walking about in a place like this. You must be a stalker. Can I ask you a favor? My wife's body lies on Rosa Isabelle Street. There was a fire, and I couldn't reach her through the flames. I know she's gone, but I hate to think of her just lying there. Would you bring me her belongings? Then I'd have something to remember her by.
Go ahead, P. Give him your signature nod.
Thank you.
We were already heading to Rosa Isabelle Street anyway, so we might as well pick up Julian's dead wife's belongings while we're there. Her death, understandably, really took a toll on him, as she was definitely the love of his life, and we can identify her by her signature black dress that she was wearing. Only to get there, we need to make our way through the sewer of this place. Nice to see you too. The pipes down here are mostly filled with those creepy half-body puppets that crawl all over the place, and a surprisingly beefy strong-arm puppet. Speaking of surprisingly tough enemies though, remember what I said about the basic-looking puppets usually being stronger? Holy shit, are you done? Anyways, we open up a shortcut back to Julian, so we don't need to go there ever again, thankfully. Back on track though, we are greeted with another baby ambush.
See you now.
What? She startled me.
Until eventually we reach Rosa Isabelle Street, where we see a puppet burning a horse and carriage. Definitely not a random thing. Just beside the burning carriage, though, is Julian's dead wife. Only she isn't a human, but a puppet. There was actually a note all the way back in chapter 3 that tells us a bit more about their relationship. A piece called Have You Seen This Eccentric? About a Mr. J that caused a stir in Krat by marrying a maid puppet that he fell in love with at first sight. The two of them set to be married despite his family's disapproval. It wasn't just a fundamental disagreement either, as Julian's family refused to stand for such an outrageous idea, interrupting their wedding and greatly damaging his puppet bride. However, he kept insisting that she had a soul and their love was genuine, him going to fix her up so that they can have their dream wedding. But tragically, it seems as though the puppet frenzy once again ruined any hope of the two getting married. As Julian said, she is truly dead now. So we retrieve her wedding ring and belongings to give him some much needed closure. To ordinary citizens, I'm sure this seemed like an outlandish or even perverted idea. Someone who was clearly wealthy marrying a doll. But we've seen several examples of puppets developing an ego of their own up to this point. Murphy becoming friends with the local children, or even Fuoco having dreams of his own. So maybe Julian was right. Maybe she did have a soul. Returning to Julian, he laments that he failed her, and even begins to doubt his own memories, leaving P with another opportunity to lie. While we've never seen any proof that puppets have the capabilities to fall in love, we can make up that she left a dying message professing her love to him, reaffirming their love in his eyes.
Oh, Melody. My Melody. Your words were everything to me. She was my guardian angel. The reason I survived the Krat disaster. Even puppets have hearts, do they not? Perhaps all we need is something that helps us perceive what they're feeling. Please, remember the love Melody and I shared. Who knows? Maybe you'll find true love one day too.
The story of a puppet and a human in love causing P's mechanical heart to react once more. And when we return to Rosa Isabelle Street at the very end of the game, we can find Melody's body slumped over, revealing a dying message. I love you, Julian. So what was supposed to be a lie to comfort a man who lost his love turned out to be true. Julian wasn't crazy. Melody did have a soul, and they were really in love. But you didn't expect a tragic love story in the middle of puppet hell, right? Well, snap out of it because I'm about to be burned to death. Oh my god, why? And after getting revenge on the puppets that killed us, our reward is a fight with the mad clown puppet. Nope, I'm going to grab the checkpoint just ahead of him first for my own sanity. No, are you kidding me? Okay, ring around the rosy time. Now we can fight this freak without worrying about any other enemies. Yeah, that thing sucks. And it's only gonna get worse from here as we stand in front of the famous Estella Opera House, the supposed base of this king of puppets. Before we enter though, we can find a statue out front, one dedicated to a woman named Camille, in honor of the happiest days of our family because of her presence. I still miss you, Camille. GG. You gotta love the accidental comedy of GG after mourning someone's death. But that aside, we do know someone with the initials of GG, don't we? This Camille person must have been really important to him. Maybe that is who Antonia was referring to when referencing Geppetto's grief earlier. But that aside, let's finally enter the puppet stronghold. The Opera House looking surprisingly intact, all things considered. The music here setting a pretty creepy atmosphere. More than likely to set the stage for our biggest threat yet. While fighting an ordinary puppet, we notice it being controlled by yellow strings. Not only are they noticeably tougher than their other counterparts, but they also inflict the horrifying disruption status effect. You can just pretend that says instant death. And look at what's controlling the strings. Dear God. The only rational explanation for Krat producing such terrifying puppets would be for plays here. I don't want to believe in a world where these things just freely roam around. They also have a lot more health than your usual summoner or necromancer type of enemy. So it's not really as easy as just sprinting to them and killing them before the puppets catch up. Just awful. Ooh, flaming chandelier. And by some miracle, there seems to be a survivor in the middle of this puppet fortress.
Oh, who are you? You're not a puppet. Are you here to listen to my music?
The famous Adelina and Patricia's sister. Yeah, don't say anything about her sister, okay? We're gonna keep that between us. But it seems as though someone tricked her into coming to this place. Someone who likes riddles. Sounds familiar. Adelina also, like her sister, seems to have had her voice stolen from her. Except in her case, it's because of the petrification disease. So the once famous prima donna now spends her time all alone in this place, continuously apologizing to her sister Patricia for some reason. After all this time, wishing for an apple, which I just so happen to have in my bottomless link pocket, saying it's the sweetest apple that she's ever had, also wishing to confess her sins to us.
Patricia, I coveted your voice. If I can't match it, then even if I have to break you, Adelina Corday must have it all. I know it's wrong, but still, I love you.
So the one who poisoned and stole the dreams of Patricia was Adelina. While her sister Patricia hoped that the both of them could become world-famous singers together, they were not equals. As good as Adelina was, Patricia was even better. Something that eventually pushed Adelina to steal her sister's voice to rise to fame all by herself. Patricia dying without ever realizing it was her own sister that took everything from her, spending her final moments thinking of how much she loves her dear sister. But after the puppet frenzy, fame doesn't mean anything in Krat, and ironically losing her own voice due to the petrification disease. Although, there's nothing more that we can do for her. So, P continues making his way through the opera house. The long hallways being filled with more of these creepy old lady spider puppets. I gotta say, the King of Puppets definitely has a solid last best line of defense here. I mean, get a load of this thing. This is a performer puppet. What kind of weird puppet plays were they putting on here? Also passing by a golden statue dedicated to Adelina. Goes to show you just how famous and loved she became after getting rid of her competition. Way too much, way too fucking much. Yeah, this place is crazy. I also found another one of those cryptic vessels leading to the outfit worn by the Atoned. Oh yeah, I forgot. Remember that stalker that blames herself for unknowingly sending people to her death? Well, if you lied to her like I did and you come back, she's ready to throw hands with you.
Please be safe up there.
Wait, what? Okay, am I missing something?
Old to fall for a puppet's trick.
Oh shit, okay then. Yeah, I guess she found out that we're a puppet since our last conversation like 30 seconds ago. She's not really much of a problem after the awfulness of the Opera House and the Malum District though. Maybe you shouldn't have been so close-minded about puppets, lady. Anyway, sorry to get off track. Just had to finish up whatever business we had since the only thing left for us to do is to face this king of puppets. Geppetto seems to believe that killing him will finally put an end to this puppet frenzy. Only, there's something else waiting for us when we enter the main ballroom. The king of puppets, unsurprisingly speaking to us in a language that we still aren't able to understand. He certainly has the kingly look down, and despite this being a battle against the leader of these murderous puppets that we've dealt with time and time again up to this point, we really don't know too much about him, do we? He certainly is capable of a fighter as you'd expect him to be, using his size and his accordion-like arms to his advantage. However, just like his puppet army, enough hits takes him down like any other puppet. Romeo, still trying to communicate with us despite us not understanding a word of it, as well as being tougher than his larger counterpart. And his appearance. He's not human, but he certainly looks like it. The only other puppet we've seen that looks that convincingly human is, well, P himself. This Romeo also proving to be more of a challenge than any other opponent we've seen so far. So, let's watch this grand finale play out.
king! I gotta think the puppets will have changed too, right? I mean, there's only one way to find out. Let's go backstage.
I'm glad you're safe. I was so scared I would lose my precious son. It's risky for me, just being out here. Fortunately, you didn't need my help. I'm so proud that I got to see my son defeat the king. Hopefully the lesser puppets will die down soon. Now that the king is dead, the puppets have no leader, no direction. But the curse of the petrification disease still lingers. It's tough, but I know where you should go now. The Grand Exhibition. Rumors say the alchemists there have developed a cure. As a man of invention, I'm skeptical of the alchemists, both their science and their motives. But they may be the city's last hope. Won't you help me, son? If it will help Antonia and the others, it's worth exploring. Go to the Grand Exhibition and see what you can find.
Romeo, the king of puppets, is no more. Except while this should be cause for celebration, it feels strangely hollow. We still have so many questions. Like Geppetto told us, without their king, the puppets no longer have a purpose. In the area just ahead, we can see the puppets crying. They're no longer under his control, and yet here they are, mourning his death like any human would if someone they loved had just died. Why did he reach out his hand to us before our battle? And what was that play that he orchestrated? Thankfully, Romeo dropped some items for us to take a closer look at to hopefully better understand his intentions. First, the burnt white king's Ergo. When the boy opened his eyes, he found himself sitting on a throne that he had not asked for. When he sought his friend of the past, he clung to his memories even though there was no going back. So Romeo was just a boy? A human turned into a puppet? Clinging to memories of his old friend, too. As even in his intimidating king of puppets form, he still carried a precious necklace with him. A necklace worn by the king of the puppets. It is engraved with a boy's scribblings. To Romeo, your friend, C. The boy resented his father for not showing any interest in him. Perhaps in protest, he gave his graduation necklace to Romeo, a friend he admired. A graduation necklace? That reminds me of that Monad Charity House guide that we saw in the Red Lobster Inn. There were scribblings on the bottom written by two friends. You look like a donkey in this picture. Stop doodling on my picture, Romeo, it said. And considering he was wearing a graduation necklace, he had to be the same Romeo from the Monad Charity House. But who is this C? And I thought there was an accident at that place that left no survivors, even killing the leader of the alchemists. It feels like after what should have been a grand finale, we only have more questions. Regardless of this Romeo's intentions, Geppetto is definitely right about the petrification disease. It's still a problem, and one that is rapidly killing the owner of the hotel, Antonia, with rumors of a cure developed by the alchemists being located at the Grand Exhibition, our next stop. Before leaving the opera house for good, though, we see that Adelina is now lying on the floor, dead, likely of her own choosing, as the petrification disease would have turned her to stone, having died listening to one of her records, the same one that her sister Patricia was playing, a fitting end to our time here on Rosa Isabelle Street. Back in Hotel Krat, though, we're greeted with even more bad news. Antonia's conditions are getting even worse, and that this disease locks people inside of a cage, inside of their own bodies. It's because of Antonia that all of these people here are safe, Sophia wishing for a miracle to save everyone, including herself. And in the next room, we can see just how bad a shape Antonia is in for ourselves.
Oh, it's you. Come closer, won't you? When you reach a certain age, it's a comfort to reflect on old memories. That's a portrait of me when I was young. I was so feisty, so fearless back then. I loved the world, and the world loved me back. The passion of those days is long gone, but I still dream of those memories. I'm curious what your young eyes see. Is there any resemblance between me and that portrait? It seems Geppetto even taught you good manners. Time and the memories that fill it are all we have. I hope you're making some good memories of your own. They may be a comfort to you someday.
Yeah, we need to save her. Anyways, things have started to get pretty heavy lately, so I'm happy to be able to give you some good news. P can kind of play the piano. Look at him go! Proud of you, buddy. And when leaving, we notice that there's a note left for us at the front desk, seemingly from Polendina, the puppet that serves Antonia, wanting to meet us outside near the entrance of Elysion Boulevard. And if this video gave you the impression that I'm remotely intelligent, I immediately went to the front of the hotel right after literally just reading him tell me he's in the back by Elysion Boulevard. But after an embarrassingly long time of searching, we meet up with Polendina.
Welcome, good sir. At last, we speak frankly instead of with professional reserve. I have something to confess. Something involving your unique perspective. I am a puppet whose ego has awoken. I don't know exactly why, and we need not dwell on the details. Instead, I wish to dwell on the welfare of Lady Antonia. I adore Lady Antonia. It is a presumptuous feeling for a puppet to have, to be sure. I have no intention of putting myself forward, of course. However, I cannot watch her die. It's too painful. Thus, I need your unique perspective. You exist somewhere between human and puppet. Can a puppet and a human fall in love? Have you ever met a puppet who loves a human?
Ooh, we don't even need to lie this time.
It exists indeed. An unbelievable love, to be sure, with a wedding ring as its symbol. I fear even trying to pursue such a splendid happiness. I have no intention of telling her, of course. It wouldn't be proper to burden someone so frail. If I may be frank, this is better than I dared hope. Even if you are telling me a sweet lie, I shall savor it. Thank you. It was wise to confide in you. Thank you for granting me that wisdom.
Aw, wow. Who could have guessed that our uptight Polendina has secretly been self-aware this whole time? This puppet's self-awareness becoming less and less shocking as time goes on. And not only that, but he's in love with Lady Antonia. You have excellent taste, my puppet friend. Although, it's bittersweet. As we just saw, this disease is taking her life rapidly. I was already set on saving her, but now that I know love is on the line, I'm extra motivated. Speaking of motivation too, let's hear from the one person here who is happy to celebrate our success.
Ah, I heard you defeated the King of Puppets. Amazing.
Thank you, my friend. Truly the best of us. Although, he's still a little rattled of the idea that a single entity is able to control the ergo wavelengths of these puppets, asking us to gather records of the puppets' ergo waves while defeating them to prevent another tragedy like the puppet frenzy from happening again tomorrow. Not a problem, Venigni. I'm sure a place like the Grand Exhibition will have a ton of that. Since even though the puppets aren't being controlled by the king anymore, that doesn't mean they are suddenly non-hostile, just a lot less unified. Sophia also stops us to tell us that something strange is happening to that picture of a child in Geppetto's room, the one that looks exactly like P, telling us that we should check it out and it's the kind of thing you'd see in a fairy tale. Whoa, would you look at that? It seems as if there's a wooden nose growing out of the child's. Not so different than how Pinocchio's nose would grow when he lies. Except P's nose looks fine. Seems like a pretty huge coincidence though. After checking back in with Sophia again, she notices the necklace that was worn by the King of Puppets with the letter M on it, confirming our suspicion about it belonging to someone from the Monad Charity House. Briefly mentioning something about the King of Puppets' ergo before realizing that P is having some kind of emotional reaction as she keeps talking about the necklace.
Are you okay? You look ill. Ever since I mentioned the necklace. My heavens, you look changing. You're becoming something more than a puppet. Almost human. If this is what you want, just keep behaving, keep feeling like a human does. You might just hold the true secret of Ergo.
Carlo, was that the C that gave Romeo his graduation necklace? But I mean, more importantly, look at P's hair. Obviously, something a puppet would be incapable of doing. The necklace triggering something deep inside of P that neither him or Sophia seem to understand. At this rate, he may even grow a moustache. I mean, look at that. Viltrum would be proud.
I don't give a shit about Viltrum!
And, I'ma be honest, I'm really happy for my boy P that he's becoming more and more human-like, but this haircut is atrocious, my guy. Thankfully, they allow you to revert it when sitting on the chair in Geppetto's room, which is exactly what I'm going to be doing. But keep in mind that P here has had some rapid hair growth after his emotional response to that necklace. But that ends our to-do list for now. So without further ado, let's make our way towards Krat's showcase of innovation, the Grand Exhibition. As we make our way past where we met Geppetto, Gemini points out that the puppets aren't just depressed, but having a hard time even functioning at a normal level without the king. If nothing else, we definitely crippled the puppet threat that has been terrorizing Krat up to this point. But before we reach the Grand Exhibition, we need to make our way through Lorenzini Arcade first. Surely, I don't need to tell you who named it after himself. Unfortunately, we missed the dreams coming true part of this place. A once flamboyant and lively place which now spills over with the dead and screams of the undying. Very cool. Needless to say, it's completely infested with carcasses nowadays, who, without the puppets, appear in the city much more often. And look, I actually used the Legion arm for once. I was playing around with the long-distance Falcon Eyes that shoots timed explosives. Probably the best choice if you're like me who regularly forgets about the Legion arms except for when a boss is kicking your ass. After making some headway in this place though, it's not just that there are carcasses here, but the entire arcade is covered in that goop we saw back in the cathedral, for lack of a better word. As well as more surprisingly tough basic looking puppets to make killing this butterfly for upgrade materials incredibly annoying. God damn it! And check out what's waiting for us in the basement. Oh my god, is this the blood of all the innocent people that were here? Guess again, you're looking at La Blé, or more likely a combination of different wines that were stored down here in the cellar, but it was another opportunity to say La Blé. Remember, there was that old woman back on Rosa Isabelle Street that wanted some, so I'm sure there's gotta be a bottle intact here somewhere. And, while not La Blé, we find an advertisement for a concert at the more and more relevant Monad Charity House, starring the little kids of the charity house, with all profits from the performance going towards their less fortunate neighbors. Sounds like a pretty good cause. And it was sponsored by Lady Isabelle, the wife of Valentius Monad, as well as someone named Sophia M. Wait, Sophia? Different one or our blue-haired spiritual older sister? Nope. I was motivated up until the point that another gigantic carcass monster turned the corner. These carcasses really take on some disgusting looking forms. And while I thin the carcass numbers, why not spend some time learning about our bestest friend whom this arcade is named after? Scandal! V, the tragedy behind the flamboyance. Few citizens of Krat do not know who V is, the crown prince of high society, the man who came up with the grand covenant of the automated puppets and built the best manufacturing company at the age of 18, the man who's always fancy and is passionate about making people laugh. V is the most hated and beloved man in all of Krat, but his innocent passion makes even his opponents sentimental. However, even fewer people are aware of the tragedy that he experienced in his youth. The true nature of the death of V's parents was covered up. Officially, they're victims of a homicide during a mugging. Even though V experienced such a tragedy in his youth, he grew up with a cheerful personality and became a well-known person whom any parents would be proud of. However, there's no one who knows that V secretly requests for the case history every year, and that his request is always denied. Suspicion surrounded this tragedy at the time, and there is known to have been pressure from the workshop and the alchemists throughout the investigation. The most interesting hypothesis is that the murderer is not human. If this is true, it explains the workshop and the alchemists' suspicious attempts to cover it up. It also explains how V was obsessed with inventions and success from his youth. This is where the real tragedy of Krat lies. Even V, the richest and most influential in all of Krat, can't come close to their power. On the other hand, this fact includes another truth. Have you noticed? The state's censorship is keeping me from writing it, but as a writer, I'm curious if people are ready to accept the truth. The truth that there's a murderer made of steel that walks among us. Perhaps our world of Krat is not such a safe place after all. Who could have guessed that our cheerful Lorenzini Venigni experienced such a trauma as a child? And that the one who supposedly took the lives of his parents was a puppet of all things. Something that took place decades before the puppet frenzy even happened. I guess that's why he has such an intense interest in learning about these puppets, as well as why he so desperately wants to understand how someone could control their ergo as the King of Puppets did. I remember how incredibly grateful he was to us after saving his butler, Pulcinella, even telling us that he's the only family that he has left. Not true, Venigni. Hopefully, he will open up to us more as time goes on so we can help him get to the bottom of his parents' murder. Back to the arcade though, the spores of this petrification disease completely fill the basement. Good thing that P is a puppet and immune to it. Oh wow, that's some powerful petrification gas. Them being emitted by these large cysts that unfortunately regenerate after a few seconds. So clearing this place of the infection is quite literally impossible, especially when we get to the wine cellar. Whoa, deja vu. Oh, there it is! The Jester puppet. He looks like a goofball when he's banging on the ground like that, but this thing is not to be fucked with. Has almost as much health as a boss, has a scorpion get over here move, and has combos alternating between delayed attacks and instant smash. It's not like it's the hardest thing in the game or anything, but this is one of the most holy shit, why is this random puppet so difficult moments. Thankfully, I've gotten better since I first played through the game and beat him on my first try, only costing me like all of my resources. Something I can't say about another puppet fitting this description next chapter, sadly. But I mean, just look at our reward. La Blay. Now it makes sense why they had one of the hardest puppets guarding the Ruby of the Heavens. After leaving the wine cellar though, we're greeted by a familiar voice.
Hello? Is anyone there? Calling any and all stargazers in the vicinity. Please respond. Over.
I know that voice anywhere. Venigni, being the genius that he is, discovered how to communicate through ergo waves in the same way that the King of Puppets did. Except, unlike Sophia, who can speak directly into our head, he's only able to do this through the use of a receiver, the Stargazer. But he also picked up on a signal from the Grand Exhibition, and apparently someone managed to survive. And of course, it falls on P to save the day, which is good timing since we finally reached the exit to enter the Grand Exhibition for ourselves.
The Grand Exhibition theme was automatic puppets and City of the Future. The plan was to showcase and demonstrate the most advanced technology in Krat. But you know the rest. You can't hold an exhibition in a city that's fallen into utter chaos. And now the whole city is an exhibition of a nightmare.
Still got the creepy music playing. And we don't even need to enter this place to be introduced to how brutal some of the puppets here are. Meet the Centurion puppets. Very mean, and they have a habit of draining all of my resources. But as the front door is locked, we need to take an impressively short tram ride to enter this place through the side. And after making our way inside, we need to finish our Postmates delivery to the old woman who wanted
La Blay. Ah, La Blay. Even in the bottle, it has a distinctive shade of red. Thank you, young one.
You're welcome. Hope it helps you deal with this shit. Our reward being a Venigni commemorative coin. Pulcinella telling us that this belonged to a Venigni fan club. Something I surely would be leading if I was unlucky enough to be born in Krat. But I knew I liked that old lady. Anyways, back to the grand exhibition. The inside of this place is about as nightmarish as you'd think. As they were showing off the most advanced uses of Ergo, there are literal killer robots roaming around, equipped with mechanical drills and saw blades. I'm sure they were intended for construction jobs, but this is some real killer robot shit. Why didn't anyone just make a version that had dainty hands to pick flowers or something? Also, my beloved double shield robot enemies have returned, with even more health, really starting to bring my love for them into question. You know what I have absolutely no love for, though? These Centurion puppets. No! Remember to always celebrate your victories, no matter how small. And not to interrupt our grand exhibition, but during one of my many quick trips to Hotel Krat that I cut out of the video, it finally happened. The journey was arduous, and I nearly gave up a few times, but we have won over Spring the Cat, a testament to how human-like P has truly become. And just look at him, you know he's enjoying it as much as I am. And now, with Spring's protection barrier on us, we are more than ready for whatever the grand exhibition has to throw at us. While traversing the rafters, we can hear that survivor Venigni mentioned.
I get the puppets, but what are the monsters doing here? Don't come any closer. Oh. You're not one of them. Are you here to save me? Those grand exhibition jerks are not to be messed with. Especially after they took that drug.
This is Belle. She doesn't bother to introduce herself, but she says that she can find her own way out if we keep thinning their numbers, as well as mentioning someone named Victor who needs to be put down. And I'm grateful to her for not turning this into an escort mission. And back on the rafters, we run into this nightmare scenario. One of the few enemies I'm not going to kill for obvious reasons. Fuck that. On the other side of this place, we can find some more information about this Victor, the man who stood at the pinnacle of life, supposedly, who was called the Hercules of Krat, who never backed down even when faced against a lion and a bear. Oh my. Except unfortunately for Victor, he came down with an incurable illness, ruining the name that he made for himself. But thankfully, the kind-hearted alchemists brought him back from the dead. Metaphorically speaking, I think, and whatever they did to him, he was back in fighting shape. His return bout being against some puppet. Hurry up and buy your tickets now. I knew it. The other side of this place seems to look more like a makeshift science laboratory, with vats containing a substance that looks remarkably similar to the blood of the carcasses. Smells like alchemists, dead bodies, and medical curtains too, as well as a phone.
Now, listen closely, and heed the king's speech, or the answer to this one will stay out of reach. Think about this, whatever it takes. What cannot be used before it breaks?
Egg.
Correct! You were once such a fool, yet you've gotten so clever. I'm as happy as a parent. In this city, there are those who wish to crack the shell and be reborn. How about you? Can you awaken and break free of the shell that is your puppet's body?
Arlecchino really knows a lot about what's going on here, huh? And in the next room, we can find our first alchemist enemy, which usually fall in the weak but annoying category, using guns and other things like that. Their experiments, though, are a different story, like this thing. And while I take on this Victor wannabe in the next room, let's take a look at a report we can find in here about inorganic structures deep underground called Crowd, which supposedly caused the ground to collapse in Krat a whole 600 years ago, leaving behind materials that the people at the time didn't seem to appreciate the value of. It also brings up that Ergo mine, the Relic of Trismegistus again, which seems to have the welcoming nickname of the Devil's Pit. But unlike Ergo, this Crowd doesn't seem to have power and it's difficult to process. Although it does absorb Ergo spores, interestingly enough. But when the Petrification disease began to spread rapidly throughout Krat, it began to grow exponentially. exponentially. Now, once again, posing a threat to Krat all these years later. The writer of this report hypothesizes that this crowd is some mineral life that consumes Ergo. Or maybe it is a rune's defense device. So there's some casual confirmation of runes existing deeply underground in Krat. But whatever this crowd is, it's growing really fast. The alchemists seemingly still not having a solution to this problem that's only getting worse. I'm noticing a pattern here. Also, if this tough guy is any indication of what they gave to Champion Victor, it very well could have made him stronger than he once was. Maybe his strength is why the alchemists wanted to use this blue formula on him to begin with. And with the boss door right here, I have a sneaking suspicion that I already know who's waiting for us on the other side.
Welcome to my grave. This is where evolution becomes real. Fear me, for I am Victor, the champion. Light to the followers of the truth!
Yeah, not a whole lot of setup with this one. And if you didn't notice, yeah, he's very strong. My damage might as well be bug bites to Victor here. I'd also say that perfect parrying is definitely the key to this fight, because unless you're a god or good at optimizing, this is going to be a long fight, especially after we get him down to half health.
The new world belongs to us!
Yeah, he's not really in the best mood after juicing himself up with whatever drugs the alchemist hooked him up with. Even when you stagger him, he has the nerve to still throw hands with you before falling to his knees. But thanks to Spring's divine protection, he is able to put down the Bane cosplayer for good.
This is the power! Why be humble? I am evolved! A better man!
I'm surprised you defeated Victor. Geppetto's creations are truly marvelous. But where are my manners? My name is Simon Manus, a leader among alchemists. I've known your father for a long time. We used to be colleagues, you know. Geppetto didn't understand that the petrification disease can strengthen humankind. Locked into conventional thinking, I'm afraid. But even he can't stop such a magnificent discovery. It's the door to a new world. You've seen this place with your own eyes. Truly inspiring, is it not? What do you suppose our cure has created here?
Lying has gotten us this far, so...
I have to admit some surprise. I didn't expect you to be as rational as we are. I'm impressed, even if it's a lie. I'm sorry I underestimated you for being a puppet. You're open-minded enough to hear the truth about the petrification disease. The disease does not signify death. It's the process of purifying a person's essence. a purified human who overcomes the petrification disease will gain a strengthened body and a mind free of lies. The essence is Ergo. Yes, the Ergo you use as your power was once a human being. Our undertaking is to help others experience this purification through this elixir. Truly, it's an honor. Ergo's power can do even more. In the hands of the awakened, its abilities are limitless. We already have the means to control that power. Power beyond your imagination. So while you wallow in a pathetic past, we step forward into humanity's future on the Isle of Alchemists. You're welcome to come to the island and witness our triumph firsthand. Or perhaps you'll make a futile effort to stop us. Maybe the Saintess statue can help you. In any case, good luck. Standing against evolution must be exhausting, not to mention demoralizing. Keep your chin up, puppet, and I'll see you soon. No one can say that Simon Manus, leader of the alchemists, isn't hospitable.
Sorry to startle you. It seems that the power of the listener within me, the power to hear Ergo, is getting stronger. It's powerful enough to send not only my voice, but even illusions. Maybe it's because of the power of this Saintess statue. I came to you because I wanted to tell you about Simon. The terrible things he does. I should have told you about Simon earlier. But it's the sort of thing you have to see to believe. He is the most dangerous man in Krat. He spreads mayhem and death for a delusion he calls evolution. Simon wants to evolve a new world in Krat. A horrible future, even worse than the disasters we already face. That's why I woke you up. If you can't save Krat from Simon, no one can. Find the Isle of Alchemists. Someone must know how to get there. I will help as much as I can, of course. Please, save Krat.
Okay, who's ready to break down all of that insanity? Let's begin with the truth behind Ergo. What exactly is it? Well, the easiest comparison would be to think of it as someone's soul, something that contains the essence and memories of a person which goes on to exist even after their death. The posters all over saying Ergo is life were much more literal than anyone in Krat thought. The very same Ergo that Krat has been using for energy and we've been using to get stronger, as well as what gives life to all of these puppets in the first place. And these puppets that have gained levels of self-awareness. Polendina, Melody, Murphy, Fuoco. This is because the Ergo inside of them contains memories of what used to be real people. Maybe the Ergo powering Fuoco was a very religious person, explaining why it viewed the factory's fire and then eventually the King of Puppets as something sacred to be worshipped. Maybe Murphy's Ergo really did belong to a police officer. However, Simon and the alchemists would go on to discover something else. This plague that haunted Krat hundreds of years ago, the Petrification disease, turns people's bodies into stone. It turns out this process refines the Ergo inside of them to make it that much more potent. I'm making these numbers up, but think of Ergo in its natural form as 100% potency, while the Petrification disease turns their body to stone and refines the Ergo inside, boosting it to like 500% potency. But you can think of this refined Ergo that's created as a beneficial consolation prize to them, because while they do need tons of Ergo to enact this grand plan of theirs, it's not their end goal. Simon wants to create a new world, one that's filled with advanced humans and one free of lies, as he says strangely enough. And in order to do that, they've developed an elixir, the supposed cure that we came here for. But, you know, big surprise, it's not really a cure. It's a trial, one where out of thousands, only a lucky few come out on the other side as one of these advanced humans like Laxasia or Victor. Although despite having survived the elixir, after his defeat, he too was deemed a failure by Simon. And the countless others who didn't evolve would go on to become the carcass monsters that we've been dealing with. Remember Clark Shore from Venigni Works, the guy who copied their cure formula to a T only for it to create monsters? He thought he was creating their cure, when in reality, he was unknowingly spreading their elixir, creating even more carcasses. But he also says that early on, before their carcass transformations, it was effective against the disease, making it sound like the alchemists do have the ability to make a real cure for the disease if they wanted to. But in Simon's mind, this twisted, forced evolution is the cure that the people need. And that note from the Malum District about the doctor spreading the blue medicine who had a cane sounds a lot like our new arch nemesis. So the alchemists serving under Simon's orders have been purposefully spreading this petrification disease throughout Krat, advertising this elixir as a cure to the problem that they created in controlled test groups, like the quarantined Malum District or St. Frangelico's Cathedral. That way, they can gather this potent ergo, all while creating some evolved humans in the process. The many failures serving as further research opportunities to refine the elixir even further, or simply reducing these human beings into recycled ergo for the alchemists to use. A win-win situation for them, a plan as evil as it is twisted. And Sophia, as a listener, is seemingly the only person in Krat able to communicate with the ergo of what used to be people, claiming that she gained this power because of ergo wanting someone to hear that it was once human, it likely crying out in pain since everyone in Krat just looked at it as an energy source, ignorant to the fact that these were once people who were still aware enough to communicate with her. Even that sad-looking gold coin tree in Hotel Krat was created from other listeners, the fruits themselves being tears of those that had become trees. Sophia worrying that they have plans to make her create another one or something much worse. Simon being the reason that this place has become home to so many monsters, as well as the petrification disease that's taken the lives of countless people and children who did nothing wrong. Sophia also tells us that the King of Puppets was just trying to stop Simon. That's why he had Fuoco send his army to the cathedral, not to kill the humans taking refuge there, but to put a stop to the carcasses. And this is the very reason that Sophia woke P up in the first place, to defeat Simon and put an end to his madness and all of this death. And without the King of Puppets, he is the only one capable of saving Krat, our true final objective finally being laid out to us. Reach the Isle of Alchemists and put a stop to Simon once and for all. Only getting there won't be so easy. And before we leave, we can get a look at this Saintess of Mercy statue. And taking a closer look at the key that Simon gave us to reach this place, it was a masterpiece created by the genius engineer Camille, the same woman that meant a lot to Geppetto before her death. This being the statue that brought back to life the puppets under golden divine protection, showing a Saintess holding a golden puppet with its heart in her hands. Not so different than the mechanical heart that powers P. And while we know their grand plan, there's still more to be learned about the alchemists and Simon himself. And whew, hopefully you're still with me. There were definitely a lot of truth bombs thrown at us at the same time. But we finally know the truth behind Ergo, the petrification disease, puppets becoming self-aware, and the man at the root of all these issues. And just behind the Saintess of Mercy statue, we find a book. So said Pistrus 1. And to make things much easier to understand going forward, I'll tell you the not so shocking secret that's revealed to us in another note much later. Simon's full name is Simon Pistrus Manus. Pistrus being Latin for sea monster, Pinocchio's final antagonist in every version of the story that I've come across, whether the sea monster be a shark or a giant whale named Monstro. Well, in the bad one, it was the theater director Mancha Fuoco, but obviously we don't count that one. The book reading, I, Adriana, recorded for the brothers and sisters. Praise Pistrus, the one who will swallow even God. Listen, my brothers and sisters. I, Pistrus, shall tell you about the world's secrets. In the beginning, it was a wish. It had to be a wish. It's the only paradise perishable humans can have. For thousands of years, humans' wishes perished. But one reached a star. That was a miracle. More so because that star was a very good one. The star answered the humans and descended to Earth. Then, everything began. The cube we got from Giangio earlier did say the people of ancient Krat knew how to bottle a wish upon a star. Although, I'd hardly call Simon a reliable source. Anyways, after all of that information, P finally makes his way out of the Grand Exhibition, where he once again bumps into the Red Fox and Black Cat.
Ciao, Bello. It seems you and I share a strong connection.
They might be assholes that work for the alchemists, but it's nice knowing that they don't seem to hold a shred of loyalty towards them. Or us, really. Despite that, the Red Fox makes an odd request of us. It seems as though reporter Cat over there is slowly losing his eyesight due to a slow-working illness. Something that can supposedly only be treated with gold coin fruit. And it seems like that's the whole reason they've been working for the alchemists in the first place. And more than likely the Black Rabbit Brotherhood, since they too were snatching gold coin fruit under everyone's nose. And while we certainly don't owe them anything, I'm a forgiving guy, what can I say? Besides, they haven't done anything to really screw us over yet.
We knew you were a true friend, and generous.
That's right. I liked you from the start, you know? Just had a feeling. If you felt otherwise, that wasn't me.
See? You were mistaken, they liked me the whole time. But they do have another job for the alchemists to take care of, apparently. At least we aren't enemies, though. And right after, we get to hear from someone whose intentions never need to be brought into question.
Wow! You need me? I was surprised when the bell rang.
Who tells us what he knows about the Isle of Alchemists.
There could still be a way. A dangerous but marvelous mode of transportation. But it won't work without a golden Ergo. My research, well, Pulcinella did a lot of the heavy lifting, has led me to believe you can find one deep within the Barren Swamp. It's also led me to believe it is guarded by actual monsters. So, I can't make this decision for you. It's up to you.
Okay, two things. First, I appreciate that Venigni leaves the choice to P. Our father could learn a thing or two from his old puppet rival. And two, our next destination is the Barren Swamp. I want to die. And rather than explaining, it's probably best that I just let you see it firsthand. If someone were to ask you what your favorite chapter in Lies of P is, this is the only wrong answer. Welcome to the inevitable Poison Swamp, where the poison is literally the nicest thing about this entire place. I know the Barren Swamp came up earlier in this video, but let's take another look at a Venigni guide written by our darling reporter Medoro for the full story. Medoro agreeing that this place is definitely special, but not in a good way. Although it may cater to a few people with peculiar tastes. Yeah, okay. And that this place showcases many of Krat's shadows that most of the city doesn't see. Since it was already composed of swamps and ravines when Krat began to boom, it wasn't taken into account during the city's development. So, it's now used as a dumping ground for the countless scrapped puppets. Seriously. It used to be a coal mine back when that was their only option for power, but that mine is now abandoned for the better alternative, Ergo, which we now know are the memories and distilled lifespans of people. Cool. And that a few shrewd factory businesses developed a habit of continuously dumping the puppets in this uninhabitable swamp illegally. Something they kept on getting away with since Krat was caught up in the whole cultural and technological revolution happening in the city due to Ergo. Didn't want to bother using resources to penalize the people dumping faulty puppets here, I guess. Faulty is also a very broad term. Some of the puppets never even moved to begin with, just acting as waste. While some of the other puppets were functioning, they just had defects. Like this factory puppet that we haven't seen since Venigni Works. Imagine the amount of cumulative Ergo that is built up here. That and the waste affecting the land even corrupted the animals here. Maduro calling this swamp Krat's grave itself. Good news though, the city announced that they are going to turn the Barren Swamp into a park. And Maduro practically reads my mind, saying that they should take a look at this living grave of hell before mindlessly making commitments to development. Even with Ergo, cleaning this place up seems practically impossible. 2.5 out of 5, an attraction for those who want to see Krat's shadow. Long boots are a must. What? Can I get a breakdown of how you got to 2.5, Maduro? What is worth any points here? I have to believe that this is just the state interfering with the news again so that nothing in Krat is below a 2.5. I don't want to get hung up on it, but objectively, how the fuck does a dump with mutated animals and puppets get a 50%? Anyway, sorry, that just kind of blows my mind a little bit. Anyways, not to tease you, but we're due another trip back to the hotel since we got here directly from the Grand Exhibition. When checking in with Paul and Dina, Lady Antonia found out what we did, and that the alchemist's cure for the petrification disease was meaningless. Paul and Dina believing that our only other option to help Antonia is a gold coin fruit. Before speaking to the expert Gianjo, we also noticed that Belle from the Grand Exhibition made it back here too, apologizing for how she acted. It's cool, lady. I'd be stressed out if I was all alone in that place too. She's actually a soldier from outside of Krat and got separated from her partner while investigating what's going on here. So she wants to stay here at the hotel until she meets up with her partner. Fine with me. I mean, after all, Antonia runs the place, but I kind of run shit around here, let's be honest. Eugenie also asks us to do her a favor. One that doesn't put us in danger, believe it or not. We just need to give a glove to Alidoro. She'd give it to him herself, but he's in the Barren Swamp. So much for not putting us in danger, Eugenie. I can never be mad at you though. And looking at it, it's a handmade glove with only 4 fingers. Apparently, Alidoro saved her from a collapsed workshop tower before she starved to death, and seemingly only has 4 fingers. Really? Alidoro. He didn't really strike me as that kind of guy, so maybe I misjudged him a bit. Checking in with our BFF, he's happy that we saved yet another person, believing that saving people is its own reward and everyone deserves some help every now and then. After all, it's not like he needs the money.
If we who live through times like this don't live the best lives we can, we dishonor the memories of all we have lost. Honoring the lost is why I do what I do. In a way, I envy the dead. They don't have to know what it's like to remember that they're gone.
Whoa, pretty deep stuff, Venigni. P also asks him about the Grand Covenant, the rules that are imprinted on every puppet. Venigni saying that Geppetto and him created it to prevent something like this from happening in the first place, as we know. Acting is the equivalent of a conscience in every puppet. Him blaming its failure on their lack of understanding about Ergo. And Venigni brings up a really good question.
So, the King of Puppets, how did he get around the Covenant, I wonder? He used the Ergo wavelengths, but what did he do to their consciences? However, it's a different story when a single puppet cracks the safety device of so many puppets. Does the Grand Covenant break when their ego awakens? Or did someone cause the frenzy after lifting the Grand Covenant? If it's the former, the King of Puppets is the culprit. If it's the latter, the King of Puppets is a means to an end. I am but a simple, brilliant genius and a man about town. I do not pretend to be otherwise. That is why I'm asking you to solve this. Everything depends on what you do now and your choices.
Don't worry, my friend, we'll figure it out. Anyways, back to the gold coin fruit for Antonia. Gianjo has made progress on the gold coin fruit cure for the disease. Only, there's a problem. It's with a heavy heart that I tell you that it's progressed too far in Antonia at this point. While this magical fruit is capable of potentially curing it, it can't simply fix organs that have died as a result of it, which gives us a choice. A longer but painful life with the disease, or a shorter but peaceful end with Gianjo's cure. We should probably speak with Paul and Dina first, since it was his idea and it's about the one that he's in love with.
I cannot make this choice. Every option is painful. I cannot know what's best for her. What would you choose?
He leaves the choice up to us. And since death is unfortunately unavoidable for her, if it's up to me, I'd rather her go peacefully, enjoying her last moments in this safe haven that she's created for so many people. Paul and Dina going along with it. So we'll be sure to check back in on our Gam in a little bit. But okay, enough of that. Let's go deal with this Barren Swamp. As it's a faulty puppet dumping ground, we get a wide variety of evil puppets, many of which we've already seen before, like this one. Oh shit. Yep, another mad clown puppet like the one on Rosa Isabelle Street. Yup, bear traps too. Eventually though, we make a funny shortcut back to the Stargazer with a minecart, and we can hear a familiar voice.
Those damn alchemists. The terms of the bargain, almost intolerable. Well, it's not like I care about those hotel people anyway. But there are limits.
Dude, I'm right here.
How do you do? It's quite odd that we should meet in a place like this. Oh, don't pretend surprised that I got here before you. After all, I can elude the darkest monsters, the loftiest beings. In fairness, I do benefit from your prowess as well. I shall tell you something since we're nearly peers. They say a terrible monster lives on the cliff at the end of the swamp. It behaves like a crow, gathering shiny things. I have absconded with treasures from its lair, rare parts and weapons worthy of a hero.
So, there's a monster that gathers shiny things in its lair lurking in this place. Alidoro, naturally, hoping that we take it out so he can reap the rewards. He sure sounds a lot different than the way Eugenie described him. Oh, that's right! We have to give him a glove specifically made for his hand that's missing a finger.
What's this? A gift for a rescuer. From a technician girl. I don't remember. I've saved so many of the common people. Anyway, thank her, I suppose. Oh. Oh dear. These gloves are a mess. They don't even fit. Is this a practical joke? My God, I never did like that girl. She's just like him. Oh, never mind. I thought you had better taste than this. How disappointing. Get these rags out of my sight.
I've never hated anyone so quickly. And it doesn't fit? Why would Eugenie make a 4-fingered glove if he didn't have 4 fingers? When we speak to her back at the hotel...
Did the gloves make Alidoro happy?
Yeah, no way I'm telling her the truth.
Really? What a relief. I'm confident in my weapons, but it was my first time making gloves, so I was a little nervous. Okay, more than a little. Gloves seemed a logical gift because I know he lost a finger. I was there, after all. When the workshop tower collapsed, the Hound lost a finger saving me.
So the heroic Alidoro that saved Eugenie lost a finger during her rescue. And the one we know is a gigantic piece of shit who has all of his fingers. Back in the swamp though, look! Puppet ballistas. Are you shitting me? Seems like back in Krat's early days, they set up some defenses here in the swamp. And after taking out the machine and the puppet operating it, we find a note expanding on that monster maybe Alidoro told us about. The green monster is cleverer than you think. It likes to collect puppet bodies, but what for? Also, I want to point out that we're going to get through the swamp fairly quickly since we have a lot to get to in this already long video. But it takes a lot longer to clear this place out than it seems. Just saying. There is, however, one big positive about this place.
Wow, so they do exist. Other puppets like me not bound by the Grand Covenant. I thought I was forever alone. Without the Covenant, my kind hates me. Monsters, humans, puppets, they all hate me. But I want to be friends with humans.
Broken puppet. BP is a puppet whose ego is awoken, except here he is, stuck in a broken puppet's body in the middle of a swamp with countless others that look exactly like him. And to make it worse, he just wants some friends, a role that I'm more than happy to fill. He wants to learn more about humans and how they think and how they feel. So through the power of emotes, we can teach him about these feelings. And I can't help but be proud of our boy P in a situation like this, teaching another puppet how to feel and act like a human, showing just just how far he's come since Sophia brought him to life. He's becoming a real boy. Anyways, hope you enjoyed that brief moment of happiness, because it's all downhill from here. The next section is a huge open area with 2 puppets of the future wandering around, and yet another puppet ballista. However, we can also find a hut in this gigantic place, with a stalker wearing an owl mask just standing in the basement. Kinda creepy. I'm sure you can guess where this is going to go.
Ah, this must be quite an urgent patient to seek out my humble abode. You are still breathing. I must treat you quickly. Krat cannot have any more live patients. Trust me, it's better this way. 'Tis far nobler to die as a human.
I love me a good crazy person in these games. But yeah, this used to be a doctor that has gone a little bit crazy living here all alone in the swamp, deciding that in his professional opinion, people are better off dying as humans rather than monsters. So he's crazy and dangerous, but I mean, hey, at least he means well. I'd rather die than turn into one of those carcass monsters. He also seems to be struggling to remember important things about his life.
I remember now. My Adelina.
Adelina, Krat's prima donna that poisoned her sister. Do you remember that treasure hunt that I went on earlier? We got the owl doctor's hunting apparel and there was a message for Adelina. He bought her an apartment, what was supposed to be their first home together. But after the puppet frenzy, it was supposed to serve as a safe haven for her. But going off of what she said about being tricked by someone who likes riddles, it seems that Arlecchino convinced her to go to the opera house instead. Taking a look at the owl doctor's message, it seems like he was escorting the alchemists to St. Frangelico's Cathedral and then to the Grand Exhibition. Him believing that he was handing out cures to the Petrification disease to refugees, as he is both a stalker and a doctor after all. And while what happened next isn't exactly clear, it's safe to say that when he found out what the cure he had been giving people truly was, it broke him. His journal in the room that we fought him in reads, "I am not number 890. Name, Precious Forgotten." As far as the 890 goes, I'm not sure. Maybe the alchemists conducted some kind of experiment on him after his likely strong reaction to the truth. Or maybe it's something that simply made sense to him in his delusions. Whatever the case was, the once happy couple are now both dead, which in his broken mind is probably for the best. But back to the swamp, we run into that decommissioned old coal mine that Medora was writing about, now infested with, you guessed it, carcasses. This place just has everything, doesn't it? Oh, I can't stand this fucking place. Of course. It could have been worse. Up ahead are more infinite boulders made up of broken puppets, and more carcasses, and a gigantic monster bear. Please help me. When we finally do make it out of that coal mine, our reward is my least favorite puppet to fight in the entire game. Who the fuck? It actually startled me. Meet the Mischievous Puppet, an incredibly fitting name. This thing does not abide by any of the rules of what we've learned up to this point. It has a ton of health, slams all over the place nonsensically, and also just yeets you if you can't dodge in time. Seriously, the most unpredictable enemy in the game, in my unprofessional opinion. So surely I don't need to tell you how it worked out. This is psychotic. How many jumps was that? The only saving grace of these things is that there's only 2 in the entire game and they don't respawn. The devs were probably well aware of the unholy monster that they created. But it's after that nightmare that we reach another ballista that was preventing us from exploring the place. So when that's taken care of, we loot the rest of the swamp as well as have 2 very long battles with the puppets of the future. Like I said, this place is longer than I'm making it look. So after cleaning up the swamp a bit, we reach a bridge where this happens.
Whoa! An earthquake! That came from the direction of Krat Central Station. Oh, this could be bad, pal. Really, really bad.
An earthquake near the station, huh? After the bridge, though, we run into yet another stalker. Except this one is friendly, believe it or not.
Hey, are you a treasure hunter too? Strange to meet someone in my line of work. I know how this looks, but I'm not a thief or anything. I am on a serious expedition. You wouldn't happen to know a treasure hunter named Alidoro, would you? I'm a big fan.
Yup, we have an Alidoro fanboy. Probably best for Hugo here if we don't introduce the two of them. But he's looking for a way inside of this hermit's cave to grab some treasure inside, telling us to come back and visit since he might be able to open it up eventually. I like this guy. When we ask him about Alidoro, he starts fanboying pretty hard. That he isn't a thief, but a pro who excavates antiquities methodically, with a ton of knowledge about Krat at his disposal. Although lately, there have been some rumors floating around about him being, well, kind of an asshole. Fraud, theft, assault, stuff like that. They even have a wanted poster for him. Hugo writing them off as others being jealous of his hero, believing that the alchemists must be behind these lies. He also references what he did to Eugenie, sacrificing his finger to save her in that disaster at the workshop. Definitely sounds leagues different than the Alidoro that we've come to know. The wanted poster even goes as far as to say that he's charged with impersonation. And very good at tricking people, so watch out. And lastly, Hugo, being the kind soul that he is, gives us one of those treasure vessels for Venigni to decipher for us. Something that I did right away to procrastinate, but I've done enough of that in this video. So say goodbye to Hugo because we have the worst that the swamp has to offer us just ahead. Green monster of the swamp. Now, while you can certainly call carcasses monsters, at the end of the day, they were people who were given the alchemist's elixir. This thing, though, straight up monster. And before Overture, it wasn't that uncommon for people to pick this thing as the hardest boss in the game. Definitely the toughest one we've come across so far, I'd say. But how can I talk up this boss so much when I'm about to beat him on my first try? Yeah, this is where shit gets real. Okay, where to start with this guy? He has a mix of incredibly fast combos and slow delayed hits. Lots of attacks you need a perfect parry or run away from. And probably worst of all, he constantly inflicts you with decay. Not only does it slowly lower our health, but it rapidly depletes our weapon's durability. So in the middle of this already incredibly tense boss fight, you're forced to sharpen your weapon, which takes quite a bit if you let it get too low. It was a good first try though, if I do say so myself. I can't believe I made it that far. Thankfully, it turns out 3 was the lucky number. So let's take a look at a Sentry's notebook nearby to learn some more about the swamp monster from someone else's experience with it. Why in the world is that thing even here in Krat? I thought they were joking when the city dispatched me to catch the monster. I figured it was probably a broken puppet or a bear with the petrification disease. The green thing is huge. What on earth did it eat in the swamp to grow so big? I don't think it's the waste problem. I've observed it. It obsessively protects its nest and likes to bring its toys there. The puppet bodies aren't used just as toys. This thing sucks Ergo from scrapped puppets before playing with what's left. It feeds on Ergo, and that's why it grows so big. This whole area is a feast for it. I need to report this. And for the final entry, blasted bastards, screw you all. I think that green guy was made by the alchemists for sure. Or he's their mistake. How else can they ignore a backup request like this? They're always like this. If something is unfavorable, they just ignore it. Why did they send us? Are we prey, not hunters? That guy is watching us more and more. He definitely knows we're here. He's looking at us like we're toys. Well, just like practically everything else in Krat, big surprise, it was the alchemists. Likely a failed experiment of theirs that they not only let roam around this barren swamp, but also continue to observe over the years. Them possibly sending that sentry to their death for no other reason than to observe the monster's reaction to an intruder. The Ergo it drops even stating that some think it was produced by Krat's wrath. But whatever it is, there is nothing you need to feel less sympathy towards in the entire game. Plus, this thing, in all of its puppet devouring, has the golden Ergo that we need to reach the Isle of the Alchemists to put a stop to Simon. And let me just say, thank God for whatever game dev decided that whenever you completely run out of healing, it will slowly recharge one pulse cell. Truly makes every boss fight winnable if you lock in, and seriously makes you feel like the best to ever do it. And seems like there was someone just watching the show, observing us from a safe distance, huh? Makes you wonder if this was the guy that was observing that sentry while he was hunting it.
I knew you'd do it. I had a feeling you'd be the perfect bait. I got what I wanted thanks to you. The last hero weapon is finally in my hands. I knew where it was, but I didn't dare lay my hands on it. The swamp is too dangerous. Someday soon, you'll see. You have my thanks. And you've earned a nickname. Alidoro's best bait.
I think I hate him more than Simon. And back in the hotel, Lady Antonia is feeling better than ever after Polendina gave her that cure.
Come here, child. This is my first chance to get a proper look at you. It's a shame my illness kept me from seeing such a handsome gentleman. Oh, to be young again. You are responsible for this miracle. You have no idea how much it means to me. I have to stay seated as I feel a little lightheaded, but I feel the vigor I thought I'd lost forever. Thank you. Only kind people can give others this sort of happiness. I always treasure a day like today. Thank you. If Krat ever holds a proper ball again, I hope you'll ask me for a dance.
And without my intervention at all, P decides to play something for her. Damn, P! Where'd you learn how to play the piano like that? No, seriously, that's not something you can just pull off on a whim. But, you know, whatever the case is, at least Gam Gam is happier than ever, even if she doesn't have much time left. By the way, for the sake of time, I'm just gonna breeze right through this little detour. That cryptic vessel Hugo gave us sent us back to the Malum District, where we met up with a resident of the slums there. He pretended to help us by giving us a key to a treasure. It was a trap that P, of course, survived, and then he left. Boom. Not super interesting. Back in the hotel, though, we're able to confront Alidoro about his wanted poster and the charges levied against him.
Right, yeah. Let me explain. There is an unscrupulous reporter called Medoro, and he's the epitome of yellow journalism, and he only writes favorable articles if you bribe him. One time, I didn't give him a certain antique he wanted, and he slandered me, just like this.
He might have rated the swamp a 2.5 instead of a 0, but he's been putting his ass on the line to get the truth of Krat out there. The city even put him on leave in his pursuit of the truth. And don't even get me started about what he said about Eugenie's handmade glove. You better hope I don't run into you again in the wild, scumbag. To make him even less convincing than he already was, we find out from Hugo that Alidoro and Medoro were both really good friends. He even brought the injured Hugo directly to Medoro himself to help, as he too was caught in that workshop disaster. And and that despite all of this, he still trusts the kind-hearted, treasure-hunting Alidoro that he knew who pursued the truth. And I really wish that we could have met that version of Alidoro rather than the awful one that we're stuck with. On a brighter note, Polendina is elated that Lady Antonia is happy again. Happy to help, buddy. Belle, the soldier from outside of Krat, also picked up on a signal from her partner. Apparently, he's in Krat Central Station where that earthquake took place. Her asking us to investigate since she doesn't have anything to protect herself against the petrification disease spores. And what better way to end this catch-up session at the hotel than with our dear friend?
No! Can it be? It can! Are you hurt anywhere? Ha! You never fail to surprise me, compagno.
Was there ever even any doubt that he's the best character in the game? We just went through hell fighting that swamp monster, and he is literally the only one who is like, holy shit, are you hurt? You did a great job, my friend. And with that golden ergo that we grabbed, he whips up a lead-acid battery for us to use to reach the island. Him mentioning that the alchemists had a method of transportation to the island in their underground base. They ordered him to make those batteries so that they too could easily travel back and forth. And that we should ask Antonia about this base of theirs, since as we know, despite Venigni's wealth and influence, he was never allowed in the inner circle of Krat, preventing him from learning the truth about his parents' murder. But after visiting Antonia again, she tells us what she knows about this underground base of theirs. That underneath this hotel was a passage connected to this underground base. The location where the very first Ergo vein was discovered. Her and the hotel used to even work with them prior to the petrification disease back when Valentinus was running things. But after Simon took over, their corruption became more than obvious. And this passage is locked up tight. So that's our latest roadblock on our trip to the island. Picking back up where we left off, just past the swamp monster's nest, we eventually run into a facility with flashing red lights, until we realize that we once again find ourselves in Krat Central Station, where we began the game. We're back! And it's so much worse. I'm sure by this point in the video, I don't need to tell you what's infested this once relatively chill place. Really missing the puppets right about now. The question is though, what caused that earthquake from before? On the way, we find a frayed notebook with golden wings on the cover just laying around. I do not regret destroying the Saintess statue. I had to stop it from being used for humans. Of course, they'll find another way, but at least those who escaped will find freedom. If I have any regrets, it's just one. God, save that child. I came from across the wide ocean. From across the wide ocean? That's weird. The Saintess of Mercy statue we saw was fully intact and she was holding a puppet. Whoever wrote this came from across the ocean and seems to have destroyed another one that was here in Krat, seemingly intended for humans. Strange. And while trekking through the station yet again, Sophia speaks to our brain, feeling an ergo amplification effect coming from the station. Believing it to be the alchemists, she wants us to investigate. You got it, Soph. Just need to figure out how to approach this situation. Shit. You definitely spend a lot of this chapter fighting carcasses in this place, some of which have pretty impressive teamwork, I'll admit. Wow, that was like perfect. We can see from the Grand Exhibition sign that we're in the same exact section of the station that P first woke up in. After taking out a carcass lurking in our old home of the train car, we can find some things that P didn't seem to notice on account of him being alive for only about 20 seconds. I have perfected the greatest puppet. Now, that child again. And if you take a look behind our chair, you can see that there's some divider blocking the train car behind it. Letter from someone who has gone ahead. Dear Geppetto's puppet, who will come to this workshop train. I'm really thankful to you. A workshop train hidden by Geppetto, isn't that something? If not you, how would I have found this place? Unfortunately for Geppetto, I have the ability to read someone's memories. In Malum District, I had a hunch. They thought that if they followed you, Geppetto's puppet, they'd find the relic that he stole. And that hunch was right. The relic has been returned to our sacred place. Now that the stage is set, the doors will open. I know all this is confusing, but soon you'll learn everything. Thank you. You were a good guide. SM, or Simon Manus, who we now know is someone capable of reading the minds and memories of other people. A terrifying ability for someone with so much power and control over Krat and Ergo, who somehow knew that we would reach this hidden workshop set up by Geppetto. It's starting to seem like catching Simon by surprise is going to be impossible. And while looting what we can from the train station, there's a voice that immediately stands out.
Don't kill me. I'm a human. Just a soldier. Are you a stalker? Name's Atkinson. Krat militia. The suburbs are sealed off. There's no escape. Communications cut off too. Someone planned this all out. No idea who. Above my pay grade. If you meet someone named Belle in the city, tell her Atkinson died. A soldier.
Belle's partner, the one that she lost communication with. She mentioned that she had no protection against the petrification disease, so it's only because of bad luck that Atkinson happened to be in Krat Central Station when he was. He also left a letter with us, one that makes it obvious that the word partner meant more to both of them than just working together. Atkinson probably writing this shortly after they got separated as one final goodbye, reflecting on when he first saw her right here in Krat Central Station and how he fell in love with her from the moment that he heard her laugh. They were originally colleagues, but that quickly became something more. So if we are to survive and make it out of here, I plan to visit you with this letter. Please stay safe and wait for me until then. Sincerely, Atkinson. And remember what his final request to us was, that he died as a soldier and not as some mutated monster. Another lie. A lie that changes nothing about the reality of the situation and would honor Atkinson's final wish. So let's give Belle the bad news.
This is Atkinson's handwriting on the letter. When we came to Krat, I never thought it would end like this. Sometimes you meet people who make you believe they'll always be with you, but a life can be snuffed out at any moment. I need to stay alive to notify others of his death, but it feels like something inside me has died as well.
Yet another reason for us to put a stop to Simon's twisted plans. Back in Krat Central Station, though, we find a stalker waiting in the room we first fought that police puppet back in Chapter 1.
You lost, little lamb. Hand over all you got.
And, like most stalkers, a reference to the original story, where a pack of weasels tried to steal a farmer's chickens until Pinocchio stopped them. And taking a closer look at her clothes, she made a living post-frenzy by looting the empty homes of others in Krat that have died. Honestly, not that bad compared to a lot of other stalkers around here. But she made the unbelievably brain-dead decision to rob P on her way out of this place. Like, damn lady, you were right there at the finish line. But I guess she's pretty passionate about being a thief and robber, unable to resist one last mark.
I don't want to die. I just wanted a full belly. That's not so wrong.
Yeah, what was wrong was putting me in a self-defense situation, lady. Smell you later. After some final carcass killing, we arrive back in front of Krat Central Station. And with no puppets to stop them, the carcasses have officially infested the city. But while there are no living puppets, there are puppet bodies. Ones that have been taken over by this infection. The worst of both worlds, as they usually have some kind of gross appendage that can attack you from a distance. It also seems like that statue of Valentinus was destroyed, seemingly by that earthquake from earlier. Pretty symbolic of Simon completely taking control of not only the alchemists, but Krat itself. What used to be a secret that only a select few knew about is now impossible to ignore for anyone still alive here. Hopefully the hotel remains secure, since that front door security was only effective against puppets. Also, Disruption Instant Death is back, as we're introduced from the Nova Crawlers from Kino der Toten. Definitely not making my top 5 of favorite Liza P enemies. There's also another really interesting book in the area called Fairy Tale of the Three Brothers of the Workshop Tower. Thus, there lived in Krat a technician who made the friendly 3 puppet brothers, an alchemist who breathed life into the puppets, and a stalker who rectified puppets gone wrong. The 3 brothers built the Craftsman's Workshop Tower and made phenomenal puppets. The puppets seemed as if they're alive. The good ones helped the people of Krat and worked hard, danced, and sang songs. The people were extremely glad and everyone was happy. They said it's all thanks to the 3 brothers. The 3 good brothers lived happily ever after. I wouldn't blame anyone who just reads this and kind of forgets about it by the time they kill the next group of carcasses. But nothing in this game exists without a reason. And I think this is one of the more significant insights we get into how Krat operated before the frenzy. But we'll come back to that much later when we have more info to work with. And besides, we have bigger things to worry about. That's a lot of crowd. Remember the minerals we learned about deep underground back in the Grand Exhibition that were growing out of control and the alchemists had no solution? Yep, that earthquake was these things popping out of the ground, just like they did 600 years ago. And since they absorb Ergo, it's safe to say that this is a consequence of Simon's supervillain plan. Gemini mentions that this used to be the workshop's transportation base, and this had to be the reason that so many puppets congregated here. Really seems like the puppets had better intentions than any of us thought. Not like they really gave us much of a reason to trust them as they attacked us, though. Ooh! Yeah, not as easy to get around Krat these days. In one of the homes, we can find a message written in blood. They say when crystals appear from the ground, it's a sign of the end days. It's the end, we're all going to die. Everyone's going to die. I mean, I'd love to disagree with you, but yeah, sure seems like it. In one of the buildings here, there's a ton of alchemists, including these Mr. X guys. Might just be because I'm playing Resident Evil 9 as I'm writing this, but they're kind of intimidating for that reason. And there's a lot of them. So lore time while I clean this building out. Primer for workshop technicians. It starts off about how Krat was just a fishing village before Valentinus arrived here, having undergone a brilliant change since then due to Krat's booming puppet industry, of course, which was so efficient and lifelike that citizens began to wonder if these puppets had souls. Competitors at the time obviously stood no chance, although it was a rocky start when they were just getting started, beginning with a legendary craftsman, Geppetto, whom every technician knows about. And while the next page details his achievements, it seems that it was omitted, oddly enough. And at the top of this building, taken over by the alchemists, is an unexpectedly brutal boss waiting for us, the Walker of Illusions. Oh my god. And while we don't get much info on who she once was, she was given the same elixir treatment as Victor, except the elixir she was given seems to be a more up-to-date version. The truly complete elixir, as it says, meaning that Victor was like a beta tester while this woman adapted to the upgraded version. So another terrifying look at how strong these enhanced humans can be. She can even make another copy of herself, also capable of negating her stagger to make your life that much harder. Like, why? I really don't know what they were on when they made this thing. But thanks to a wish that I made on a shooting star, I was able to kill her on my second try. You also may have noticed that I'm rocking a pretty cool looking fire sword. Well, I went on my 500th detour before fighting that hellspawn. But for the sake of flow, I figured we should at least clear out this alchemist base first. Another cryptic vessel leads us to Hermit's Cave, and guess what aspiring treasure hunter got it opened up? So proud of you, Hugo. He didn't find Alidoro inside though, and it goes way too deep for his liking. Him deciding to check out the Relic of Trismegistus next. Best of luck, Hugo. And it seems that this Hermit's Cave connects to that old coal mine that existed here in the swamp. And it has quite a few interesting things to be found here. First is someone's report notes notebook, where the author realizes that this place, seemingly acting as another shelter run by the hermit that lived here, became contaminated too, with little water left for the survivors. The writer of this knowing the truth behind the carcasses as well, which is not common knowledge around Krat. Him reflecting on his dear friends in his final moments. Lumacchio is ill, Sophia is missing, Lorenzini lost hope. H is dead, and here I am, Medoro. Oh my god, don't you fucking dare tell me that Medoro died in here. We risked our lives and fought from each post, but sometimes there are no rewards. Still, some things are left. Something even power and lies can't hide, the truth. Someone will unearth the truth. Someone will unveil the lie, taking the extra steps forward for the people coming behind. I believe that was my role. I am Medoro, the reporter. My weapon was my pen and the truth. Now I leave my records to you who visit this place. From Medoro. It was because of him that we were able to put together the truth of what really happened here in Krat. We may have never met, but your reporting will live on, my friend. Krat will know the truth. After I defeat Simon, I will erect a statue of you where Valentinus once stood. As we get closer to the end of Hermit's Cave, there's more writings on the wall. The water is strange. I'm not sure when it started, but my tears and blood have also turned blue. I have seen the revelation of the blue butterfly. They have asked me to free them from this prison of time. The fairy is far, the fairy is crying. The hands on the clock have gone round and round to find the boy's future. And at the end of this passage is a giant carcass Trismegistus. Obviously, the one who wrote those messages, who, based off of his mention of the blue butterfly, has been in contact with Sophia. The hands on the clock have gone round and round to find the boy's future. Seems like this hermit also knew about her plan to bring P back. Whatever the case is, we finally finished the final carcass off.
Perhaps it's better to end this way. Yet, while the getting's good.
If you're like me, you might be wondering if we just killed what remained of Medoro. Well, thanks to this incredible human on Reddit, the Hermit is credited in the credits, while Medoro is not. So it was the Hermit. Although, this once kind Hermit remains largely unexplained in the grand scheme of things. It does seem like he had good intentions for the people here though, even finding yet another message at the end of this place. I leave the butterfly's writing here. Remember, you are human. Now it's time to get out of the string. Seems like this was written directly to P, but how did they know that he'd come to this place? Regardless, we need to make our way back to the city, where shortly after arriving, Sophia gives us some troubling news.
The hotel is under attack. Everyone's in danger. Head to the hotel and hurry.
Communication through Ergo. An interesting parlor trick. Quite the performance, Puppet of Geppetto. But your lies will be useless in the new world. The world of truth. But you are worth studying in the meantime.
What could it be? Come on, pal. No time to lose.
Simon's power seems to be growing. It makes you wonder just how long he's been able to observe us. And when we travel back to the hotel with the Stargazer, it's not transmitting. This was a well thought out plan to attack the hotel while we were away. So, just like the beginning of the game, we need to make our way through the carnival to reach the front entrance of the hotel.
Oh no. Hey, so there's something horrible in front of the hotel. It might be worse than what we saw at the cathedral. Alright, tighten up your springs and let's go.
The corrupted parade master. Not even having a cutscene, as there is not much that needs to be said. Simon's disease taking a hold of what was originally our introduction to the game. And needless to say, the puppet has definitely gotten stronger. But P beat him once, he can do it again. Especially with the help of his cool new black steel cutter blade. So with that problem out of the way, let's head to the hotel to make sure that everyone is safe.
You're alive. I was worried because I didn't hear from you. The stalkers have kidnapped Geppetto. It was the fox, the cat, and the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. But really, I sense Simon is behind this. First, go to the second floor and make sure everyone is okay. I'll try to figure out where they ran off to.
Who's there? I'll never open this door. You might as well give up. Oh, it's you. Is it safe out there? Give me a sec. Okay, come in.
I'm sorry, child. Geppetto has been kidnapped.
You're here. That's a relief. Being trapped somewhere. It's the worst. It's good to be free. Oh, sorry. I should be thanking you first. When you came in, you reminded me of the Hound. Probably because both of you saved my life. Thank you so much.
You have my personal thanks for saving Master Venigni, sir. Do look after him, won't you, sir?
Thank you for another timely rescue, compagno. I seem to find myself once again in your debt. I talk a big game, but when push comes to shove, I freeze. It'd be funny if it weren't so pathetic. Surely there must be something that only I, in all my genius, can contribute. But if there is not, then Venigni is here to help you in any way he can. Fear not.
It was a planned ambush. I'm afraid there's nothing we could have done about it. More than anything, I'm concerned about how it shocked Lady Antonia. All this mayhem is certainly going to affect her condition.
I'm sorry, child. Geppetto has been kidnapped. The alchemists planned the whole thing, all while we were hiding here. I certainly didn't expect an attack on the hotel. The possibility never crossed my mind. However, I think we can track them down. My portrait. Behind it lies a passageway to their base. The hotel had an accommodation with the alchemists. Long ago. Play this chord on the piano in my room. It'll open the secret passageway, and you can save Geppetto.
For the first time, P discovers what anger feels like. Simon hired the cat, the fox, and the Black Rabbit Brotherhood to kidnap Geppetto. Giangio is also safe by the tree, but he's a little rattled after the raid. And according to Eugenie, Alidoro is also missing. But why did Simon do this? To lure us into the Relic of Trismegistus below the hotel, which we can now access? Or was it for that relic that he said Geppetto stole from him? Thankfully, despite us not even being here to stop them, everyone immediately feels safe when P gets here, showing just how much everyone has come to rely on him. And back downstairs, Sophia gives us a warning.
Soon, you will see the Isle of Alchemists. But be warned, you're walking into hell. And I should know. The truth is, I escaped from there. I had to leave a lot behind. And that is why I woke you. Like you, clever one. I am more than I appear to be. I'm ready for you to see the real me. Show me that you're ready too. Please, save us. Save Krat.
And now, there's nothing stopping us from reaching this Isle of Alchemists and putting a stop to Simon once and for all. The path of no return. Not literally, but, you know, narratively. And before taking that path, when we reactivate the Stargazer in the hotel, we get our hands on a Star Chrysalis. Access to the DLC. Seems like the developers felt like this was a good time to give us the keys to get in there. And as I said earlier in the video, I was going into the DLC 100% blind. So I put out a short-lived community post asking when the best time to do the DLC was, not knowing that they gave you a blatant pop-up like this. With most people recommending me to do it after beating the game, if for no other reason than it's incredibly difficult. And at the time when I was reading that, I was like, I don't care. I love difficult. Little did I know that all of you were just looking out for me. Because my God, do I get my ass kicked. Hard. But my fate was sealed the moment that I learned that we get extra dialogue in the chapters ahead if we complete it now. And I think it was the right call. After the DLC, it adds a lot more weight to the events to come. But if you don't want an absolutely brutal experience, I would recommend probably putting it off until either the very end or when you beat the game. Some of the stuff will be easier to understand too, but I mean, hey, that's what I'm here for. So, sorry Geppetto, you're gonna have to wait a bit. Our Star Chrysalis bringing us to a broken down Stargazer, where we begin one of the best and cruelest DLCs out there.
I'm not sure what's going on, but we'd better check things out.
Welcome to Overture, a beautiful winter wonderland for about 10 seconds before we start coming across the dead bodies. Our first enemies being the inhabitants of this tundra, freeze crawlers and a messed up looking bear with some kind of saw contraption on his head. P, being the merciful soul that he is though, severs his head. And it doesn't take long for them to give us a winter-themed version of his iconic outfit. Something I will of course be wearing throughout the DLC. While making our way through these woods, we can find a flyer on the ground. One that's advertising the Krat Zoo. So I guess we are still in Krat. Gemini confused about how it's still there when it burned down ages ago. The view just ahead answering that question for us.
Is that? Yes, it is. That's Krat Zoo. How in the blazes? And I mean that literally. The zoo burned down a long time ago. Just give me a minute to think about this.
It's time travel, idiot. Pretty obvious, but it naturally takes Gemini a little while to put it together. And Krat Zoo is our first destination, taking out some wolves and carcasses. Keep in mind that the Krat Zoo burned down years ago, long before the puppet frenzy. So there were carcasses in Krat this far back. Seems like Krat Zoo may have been an experiment of the alchemists way back when, after looking at one of the circus workers' love letters to his snookums. The zoo employees being distractions to bide time before they could unleash their circus of monsters. His lover having turned into a carcass too. Because, you know, God forbid we arrive when the zoo is operating normally and we could just enjoy the fucking monkeys. And when we arrive... Whoa. Seems like there are more than just human bodies all over the place. What kind of sick freak did this to a giraffe's eyes? There's also infected monkeys put in cages out front, who have naturally just been waiting for the opportunity to burst out the second that we arrive, with Super Monkey guarding the entrance. And it was right about here that I realized just how rough of a time I'm going to have here. Oh my god, my greatsword is like useless. Yeah, they really don't waste any time showing you what's to come. But at least we're greeted as soon as we step inside.
Welcome to Krat Zoo. To think that you would enter this place while I, Onyekwe, the puppeteer of death, am here. Have you no fear?
Onyekwe, who calls herself the puppeteer of death. Yeah, sure, lady. And I'm P,
the harbinger of despair.
Inside is a book on how to deal with bears. Don't make loud noises that irritate the bear, and don't flee up a tree. But then what can you do? Play dead, of course. But the best plan is just to not meet a bear in the first place. Remember, good children never explore the forests alone, everyone. And hilariously enough, this actually works. That's incredible.
No, take your time. I'll just wait here, as usual.
While making our way through the building, we can find someone just barely hanging on.
Madam Stalker, is it you? You've come back. The Stalker with red hair. She helped me escape, brought me here. The bounty blinded me. My greed, my ambition, one mortal wound puts an end to it all. But I did find something. A clue at the Savannah Experience Center. Go there. If you see her, the red-haired stalker, give her my thanks.
A stalker with red hair, you say? One that saved him before he squandered it for a bounty, which we can look at on a poster that he gives to us. Looking for the stalker, Romeo. Contact lost while investigating the zoo. Last seen wearing a black stalker uniform and a ring engraved with the letter R on his right hand. And to seek the stalker Leia with any information for a sizable reward. Romeo? That name sounds kind of familiar, but I can't say the same about this Leia person. Was she the red-haired stalker that the dead guy here was referring to? And what does she want with Romeo? Well, whatever the case is, he told us to go to the Savannah Experience Center, so that's where we're gonna go. And needless to say, easier said than done. We can see some cool exhibits on the way, though. Thankfully, the inside of this place is relatively chill, barring a few of those carcass monkeys. That is, until we run into the carcass king of the jungle. Oh shit, I flubbed it. Let me me tell you, these things can take a hit. Kind of a common theme around here. And it kind of makes you wonder what exactly the goal was of infecting all of these animals and setting them loose. Did Marchiona do all of this? It really messed up these animals too. Just look at the jaws on these wolves. And similarly to what I said back in the swamp, this zoo is gigantic. Really. Granted, I was also getting footage and looting everything, but this first chapter took me about like 5 hours. This DLC was way longer than I thought it was gonna be. So yeah, we're gonna be jumping ahead quite a bit here. One interesting item that stood out was an ancient disc, originating from the ancient ruins in Krat, engraved with mysterious symbols, but whether these symbols represent a god or a devil remains unknown. Seems like we might finally be getting some answers about the early days of Krat then. And not to brag, but I was on a roll going through the zoo. I killed like every single thing in one go while grabbing all of the loot along the way in one life. And I want you to take a guess what animal ruined that confidence. Another giant ape? A carcass elephant? Yeah, try a fucking kangaroo. Why is the kangaroo impossible? I was so upset by this that I ended up getting tilted. I don't like it here anymore. Also, another elephant got me just ahead of where I died to that kangaroo. I was expecting more of the same, but I guess that I should have expected its trunk to turn into a dragon-like alligator. The fuck? Not my favorite zoo, I'm gonna be honest. As we get deeper inside though, we find some information on the edgelord Marchiona. It starts off by saying that climbing the path of ascension in the order isn't easy, and earning the title of Enlightened One is even more difficult, which Marchiona seems to have achieved for herself. Originally, a workshop technician serving under Geppetto, she rose in the ranks of this order due to her achievements, discovering the secret of what's called the Sacred Maid Puppet, a sign from God that opened the door to potential immortality. However, her true masterpiece was the Arche Puppets, or Arch Puppets, I don't know, I'm sure somebody will correct me.
Arche, which is not the case. It comes from Greek, meaning beginning. Beginning in Greek, it's pronounced Arche. Arche.
Arche, which spread the elixir throughout Krat. When the army of God is complete, it will grant the joy of evolution to every citizen in this land. Even the one who will swallow God will know our true loyalty. Awaken, evolve, ascend. Join the will of the order, brothers and sisters. The one who will swallow God is how that woman Adriana described Simon in that book behind the Saintess statue. We know that we went back in time, but we still have no idea how far. So is Simon running things, or is it Valentinus? Or maybe even the monkeys and the kangaroos. There is a letter in the area though that's addressed to Simon. Sir Manus, the key, has escaped, but the operation proceeds smoothly, according to the plan. We never found his hidden absolute commands, but we discovered a way to bypass the Covenant. We now have the ability to force more puppets to follow the will of the Order. My experimental Arche puppets will become the very foundation of the Order's great armies. With this victory, you must see my loyalty to you is absolute. Okay, wow. So first off, this Marchiona seems to be incredibly dedicated to Simon, confirming that this order seems to be under his control, and also that she discovered a way to bypass the Grand Covenant inside of the puppets. So was she the one who started the puppet frenzy? So many questions. And looking at this next area, a boss fight is all but inevitable. So naturally, I was expecting to finally confront this Marchiona. So you can imagine my surprise when this happened.
Holy shit!
Tyrannical Predator. That's definitely one way to describe this psychopath. And don't be fooled by the one boss health bar either. This is actually a duo fight. You have the Tyrannical Predator and also the camera. I can't see shit! By the way, that's not him taking damage from stepping on a pointy rock or something. That's me hitting him with my upgraded Fire Greatsword. Truly a baptism by fire kind of boss. The first boss in the video that had me strategizing back in the training grounds and shit. Which was a phenomenal idea, by the way. The problem was that I was just so much slower than the Psychotic Gator. So I threw the Black Steel Cutter Blade on the Acidic Spear handle and boom! I'm actually able to attack him a few times. Problem solved. I love this game.
The size of that thing! Is that how big they normally get? Anyway, that was a huge takedown, buddy. Might I say, you're pretty good at this.
Thank you, Gemini. That was actually really cool of you to say. Sorry I've been hard on you, pal. And if you thought that was the end of the zoo, think again. Thankfully, that did conclude the portion with the animals, mostly. On the way, we run into a forsaken Arche puppet of Marchiona's, telling P that we can't enter without her permission and she'll kill us. Yeah, let me go ahead and take the advice of a dead puppet. But welcome to the greenhouse.
This zoo is my domain, and you dare disturb it with your troublemaking, your ructions, your mischief. It's a wonder you got this far, but abandon all hope of leaving here alive.
Yeah, she is not friendly. And take a look at her puppets. Needless to say, they're incredibly annoying. They block a lot, but they also have a very futuristic look to them. Way different than Geppettos or Venignis that we become so used to. Marchiona really seems to be quite the prodigy. It's not just puppets in the greenhouse either. Also, alchemists. Not the weaklings that we become accustomed to in the base game either. Whoa! After our revenge, though, we find one of those tough alchemists killed in a very thorough way.
Whoa, get a look at this impressive handiwork. I've seen something like this before, but... Wait. Ever heard of the legendary stalker? If not, just keep going. I'll explain later.
Ooh, so we might meet this legendary stalker. The one that likes Laple Wee! And she seems to have had an easier time getting through this place than I am. Who are you? I honestly thought this was some kind of important character, but nah, that's just how things go around here. We do find another mini Victor in a cage here carrying an emergency directive from the Order. Their intelligence indicating that a puppet currently heading to Krat Zoo could significantly affect the Order's plan, posing a threat to their future even, with Marchiona and the alchemists serving under her ordered to stop the target's advance at all costs. Any puppet acting alone must be considered a threat. Damn, if this is about us, they really got organized fast. Then again, maybe we are being confused for someone else since it says any puppet acting alone is considered a threat. And something tells me that since Marchiona is a master technician, P's lifelike appearance is not gonna fool her. And speaking of Marchiona, after fighting our way to the very top of this place, which was very unpleasant by the way, we find her workshop. A very artistic workshop, as well as a message from someone.
This is a message for Marchiona, my sadly not departed friend. Important matters brought me to your door. I am searching for my lost apprentice. And it should come as no surprise that I thought you or your other alchemist fiends had taken him. I hope you don't mind, but I made a mess of your lackeys as I passed through. If you do, consider it partial payment for what happened to my other apprentice. As soon as I am able, I shall return to collect your remaining debt. Until then, take care not to die. From Leia, Florence, Monad.
So, the legendary stalker and this Leia are one and the same. And from her shit-talking Marchiona, I like her already. Also, Leia Monad, Valentinus and Isabelle's daughter, the most important person of all the important people, maybe. Before leaving, we also see a cage with children toys inside, along with a red ribbon that someone seems to have dropped. And it's only just up ahead that we see one of those summon thingies that confirms we have a boss ahead of us. I'm sure you can figure out who exactly that is. The real question being, can she be worse than the tyrannical predator?
I was told that murderous puppet had come to call on me. So who is this handsome guest standing before me? It matters not. You belong to me now.
To think I became anxious when told a fearsome foe had arrived. What a fool I was.
I know, beautiful blue lady. Don't fall for it though. This fight is something else. An actual duo boss fight. Her and her Arche puppet. Something I ignored on my first attempt. And I can feel such pain in my soul watching this footage back, seeing just how close I was to beating her on my first try.
Get in my way. Death is my domain, and you shall serve me for all eternity.
This is a fun fight.
Death is my domain. 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 Death.
Yep, this was a hard one. This fight is like 90% controlled chaos. Naturally, my first thought on my second attempt was to focus on the puppet, which proves to be completely meaningless since she just brings it back with full health. Meaning the only real option is to focus on Marchiona and watching her hands closely for tells, and either dodging or perfect parrying the puppet when it comes in to flank you from the side, as well as blasting your headphones for any sound cues. And unsurprisingly, after hearing that message from Leia, her and Marchiona seem to be rivals, except not in a lovable Goku and Vegeta way, since it sounds like Marchiona was involved with killing one of her old apprentices. She's also a big-time dominatrix, by the way. I know, Quibs, why are you telling us something so personal? Her interests are none of our business. Well, it's something I had to learn against my will, since every single voice line that comes out of her mouth is meant to drive that point deep into your skull. And as she killed me like 12 times, I've gotten to know her pretty well. I mean, just look at her key. I dominate all beings that I touch. This was Marchiona's pride and conviction, but even she couldn't have anticipated that someone beyond the reach of her strings would dare destroy her domain, hinting at P's inevitable comeback after being so abused, and her Ergo stating that the death she dreamed of was domination perfected. And this made her infinitely happy, but the death she would meet left her without a smile.
Don't you think I had no rival beyond Leia? It should have been the two of us, locked in a fight to the death.
I wish we had the ability to dance on her corpse, but we get that incredible ability only just a bit ahead. That key of hers leading us to a narrow cave covered in what looks to be a combination of blood and red wax. Can you imagine the logistics behind making this sculpture in an ice cave by yourself? Sorry, I mean, what the fuck is that, right? It seems as though we're pretty close on Leia's trail, who was also on Romeo's trail, who was taken by someone crazy enough to do all of this. After all, these aren't just wax sculptures. They're human bodies in there. She also seems to have left some things behind. The locket holding a cherished memory. One so cherished that not even the most horrific ill intentions and bloody pain could erase it. It seems as though it was a picture of 3 people together, although the blood obscures most of it. The tailcoat, however, seemed to originally belong to a cheerful person. Though not connected by blood, the boy regarded his master and friend as family. Tragically, that kind-hearted affection sparked a cruel curiosity in someone else. It seems like following Leia's trail may lead us to the cruelest and most disturbed person we've seen in Krat yet. Once again, things are getting pretty heavy. So do you know what that means? Welcome to the carnival! And what better way to welcome us than this little puppet angel right here?
Hello. Rosora wants to be your friend. Will you be my friend? Rosora wants to be free. But I need my shoes to do that. Please, please help me travel the world. Help me to hold your hand and dance. I will wait for you here.
I'll find those shoes even if I have to go to the ends of the earth. It turns out this poor puppet child was locked inside of a bird cage. A lot like the one we saw in Marchiona's workshop with a red bow. Blue loser, Simon Simp. But anyways, thankfully, some white butterfly woke her up and freed her, bringing her all the way here, but she lost her shoes on the way. As for why she wants to be free,
I have a precious friend. I miss that friend dearly. We played all the time. At the Rose estate. Our hearts were filled with joy. Rosora wants to see her friend again. That's why I have to go back there.
So, she wants to go back to the Rose estate, or in other words, the Monad Charity House, which seems to only come up more and more the deeper we go inside of Krat. Rosora was one of Pinocchio's friends in the Puppet Theater in the original story too. She was nice in the story too, but game Rosora solos. How can you not want to help this kid? But anyways, back to the carnival. And unlike that lame-ass carnival back in Krat, this one kicks ass. Honest to God, I have no idea why they started the DLC with Krat Zoo and not this. I could see so many people tapping out before they get here. Besides just the fun atmosphere, there's actually a lot of games and events that you can participate in for some cool rewards. We can find another short note from the Order showing that they're anticipating an ambush from Leia and preparing themselves. But who gives a shit about that? Look at me knock down all those little dolls with style. Fuck yeah. He also finds a machine depicting a man tap dancing, except rather than just enjoying it, he studies it closely, paying attention to every minute detail, which he then immediately masters for himself. Such a talented young man. I'm going to be tap dancing a lot from here on out, by the way, because it's hilarious. Even the hostile puppets can't be angry at him when he's able to match the rhythm flawlessly. Anyways, despite the many fun things to do here, it is still Liza P. And take a look who is just wandering around the center of the carnival. My God, look at how young you look, Parade Master. Back in chapter 1, it was like, how is this ugly thing ever popular? But looking at him now, I kind of get it. I don't know if it's the same one or just the same model, but I like this one. He's still as angry as ever though. And have you picked up on the one big discrepancy since we've got here? We went back in time years before the puppet frenzy, and yet the puppets are still hostile. Earlier, we found a note that said Marchiona was making progress on how to bypass the Covenant, so are the alchemists in control of the puppets here? Whatever it is, let's go through the highlights of this wonderful carnival before we go back to the misery, because trust me, it's gonna get rough the further that we get in this DLC. There's a whack-a-mole game with no catch, surprisingly. If I had to give it a Medora rating, I'd say 4 out of 5. The next attraction is some kind of fun house, but in reality, it's a hell house. Really clever of me, I know. I can't believe I wrote that. But I say that because of this puppet maniac right here. My God. What is your problem? I mean, just look at this thing's health pool. Makes me feel like I'm doing a level 1 run or something. It has a lot of tricks too, like cooking pea alive. Surely, I don't need to tell you what I did on his corpse after beating him. 1 out of 5. Next up is another hit the targets kind of game, except this one is a bit harder. Nothing that P can't handle though. 5 out of 5. Let's see, there's a broken down merry-go-round, 2 out of 5. And finally, the main attraction, the Ferris wheel, 10 out of 5, where we can get a look at the entirety of the carnival. And as Gemini points out, it's really our first time seeing how great Krat was before it all came crumbling down. Minus the evil puppets that we're dealing with now, obviously. But anyways, let's go back to our main objective. Tracking down the legendary, finding Rosora's shoes. Found them. It does not remember opening its eyes or why. Perhaps this life is a dream wished into existence by another. Once awake though, may it travel the world and live life to the fullest. So let's give her shoes back so she can do just that.
Oh, you found my shoes! Thank you! Rosora is so happy. Now I can run, I can dance, I can go anywhere. I can go back to the Rose estate. You gave me back my freedom. So here's a present for you. It's called Rosora's treasure. No matter where I end up, I'll remember you. The friend who helped free Rosora. I'll go to the Rose estate now. With each step the shoes and I take, I'll think of you. My new friend.
My friend! Thank you for this incredible gift that I will cherish with my life. A tiny piece of paper with an old drawing of a boy with black hair. I love it.
You like to dance too! Dance with Rosora!
Oh fuck yeah, let's dance. Like I said, enjoy the fun moments while you can here. And back on the actual main path, we run into another wandering merchant who's interested in a nice tea set that we picked up earlier. And after selling it to him, he gives us some info about our dearly departed backstabbing prima donna sister, Adelina. One of her greatest stage props was the Puppet Prince's imperial crown, something that was stolen as soon as it was put up on display. The one who ended up with it though seems to have caught a case of the turning into a disgusting monster, now haunting the sea. Surely something that won't pose a threat to us later. And we're just about done here. P just has to be rewarded for his incredible moves once more. Good job, buddy. Proud of you. And one final thing. In the area, we can find a key to a Black Rabbit Brotherhood hideout. And while thankfully they themselves are not in the DLC, we can find these hideouts for their outfits as well as some more information about the group. Seeing P in this outfit makes me sick to my stomach. Anyway, say goodbye to the most fun time we will be having in Krat from here on out. It was fun while it lasted. On our way out, Gemini reveals that this Romeo that went missing was an apprentice of the legendary Stalker, which explains why she seems so hell-bent on saving him, especially since based off of her last message to Marchiona, she seems to have already lost an apprentice before. Maybe the third person in the locket that she left behind? And just as we're about to leave...
Hello? Is someone there? You there? I hear you. Can you help an old blind lady? This easel before me. It's not supposed to be empty, is it? Do you see a painting on the ground? It's mine. Pick it up and give it to me. Quickly.
Meet Goddard, the blind painter, who dropped her painting on the ground and rudely asks us to pick it up, seeing that, it's just a blank canvas. She's a big fan of it, though. Also kind of begins to go into her past a little bit randomly, about how she was once a high-ranking alchemist, dedicating herself to human evolution. But an accident in the lab led to her losing her eyesight, and here she is. She believes it to be a blessing, though. And me too, since I'd probably be forced to kill you if you were still chasing human evolution on behalf of the alchemists.
What do you see when you look at my painting?
I'm not telling the blind woman that it's blank, sorry.
You have a good eye. This painting inspired me greatly. I lost my sight, but I see the path I must walk.
Fair enough. Anyways, after the longest first chapter in the universe, we finally reach a tram, taking us to a version of Hotel Krat from the past before it opened. No fucking way. Come back to me! Sadly, her movement abilities far surpass ours, and we lose her for the time being. Found you! A small kitten. She peers around, curious about everything in the hotel. Seems like she's a bit nervous since this is her first time here. So I guess she's in the hotel now because us from the past brought her here. Yeah, there's gonna be a few confusing time travel stuff like that, naturally. And when P sits on the couch... Please tell me you caught that. P fucking smiled. I mean, how can you not? But okay, back to business.
Well, a stalker. Or so I assume, judging by your attire and demeanor. And yet your face is unknown to me. To me? Ridiculous. You're a sweeper, perhaps? But no matter. Ignorant fools say that we are adversaries, but in truth, our relationship is not that hostile. I do so look forward to working with you.
Lumacchio, with one of the most recognizable voices ever, as well as the leader of the Bastards, the stalker organization that serves the wealthiest in Krat. And when we ask him what year it is, he understandably thinks we're on some kind of drug or suffering from the petrification disease, giving us some advice that foreshadows something a little bit later.
A word to the wise, don't trust any medicine that an alchemist doesn't hand to you personally.
He also tells us that the cure can be found at the Rose estate. Seems like everything is leading us to that place. When asking about Leia though, he tells us that we just missed her, and that she rode the elevator down below this place. Lumacchio believing she's chasing a poor crazed lunatic afflicted by the petrification disease. He also gives us some background on how she earned that title of hers.
Perhaps you've heard the tale of the Blood Artist. Just one of the monikers of a murderous puppet that targeted only the upper crust of society. It was a dreadful affair. Many a stalker tried to apprehend the Blood Artist, only to die by his blade. But he was no match for one in particular, who took him down on her own. The stalker not only beat the Blood Artist in single combat, but she utterly dismantled him. And she goes by the rather pedestrian name, Leia Florence, though most everyone just calls her by the loftier moniker, the legendary stalker.
The Blood Artist. He says that she completely dismantled him, but I don't know about you, but that weird statue we saw definitely looked like it was done by a blood artist of some kind. A copycat maybe? Whatever the case is, thanks Lumacchio. There's also someone else in this nearly deserted hotel.
Oh, goodness. A new face appears. How do things fare outside, Master Stalker? Let me introduce myself. I am Klaus, merchant extraordinaire and collector of rare Ergo.
This is Klaus, a merchant that hangs around this empty place. And oh god, that's a lot of questions. So let's do a summary speedrun. He likes watches. Leia saved him from the zoo, but he holds a grudge for how rough she was while carrying him. She was muttering something about her apprentice being in a lab. He tells us that Lumacchio is a really big deal, unsurprising considering that he must have connections to the wealthiest people in all of Krat. And once again, he goes on to complain about how Leia wasn't as gentle as she could have been with him. Yeah, he really complains about that a lot. But despite the whining, I can't explain it, but I feel some kind of strong connection to Klaus here. Almost like he's a long-lost friend or something like that. But he also sells us some interesting things that we can buy with ancient discs. There's only so many though, so make sure you spend them wisely. Like a new collar for spring. She loves it! But to once again bounce from fun to misery, there's a rather significant note just sitting around in the hotel. One written to Geppetto from Valentinus with tear stains still visible on the paper. My dearest Geppetto, it is my duty to bring you the regrettable news of Camille's death. Reports indicate that the job was proceeding as planned when a catastrophic chemical leak occurred, leading to a colossal mortality event. There were no survivors. Due to ongoing toxicity on the site, search and recovery operations have been called off. I cannot describe how much it pains me to deliver this news to you, my friend. Camille shone brightly with the light of genius. All of us, all of Krat, have lost a brilliant star. The Order will provide complete support for the funeral arrangements of Camille and her assistants. Mere currency cannot ever equal the friendship Camille showed us, but we hope that you will accept this as a sincere gesture of our sympathy for your loss. May trust and friendship between the workshop and the Order order never falter. Respectfully, Valentinus Monad, Chief Alchemist of the Isle. So it seems as though the same master engineer Camille that Geppetto commissioned a memorial statue of died while working for the alchemists. And he had to find out from reading a letter. Could not have been easy. We can also find another letter, one from an old friend. It's a long one, but it's more than worth taking the time to read, as it's the most important piece of the puzzle we've seen regarding both Geppetto and P. To the damned geezer known as the head of the workshop. We are still friends, so I'm writing you in that spirit. The tour is finished without trouble. The best part of it was visiting home again. That child also liked his father's hometown best. He'll make an excellent pianist, you know, unless he follows in his parents' footsteps and walks a more technical path. Whatever lies ahead, the only thing about which I'm certain, he needs his father. Of course, I hope poor Camille finds peace. We all miss her, Carlo most of all. He needs you, Giuseppe. He's a splendid boy. If he resented you once, he understands now. He wants to be with his father. You can't lock yourself away forever. Please, return to your family. A less civilized woman would have wrapped this letter around a cannonball and fired it into the heart of your damnable workshop. But I am civilized and serious. The child awaits you. Please choose wisely, with your heart. Sincerely yours, Antonia. Now, where to even begin with this? Geppetto and Camille were in love, and the two of them had a son, Carlo, the same boy in the portrait hanging in his workshop, the same name that P heard when looking at Romeo's necklace with Sophia. As well as the one that the puppet P himself was clearly designed after. The pieces have always been there, but this is the first time that they just spelled it out for us. After Camille's death, it seems as though Geppetto began to isolate himself from both the world and his son, immersing himself in his work as a coping mechanism. The undelivered letter he wrote back to Antonia reading, "My dearest Antonia, I am truly grateful that you continue to care for my son. Please invoice me for all tour expenses incurred and you will be fully compensated. Sincerely, Geppetto, head of the workshop." An incredibly cold response to a close friend that's been watching over his child, begging him to be in his life, something that Carlo understandably began to resent him for. Someone's necklace, which we now know was Carlo's, did say that he gave his graduation necklace to his dear friend, rather than his father, since it never seemed like he showed any interest in him. There is another thing that sticks out in the letter. Antonia telling Geppetto that Carlo will become an excellent pianist someday, a skill that we've seen P show us for himself. All of this, coupled with the fact that we've constantly heard Geppetto refer to P as his son. Did Carlo die as well? Ergo is the memories and distilled lifespan of someone that's already died. We know Carlo was staying at the Rosa estate during this time, so maybe it was during whatever disaster took place there. The same one that also killed the leader of the alchemists, Valentinus. The specifics of theoretically bringing his son back to life as a puppet still sound kind of impossible, but if anyone was capable of such a thing, it would be Geppetto. I can't imagine what he must have felt, distancing himself from his son after the loss of his wife, only to end up losing him as well, filled with both regret and grief. But despite the obvious connections between P and Carlo, there's still so many questions. First of all, how is this even possible? We've never seen a single example of this puppet reincarnation throughout the entire game. I mean, if he really was capable of that, why wouldn't he do the same for his wife? If he really did bring back Carlo in the form of P, why is he sending him all around Krat when it's filled with danger? Why not just escape and live your lives together? And where exactly does P begin and Carlo end? Well, if Romeo and Carlo were friends, tracking him down would give us more of these answers. All roads leading us to the legendary Stalker's Trail once again. But one final thing before we go back on track. A letter delivered to the garden, calling the gold coin tree a priceless treasure from the age of knights and kings, safeguarded long before the alchemists came into play, where he then lays out his conditions to secure all gold coin fruit in a carrier as he needs to find someone. Who that is, we don't know. And anywhere is open besides the basement. Signed, G, master of the ancient castle. G is obviously Geppetto, but since when did he become the master of an ancient castle? And what is he planning on doing with all of that gold coin fruit? Whatever the case is, that's everything for us here at the hotel for the the moment. Leia took the elevator deep underground, so ironically, just like the present, our next objective is entering the passage deep below the hotel, supposedly home to the first Ergo mine and the Relic of Trismegistus. You know, I gotta be honest, I was expecting more of a mine and less of a Zelator underground facility. And when we get to the front door, we find it already open for us, with a key of House Monad still inside. The Monad family's master key, labeled LF. Either belonging to Leia Florence or Lou Ferrigno. Probably the first one. And it's a good thing that P has his jacket on because it is cold in this place.
Did you hear that? Could that be Leia? No one in our time knows how she disappeared or how she died, even if she died. Here's hoping it's got nothing to do with this deeply disturbing alchemist facility, at least.
As Gemini said, this facility is owned by the Alchemists, which gives us probably our best look into not only how long they've been planning what's going on in the present, but also the lengths that they would go to. It's filled with many people who haven't fully undergone the carcass transformation, wandering around in their bindings while the guards patrol with their long burning brands. Definitely Irithyll dungeon vibes here, except thankfully these guards don't reduce your max health. This place is big too. Feels like a gigantic mashup between an insane asylum, a prison, and a laboratory. Home to some new carcass variations that we haven't seen yet, like a goop machine gunner. As you'd expect though, there's some papers that we can find in the area that clear some things up for us. The first being an interrogation log between an inquisitor and the one being accused. The accused apparently being prosecuted for slandering the enlightened one, Marchiona, and more importantly, the termination of one of their experiments. The accused seeming like the one good guy in the room, saying that this is not the true path for humanity and she can't keep creating these things. But regrettable sacrifices must be made to pursue the path of truth, according to the Inquisitor. But the one being accused of these crimes seems to be another alchemist, saying that they all have strayed too far from humanity's path. When asked if their purpose is not to evolve humanity, he says, "Only if we begin from a shared principle of morality. Just look at these carcasses, the abominations she's created. The ego and metabolism of the original patients are gone, replaced by nothing more than the instinct to consume and survive. They may imitate features and gestures of their former selves, but that's more akin to rigor mortis than life. They are dead. As moral beings, we must give them peace." The next part is redacted, but the one being accused goes on. "As an agent of the Salamander Division, I was present at the scene of the fateful accident. Back then, Marchiona meant nothing to the Order. She should have been disposed of. Instead, the elders decided that her abnormal tendencies held value and invited her to join the ranks. And they were proven correct, but at what cost? What kind of monster implants the heart of the person who raised them into a puppet? Did she even mourn the loss of Redacted?" The Inquisitor asking if they wish sentiment to stand in the way of the Enlightened One's greatest accomplishment. She opened the door to immortality after all. The accused saying if that's what immortality is, they'd rather die a human. So I know, lots of back and forth there. Back in the zoo, we found out one of Marchiona's biggest achievements involves something referred to as the Sacred Maid Puppet. Something that opened the doors to immortality. The idea of dying and then being able to live on again inside of a puppet. And this report says that she planted the heart of the one who raised her inside of a puppet. A maid puppet. The only question is, who was this person? The very first person that was ever brought back to life inside of a puppet's body. The answer to that question may help us better understand how P came to be. And after making enough headway in this place, we run into the warden, which thankfully Leia seems to have already killed, saving us the trouble. And after taking a nearby elevator, we find someone still capable of speech.
No! Mercy! Please, don't kill me! Please! Say the legendary stalker. Just let me hear! Oh, I'm not an alchemist. We came in with Veronique. Yes, and we were a vanguard. But it was a trap. The alchemists were waiting in ambush. The things they did.
Veronique, the leader of the sweepers who served the less fortunate in Krat. It seems that her and the other sweepers came here to deal with the alchemists, but it was a trap. Her and her stalkers, like this poor guy, used his extra bodies to refine their elixir even further. Among many other terrible things, I'm sure. This person not even sure what they did or who he's becoming. But unfortunately, there's nothing that we can do for him. And while I don't want to just dumb things down to good guys and bad guys, Veronique definitely leans more towards the good guy side of things. Like Marchiona, her and the legendary stalker Leia were rivals. Except, while they didn't seem to be best friends or anything, they definitely had a mutual respect for each other. Both of them seemingly doing what they thought was best for Krat. Veronique and the other sweepers helping those who couldn't afford the likes of the bastards. So hopefully we can save her from the same fate as her man right here. There's also some instructions to be found on the ground from Pistris, or Simon. I have come to a decision at last. A master who has betrayed the truth is no master at all. A church that has betrayed our trust is no friend of ours. We shall bear the light that illuminates the desecrated path of truth once again. We shall deploy all forces from the Zelator underground facility. Until we return, defend the coolant control room and deal with any intruders. No one must breach our sanctum. Go, defeat the enemies of the truth. Do not stop until the path of truth is realized. Awaken, evolve, ascend. Our immortality is inevitable. Definitely sounds like our whack job Simon. Just how long has he been planning this though? And how involved was Valentinus and everything? How did I trap myself in this corner to get gunned down by a carcass? Damn it! The gunners aren't the toughest things in this facility either. I'd say Mr. Ball and Chain here takes the gold prize. Just look at that health pool, my god. I know I keep saying that, but I was in awe at least once a chapter by how long I'd have to last in some of these fights. So once again, God bless the developer who had the idea for pulse cells to regenerate. Oh my god. On the way, Gemini believes that all of this experimentation had to have been to find a cure. Oh, you poor naive cricket. Have you been paying attention to the video? They don't give a fuck. Oh, something I need to mention. There's kind of a surprisingly short pool of advanced weapons in the base game. Advanced weapons being the elemental weapons that you've seen me using. And let me tell you, the DLC makes up for that like 100 times over. Beginning with the Puppet of the Future's Welder Blade. The Puppets of the Future being those gigantic puppets that took ages to kill. One of the most fun weapons in the game, hands down. And something so incredibly strong that I benched it just because it obliterated one of the upcoming bosses with ease. It's fun as hell, but it makes for a not so interesting to watch fight, if I'm being honest. While it can be used almost like a jousting sword with its heavy attacks, the true power is the light attack, a flamethrower. Except unlike a lot of other games, there's no fuel. It just goes off of stamina. So you can seriously just melt whatever's in front of you, especially carcasses that are already weak to fire. So much fun, and there's another weapon coming up soon that I was even more infatuated with. Back in the dreary facility though, as we make our way towards the end of this place, we can hear a woman's voice. Veronique! She's still alive. Gemini thinks her and Leia may be going at it, so we better get there as fast as we can.
My mind is unraveling. It burns! My mind's ablaze! Make it stop!
Veronique, leader of the sweepers, who sadly wasn't spared from the alchemist's cruelty. Still fighting for control, but lashes out at us all the same. And if I had to categorize this fight, I'd say it's a perfect parry fight for sure. As you can see, she charges up her hammer and then swings it with the force of 1,000 suns. And your life is infinitely easier if you can manage to break it. Easier said than done though, at least for me.
No one leaves this laboratory. For the sake of Krat!
And 9 attempts later, here we are. The leader of the sweepers is no joke, in terms of both raw strength and willpower, as even after being injected with all kinds of experimental drugs, she still managed to write a will while she could. This letter shall stand as my last will and epitaph. Many stalkers are collaborating with the alchemists in their vile human experiments. The shameless wretches. I cannot stand by and watch this betrayal. I plan to put an end to their treason. I leave this final message for my comrades who have pledged to join me in this attack. None of us will survive. I am truly sorry. Veronique. She wanted to put a stop to all of this, but the alchemists were ready for her before she even arrived here. The question being, how? Did someone betray her? Whatever the case is, as you know, there's no way to help her at this point. So all we can do is give her the honorable death she deserves before she turns into a monster.
Never give in. Forgive me. I did terrible things to you. That drug, their cure, it twisted my mind. I put you in danger. I'm sorry. Please, I beg of you, nothing must leave this place. This cursed lab. Those cursed beings. Their test subject. Created from the legacy of the ruins. The two-faced overseer. It cannot be allowed to live. Do me this one last favor. If you mean that red-headed stalker, she did pass through here. Back when I could still think straight. We were rivals once. In the end, she showed true compassion. I'm done. Head to the coast. Find Leia. I die as I lived, without regret. Remember me, Veronique of Krat.
Dying without falling over. Badass. And as she said, Leia is headed to the coast, our next destination. But as we promised, we need to take out this two-faced overseer first. And with the key she dropped, we can finally turn off all of the cold air in this place. And as we get deeper inside this lab, it only gets more and more twisted. In a Black Rabbit Brotherhood hideout, we can also find a receipt confirming that the Black Rabbit Brotherhood knew about this facility and had been helping the alchemists as clients for years. Another one of the many reasons to hate those assholes. Eventually though, we reach a more cave-like section of the lab before taking an elevator up. And it's here that we finally, actually, you know what? I'm just gonna let this play out.
I suppose I should expect to meet strange people in such a strange place. I smell blood on you. But, interesting. It's the blood of alchemists. Still, that doesn't prove we aren't enemies. Let me get this straight. Quite by accident, you found an object belonging to the legendary stalker at the zoo. If all that is true, can you show me this object? This is a photo of Leia and her two apprentices. This locket does belong to her. I'll take you at your word that you wish to help Leia. I'll trust you. For the moment. My name is mine to hold. But you have my word that I am not your enemy, nor Leia's. I consider any enemy of the alchemists an ally. Stay and rest a while.
The real Alidoro. He goes by the Tracker, but I mean, come on. I wasn't born yesterday. The same one that saved Eugenie as well as Hugo. And the most important part of his resume is that he was also great friends with reporter Maduro. Truly the complete opposite of the fraud loser that we're stuck with in the present. The question being, what happened to the real Alidoro? He came here with the intention of stopping the alchemists from using a relic to bring calamity to Krat, as well as the remains of an ancient warrior that was protecting it. That sounds scary. He also happens to be trying to stop the two-faced overseer, giving us a whistle to call on him for help. Something I will absolutely be doing, my friend. Alidoro here is keeping his identity a secret to protect the person most dear to him. We can also ask him about who seems to be a friend of his, the legendary stalker.
Legendary. Leia probably hates that title. She stepped up only because no one else could. Too many stalkers were lost to that evil, murderous puppet. But a great title such as that comes with many risks. And now, Romeo is in danger. Leia is desperate to find any news of him. It must be even worse for her since she has lost an apprentice once before. Would you like to ask me anything more?
And as far as what happened to her apprentice...
Trouble erupted at the zoo, and Romeo went to deal with it alone. Leia and Romeo had their own brand of justice. I wouldn't call them vigilantes, but they did their best. Regardless, Romeo could handle himself. Nothing should have troubled him on this mission. But he went missing. It's possible that this is some old grudge coming back to stab Leia in the back. Being the legendary stalker does make you a constant target to resentful enemies.
Has this murderous puppet she killed really come back for revenge? One that originally targeted only the wealthiest in Krat. Sounds a lot like what happened to Venigni's parents, don't you think? That article about Venigni's past said that the truth is that there's a murderer of steel walking among us. Too many coincidences. And speaking of coincidences, the horn that the real Alidoro gives us to summon him is from the country of the morning. The same country that Eugenie said that she was from. And one final thing, this small gold coin tree that Alidoro is also curious about. Sophia told us that these were created by using other listeners. So while the one in Hotel Krat has been around for hundreds of years, it seems as though another side project of the Alchemists is producing more of these trees. Anyways, as much as I love hanging around this new Alidoro, we need to move on. Down here, we can also find Goddard's art supplies, oddly enough. She did say that she was an alchemist, but weird that something so simple was somewhere so important. We also now know that she was involved in some truly heinous shit like the others, but I mean, if she wants to live the rest of her life as a blind painter, I won't hold it against her. Besides, she's incredibly grateful to us for grabbing them for her. Anyways, back to the lab. We can find a letter of reprimand from the Order talking about just how important listeners are to their grand plan. And it seems that there were a string of accidents leading to the death of one of these listeners. The next part saying that managing her was especially difficult since she had a very high position in Krat. And this accidental death of a family member of the head of the workshop union was something the Order could not even condone. Do not forget the exhaustive measures and even terminations had to be carried out to cover up her death and our complicity. The members who planned this experiment were also dealt with and weren't authorized to create linkages between listeners and the Great One's relic. The final part urging them to stay cautious while dealing with listeners and that they will be punished if they make the same mistake. Now, did you catch that reveal? The listener that died was a high-ranking member of Krat who was also a family member of the head of the workshop union, or in other words, Geppetto. So the listener that died was Camille, Carlo's mother and Geppetto's wife. That letter Valentinus wrote to Geppetto, while probably sincere as the two were friends, was also the alchemists covering up how she truly died. While it was an accident, it was alchemists taking the liberty to experiment on her for themselves. It's unclear whether Geppetto ever found out the truth, but it seems as though he was in no shape to question anything after her death. As Antonius said, just investing himself in his work. Whatever the case is, we have our own work to do. This two-faced overseer waiting for us in the next room. So let's do this for Veronique and with the help of our new friend.
I was waiting for your call. Let's finish this.
Here we go, baby. Just me and Alidoro against this abomination produced by the alchemists. Now, I actually went back to the hotel and used that cube that Giangio gave us for once, since half of the perks for it are for buffing summons, which I don't normally use. Thinking that if it's anything like soul summons, they have a high risk of dying mid-fight. What I wasn't expecting was that I'd completely obliterate this two-faced overseer thanks to a combination of Alidoro and this flamethrower. Tyrannical Predator, Marchiona, Veronique, all of them steamrolled me multiple times. So I really can't tell you how much it meant to me to just absolutely bully this thing with my bro beans over there. The only time in the entire DLC that I beat a boss on my first try. The worst is still ahead of us, my friends.
Rest in peace, wretched warrior. A hard-fought victory over a dangerous opponent. But we have granted its soul eternal rest. May this creature which woke to misery find peace. You showed great skill during this fight. You must have had a great teacher. In fact, your fighting style reminds me of someone. Well, my mission here is complete. I'll make my way to Hotel Krat from here. If you're looking for more clues about the alchemists, you should head there as well.
Wow, you're very poetic, real Alidoro. And our fighting style reminds you of someone? I mean, P just kind of came into existence throwing hands at a high level. Maybe he inherited that from Carlo as well? But with the Overseer gone, Alidoro now hangs around Hotel Krat, it now being home to both a cat and a dog that are very dear to me. And in just the next room, we get another glimpse at what Leia is up to.
I need more time. I'm coming, Romeo. I swear I won't be late. Not again. Not like I was with Carlo.
And there it is. The third apprentice of Leia's that she lost was Carlo. If you couldn't have already guessed by looking at the locket she dropped. I knew I liked her. That also explains why real Alidoro said that he recognized our fighting style. P seems to have inherited what Carlo learned from Leia, but she was too late to save him. Does she mean the disaster that happened at the Rosa estate? Hopefully we can ask her about it when we finally catch up with her. Anyways, after that reveal, we finally enter the Ancient Ruins excavation site. Alidoro mentioned that the monstrous two-faced overseer we fought was created with using the remains of an ancient warrior, one that was protecting a very important relic. And I'll give you a heads up, it's gonna get real wacky and existential while we're down here, as at the end of this place, we're finally going to find out about ancient Krat. Before that though, we bump into the leader of the bastards down here, Lumacchio. Wait, how did you even get here?
Well, if it isn't the lad who stalks the legendary stalker. I didn't see you there.
He also seems to already know what's happened to Veronique. I guess the head of the bastards would have access to information like that. He then gives us a key that he got from a dying alchemist, one that leads us to a tram to take us to the same coast that Leia seems to be heading to. Lumacchio also seems to be unsurprisingly really well informed about the inner workings of Krat, calling this place where all of the Ergo we use comes from. Only, Ergo isn't the only thing down here. The alchemists found something else, something that caused nearly all of them to immediately retreat. And the only thing down here now are these mining puppets that they were using for mining Ergo. As for what he's doing in a place like this, he calls it a pointless detour, wanting to do something good, as he says.
Veronique was my rival, but was she a hero? Yes, and
seeing her lead me to self-reflection, yes, it did. And as I reflected, I've learned I simply do not have the courage for, self-sacrifice. I'm no hero. There is no greatness within this coward's body. It seems I'm really nothing like her.
Yeah, she was definitely cooler than you, no offense. Good on you for self-reflecting though. And before we start making our way through these ruins, he warns us that what the alchemists found was alive, but not human. We've seen plenty of monsters up to this point, so I'm not really concerned about it. Anyways, as Lumacchio said, the only enemies we can find here are the old mining puppets from before the alchemists fled this place. They're kinda cool though. Like there's one that just breaks down minerals, but of course can also smack you. Ow. And for a while, it's just business as usual, until...
Don't pretend you can't hear me. I saw you flinch. Hello? Yes, you, my handsome friend. Surprised? Don't be. This puppet isn't really me. I'm... well, puppeting this one, you might say. But I suppose it's fate. You and I, meeting in a place like this. So, might I ask a favor, friend? That is, the real me, I'm, well, trapped. Though I don't know where. It's terribly aggravating is what it is. And embarrassing. Why did my colleagues abandon me like this? Anyway, can you come find me, friend? Just venture a bit deeper into the ruins. But be careful. We don't want you to get stuck somewhere as well.
We have to help them. They called us handsome after all. As we were warned though, it's definitely dangerous making our way past all of these alchemist-controlled mining puppets programmed to attack intruders. The worst of them is the puppet Terminator hiding in the waterfall. His favorite hobby is planting mines all over the ground and on our head. So how about I read you a surprisingly long hymn while I throw hands with this puppet. In death, there is birth. In change, there is evolution. We have faced the storm, survived calamity. On this path of ascension, we found our destiny. The two-faced overseer, forged from the flesh of ancients, was but a trial to prove the truth of our impending ascent. The two-faced gives way to a masterpiece, a warrior monstrous and strong, a great champion to fight for the order, to save the right from the wrong. We brought that force of nature to heal, subdued and chained it with iron and steel. Refusing to be the elixir's vessel, it broke itself, but it could not break free from its chains. And so we sculpted it to our will. Now it is forever bound to witness this song of zealotry, and fated to be chained below for all eternity. For herein lies the providence of sacred evolution, and may none break the order's volition, and nothing can stop the fate of ascension, for God has granted this mission. Remember in the beginning of the video when our only worry was the crazy puppets? It's getting real weird the deeper we get into this place. We also run into our new friend of the ruins here again, who is still having a hard time finding a working puppet to take control of. Don't worry about it, bro, I'll just come to you. And when we're about to cross the rope bridge, look at this bullshit. This is the chapter when my love for these puppets went out the window, but this still is not the worst of them. But after realizing how big of a headache it is to deal with, I opted to once again just run past it. Not my problem. Are you fucking kidding me? Don't worry about that book I was reading, by the way, we'll get there. When we run into our friend of the ruins again, he officially introduces himself. Alexander, an alchemist. A friendly one though, he insists, who was in charge of an extremely important experiment before he found himself in the predicament he's in now. A story that P himself even begins to question, learning what it means to doubt someone's intentions. I'm honestly surprised it took you this long, P. Alexander then says that he was originally on a date with the daughter of one of the most important alchemists, which he did not approve of. So the next thing he knew, there was a bag over his head and boom, there he was, locked in some incredibly dark place, not even being able to see his hands in front of him. His guess is a coffin. And I mean, even if he is full of shit, being locked in a coffin sounds pretty horrible, so I'll save Alexander anyway. So let's head even deeper inside of these ruins.
What the blazes was that?
Seems like that inhuman thing being kept here is nice and angry for when we inevitably bump into it. Did you see the secret entrance though? Taking the elevator back up, we make our way into a hidden area. Ugh. No fucking way.
Devours puppets.
Ring a bell? A little green carcass demon devouring puppets? That's right, evil incarnate. Time to put a stop to this pre-metamorphic green hunter before it goes on to make everyone's life a living hell in the Barren Swamp. The perfect excuse to whip out the flamethrower again. And as the alchemist's creation is still only in its early stages, it's thankfully much easier than its swamp counterpart. Still not a walk in the park though, but with this, we can change the future for the better. And there goes baby Hitler, off to terrorize us on future playthroughs.
Hey, get back here!
I've never related more with Gemini than this moment. So it seems like it's the kind of time travel rules where we can't change the future. P has always been involved in the events of the past, before we even time traveled for ourselves. Except Spring's bell collar, oddly enough. And a few other things. Actually, just stop thinking about it so much. As there is no way out of that pit, I had to fast travel out. And when I was scouring the area on my way back to make sure I got everything, I found it. The Arche Guardian Blade. An electric sword. And while fun on its own, the true enjoyment comes from the ability. What? Oh my god, I love it. Yeah, this thing is seriously so much fun. The lightning teleports don't last super long, sadly, but the effectiveness doesn't mean shit when something is this much fun. Despite being stingy with my upgrade materials, I did not hesitate to immediately max this thing out. I love it. And we have a perfect excuse to test it out against this gigantic mining puppet. Wow, what a mood kill. Yeah, I love it, but I did not find a lot of success with it in long fights. But that's why we have Old Reliable, the acidic crystal spear, in our offhand. This thing was actually pretty fun to fight though, mostly because it's really satisfying perfect parrying a drill. And just beyond that thing...
Rosora needs Ergo.
Rosora! What are you doing in such a dangerous place? Turns out she's feeling weak and low on Ergo, something she of course can't really gather for herself around here. So naturally, I give her the largest Ergo chunk that I have on me, her thanking us with some more rewards. First, a ruined secret gathering invitation, one only sent to a privileged few at the pinnacle of Krat society, blessed by money, power, and knowledge. An invite to the Devil's Pit. The alchemists of the Isle have spent the past decades trying to uncover the secrets hidden within these ruins. At last, we have discovered the great truth and wish to share our success with you. We invite you all to the excavation of a historical altar hidden within the Ergo veins. The contents of this invitation and meeting are highly confidential and intended for the invitee only. Invitee, Carlo Geppetto. Now, where to even begin with this? First off, why would Rosora have such a thing? We know that she had a dear friend back at the Rose estate, one that P reminded her of. And taking a look at this new piece of her drawing that she gave us, we can put 2 and 2 together. Carlo and Geppetto. Confirmation that Rosora and Carlo used to be friends as well. But now, back to the main question. Why would Carlo be invited to a place like this? And by who? Let's keep making our way deeper inside of this place. Thank you as always, Rosora.
You're sweet. I heart to you too.
Yeah, if someone lays a finger on my daughter while she's on the way to the Rose estate, there's gonna be nothing left of them. Anyways, in typical Lies of P fashion, the highs are met with lows. I can't express how caught off guard I was by this next section. It's another of those beefy double door puppets, naturally, except this time you're on a platform surrounded by water. Oh, I was so close! Alright, this is stupid. It's so funny looking back on this. I died to DLC bosses so many times that even though this puppet only got me twice, this was the only time I got pissed off in the entire playthrough. You can tell because I didn't even celebrate after I killed it. I was just silently seething. Just something about this situation is the worst. But with that mini nightmare done, we reach a lab deep inside of this place, with one of the tanks holding a brain.
Oh, delightful. My charming, handsome, generous friend, you found me! Ignore the puppet over there. It's my last one, so I'm keeping it handy in case I need it. Now, I don't know how long I've been in this stuffy old box. But I can tell you, it's too long. I can't even feel my arms or legs. Surely you see it in front of you? The box? Don't tell me it's a coffin. Please, get me out!
And here is one of the few times that we don't even have the ability to lie, leaving us with the brutal reality of the situation.
A what? A brain? In a fat? That can't be me. I'm stuck in a small dark box, ask anyone. My arms and legs have just gone numb, along with my ears, and it's pitch black in here, of course, but... Wait. That certainly would explain a few... No. That would explain everything. My arms and legs. They're not asleep. They're gone, aren't they?
And the worst part of this already twisted situation, this was his experiment. Despite many failed attempts, he himself was made into the first success, kept alive despite being nothing but his brain. Only, as this place is abandoned, no one is left to keep this experiment going. And there's a leak in the machine. Even in perfect condition, it could not sustain life forever. But with the leak, he only has minutes left.
I'm a brain. A brain in a vat. Does that even count as being alive? I don't know anymore. I've reached a conclusion. I have a favor to ask. I want you to turn off the machine. My future is mine to decide. Thank you, my friend. And remember me. My name is Alexander. Alexander Goodman, the inventor and, I suppose, first successful test subject of the Mindkeeper machine. And you know, I wasn't lying, I really was handsome. This nightmare is finally coming to an end. Thank you, my generous friend. Thank you.
Bet you weren't expecting that. I know I wasn't. Rest in peace, Alexander Goodman. We've also reached a point so deep inside this Ergo mine that we begin seeing structures that have existed long before the alchemists.
Amazing. No, cool. Sure makes you wonder, though. Who created this? And when?
Good question, Gemini. It's not just one statue either, as there's ruins to be seen all over. Carlo had to have seen the same thing if he really did accept that invitation. But the tram to the coast seems to have been purposefully destroyed by something recently. But why? There's also a rulebook nearby regarding that monster. 1. Only those granted authority may access the ruin's deepest site. 2. Leaking information regarding the excavation gathering is strictly prohibited. Those who violate this rule will be punished severely. 3. Entering the altar with 3 or fewer Baptists is prohibited. Experiments on the subject must be undertaken under multiple supervisors. 4. Entering the altar while in possession of high quantities of Ergo is prohibited. Doing so may agitate the subject and lead to unstable events. And 5. Those who attempt to unseal the altar without authorization will be punished severely. Awaken, evolve, ascend. The door shall open to those who seek the truth. Just who or what is inside of this devil's pit? Well, rather than just me leading you on with some questions some more, let me tell you a story, with the help of our favorite supervillain, Simon Pistris Manus. Looking back on the book we found behind the Saintess statue, so said Pistris 1, in the beginning it was a wish. The only paradise that perishable humans can have. People have been making wishes for thousands and thousands of years, but what if one of those wishes managed to reach a star? A very good star that answered the humans. A miracle even. We can read on in the next entry. This star that descended to Earth was curious about the humans here. So curious that it decided to become one. However, the humans at the time were so mesmerized by this being that they called it an angel. one with the breath of metal as it's described. It looked like a human, but it had a very special ability that separated it from the others. Immortality. The very reason that perishable humans, as Simon says, wished for this angel in the first place. But to the angel that was so fascinated by these humans, sharing its immortality was a simple thing, granting the humans' wishes as well as saving them from the death that they all feared. Another miracle. Another forbidden book, The Wish Granter, tells us more about this being that came from the stars. It had eyes that alternated colors between gold and rust depending on the light, along with an amicable smile, capable of making wishes come true. And it was at this moment that the writer knew that this benevolent being was incredibly dangerous. Not because it had an ulterior motive, but because it did not know the difference between good and evil. It seems to have had the innate desire to make these humans it was so interested in happy, bearing humanity goodwill. But its ignorance of good and evil turned it into a mirror, reflecting both the good and bad of humanity. Those who asked for their wishes to be granted will, in the end, see the results they've wrought. A hell built from brick after brick of good intentions. As my last wish, I asked it to return underground. In this way, the world will remember only its supreme benevolence. Which brings us back to the final entry of So Said Pistrus. While many humans died with hope in their hearts, the ones who lived harbored rage rather than death. Eventually, humans destroyed and burned their hope on their own. This is how the angel became the god torn to death. But today, there are definitely those that survived with the blessing. They, the immortal ones, still walk around and wish for the resurrection of God. I clearly told the truth I witnessed. Now you shall all follow this path. So the ruins we find ourselves in were created by the people of ancient Krat who worshipped this as their god. And while I've avoided comparing Lies of P to other Souls games since it's very much its own thing, the similarities to the people of ancient Krat and the Thumerians from Bloodborne are remarkably similar. People who coexisted with these great beings from the stars who gave them invaluable gifts out of goodwill, only for it to bring out the ugliest side of humanity. Many of those in ancient Krat who lived on began to resent this benevolent god, them either regretting their immortality or due to other people's wishes, leading to them literally tearing it apart. If you recall, Alidoro mentioned a relic that the alchemists freed from the ruins, one that is a calamity wreaking torment upon Krat, and it's something we've heard of all the way back from chapter 4, the Arm of God, the same thing that Father Andreas stole from the Isle of Alchemists. What led to him turning into the monster that we knew him as. The name Arm of God being more literal than you probably thought at the time, as it's an arm of the benevolent god that was torn off. And it's here that the alchemist's main objective is made clear, reviving this god that was torn to shreds, the one capable of granting wishes. Except with a bit of a twist. Now, that's what we know, and recontextualizes so much of what we've known up to this point. The one-winged angel that Saint Frangelico saw, was this the one-armed god from the story? And one of the things that stands out most is the petrification disease, as the origins of this disease are never made clear even when we complete the game. Now keep in mind, this is not confirmed or anything, and this is just me speculating. This disease is something that was established to have already existed in Krat hundreds of years before our time. And remember what it does. It turns someone's body to stone, keeping their memories and distilled lifespans alive in the form of Ergo. And countless years later, Geppetto discovered that you can place them inside of puppets. And in the case of the sacred maid puppet we learned about, literally brought back from the dead. While this god did grant the people at the time immortality, maybe this is some kind of corrupted version of it? Briefly going back to my Thumerian example, since I'm sure a lot of you don't even know what I'm talking about, it could have been a curse for what they did to this benevolent god. Something that re-emerges whenever someone taps into the power of Ergo again. Just like the alchemists did 30 years prior to when we began the game. And it would explain why they keep looking to this disease and using its blue substances in their elixirs. And this whole shtick from the alchemists about evolving and ascending, the reason why the Order employed Marchiona despite her unhinged quirks was because of her progress on immortality. That is their true goal to gain from reawakening this god, as well as evolving as a species. Except, don't misunderstand, they don't exactly worship this god. Remember what they call Simon, the one who swallows God. He is meant to turn into something even more than God. So, to summarize all of this madness, benevolent God granted wishes without differentiating between good and evil, something that eventually led to the people it loved tearing it apart. And now the modern day alchemists want to use its arm to revive it once more. Also, Simon is a fucking maniac with a god complex and wants to just consume this god to become something greater for himself. Which, looking back on his first introduction, he seems to need a lot of Ergo to accomplish. Whew. A lot, I know. But now that you know the truth, it will make understanding what's to come much easier. There is one other thing though. As Pistris said, there are those who are alive today who still enjoy this blessing of immortality, with hearts made entirely out of Ergo. And one of these people was a warrior, one who saw what the gift of immortality did to humanity, and he decided that he had to prevent something like that from happening ever again. So he took an oath to slumber deep underground in order to protect the only thing that remained from this benevolent god, his severed arm. That is, of course, until the alchemists found him. And not only did they take the arm for themselves, they even experimented on the slumbering warrior just as they've done with so many other people in Krat, shaping him into their will. Which brings us back to the ruins where we left off. Anguished guardian of the ruins, the warrior who so desperately wanted to prevent someone like Simon from reviving the god once again. But despite the two of us agreeing on that, he clearly is not the person that he once was. Looking at his weapon, a trident that we could have created with Father Andreas's Ergo, it speaks of a warrior who served an ancient king, one who vowed to protect his people from the cursed relic, even keeping his vow when his skin was mashed until it was green. Honestly impressive that they don't even pretend that the alchemists are remotely redeemable. He's pretty tough, by the way, if you didn't already notice from my obvious deaths. And since we already know this thing's story, I want to focus on something else. Remember that invitation Carlo received? Why would the alchemists want to show him this? He's the son of Geppetto, sure, but he's just a young stalker. So, I want to pose an idea. From what we've been told, it sounds like Carlo was killed at whatever disaster took place at the Rosa estate, but we've already seen from Camille's death that they have no problem covering up the truth of what happened. So what if this thing was what killed Carlo? I want to point something out you may not have noticed from the cutscene. Upon entering, P seems to immediately clench his fist. While not a big deal at face value, think back to all of the encounters that he's had so far. Has he ever once had any sort of emotional reaction? No, not even when he saw Romeo, Carlo's old friend and fellow apprentice. If that is true though, why would the alchemists send him here? To kill him? Or was it another mistake? Also, I mean, just look at how badly P beats the living shit out of him right here. Oh my god! That had to have been personal. And it's then that he uses the most impressive ability we've seen yet. Whether it was due to his innate immortality, his proximity to the arm of God for so long, or the alchemist's experiments, he's able to seemingly call on this God for help in defeating us, meaning that it does live on in some capacity. But it doesn't matter. Unlike Carlo, P will not fail here. How about that, huh? Bet you didn't think we'd learn the truth of the world and fight a gigantic monster using the power of God when we first walked in here. I also want to theorize about one final thing before we turn our full attention back to Leia and the murderous puppet. Crowd. A mineral that consumes ergo that also, like the petrification disease, plagued Krat a long time prior to the events of the game. Like the disease itself, specifics are of course never given to us. The alchemists themselves don't even understand it. Maybe it's simply nature's response to this otherworldly substance introduced to the world. Or, as the god's breath was described as metallic, maybe it's a part of him that consumes ergo. Maybe it's his way of taking back what he gave the humans he was so fascinated by. My best guess? The alchemists speculated it was a ruin's defense device, and since we just saw a warrior that dedicated himself to preventing this god from ever being revived, we've seen just how far the people of ancient Krat went to make sure that this would never happen again. So that, coupled with the fact that Crowd just so happens to absorb ergo and grow the more that it's used, makes me think that's what it is. But that's just my take. Maybe it's even the same stone substance that people turn into with the petrification disease. Maybe it's Maybelline. I know, a lot of maybes. The disease, Crowd, this benevolent god, ancient Krat. Unlike a lot of other things we focused on in the game, these things remain largely unexplained. So if anyone has any ideas, I'd love to hear them. I know a lack of concrete answers can be frustrating, but things like this are what keep people talking about the game years later, and kind of leads everyone to fill in the blanks themselves. That's why I kind of wanted to lay out the facts as they are, so you can kind of jump to your own conclusions about things. But anyways, back to tracking Carlo's old mentor, Leia. We find one of her old camps that Alidoro told us about, along with two messages. One is a request for an old friend, more than likely Alidoro, where she says if you're hearing this, she's likely dead, revealing that she is suffering from the petrification disease as well. Despite that, she still remains steadfast in her goal of saving Romeo, asking this friend of hers to prevent him from trying to get revenge or doing anything reckless on her behalf. And most importantly,
and tell Romeo. Tell him to be happy.
While that first message was bittersweet, the second one is the complete opposite, and I don't think me summarizing it can fully capture its cruelty. So as I make my way into the fourth chapter of Overture, The Coast, I'm going to let the message from the one who kidnapped Romeo play in its entirety.
To my dearest and most esteemed stalker, I wish I could personally see your face this very moment. How do you like my masterpiece? I poured my very soul into it with all my heart. I trust there is no need for formal introductions, of course not, for it is I, your dear Latino. You took many things from me. Arms, legs, a sunny outlook on life. And then you drove nine blades through me. All on your own. So, I have only you to thank, yes? I am grateful. Never in my life have I ever known such shameful disgrace. And such overwhelming joy. humans are intriguing to me, but you shall help me shape my study of humanity, my magnum opus. Yet, one can never be too careful, so you must be assessed, starting now. My dear stalker, I have crafted a test that will reveal your heart, your soul, your true self. It's a simple choice. Life is precious, so I wonder, which life do you value more? Yours or your apprentice's? When you have listened to this message, do pay a visit to the Rose Estate. I have something you want back, don't I? And you only stalker one way or another. I intend to collect that debt.
Arlecchino, or the King of Riddles as we've known him, who isn't only a puppet, but one of the most twisted individuals we've seen in all of Krat, as well as the murderous puppet we've heard about since the first half of this video, the one responsible for slaughtering Venigni's parents, the one that the alchemists and Marchiona were expecting at the zoo, who had the power to ruin all of their plans if he wanted to. But lucky for the alchemists, that's not what he wanted. He wanted revenge. Revenge against the legendary stalker Leia that completely destroyed him, but somehow, despite this, he was able to live on. And rather than just targeting Leia, his cruel curiosity brought him somewhere else. Her apprentice, who was investigating the zoo for himself. Him full well knowing that Leia had already lost one apprentice before.
That bastard! I'll kill him!
And as you could still hear in the background, Romeo still seems to be alive, but the splatters and saws paint a grisly picture. As for how a cruel and murderous puppet can even exist in the first place, we've already seen it before. Ergo contains the memories of what was once human, and whether it was by chance or an experiment like the Sacred Maid puppet, that is exactly what happened to Arlecchino. The ergo of a depraved and sadistic serial killer brought back to life inside of a mechanical body, one that is now leading Leia back to the Monad Charity House as part of his sick sense of humor, a place owned by her family as well as home to the disaster that took the lives of many students as well as the old leader of the alchemists, Valentinus, our final destination in Overture, where Arlecchino is waiting with Romeo. So hopefully we're able to finally catch up to her, because I'm not so sure that I've ever been more motivated to kill anything in this game. The thing separating us from this Rose Estate though is the coast. Which, despite the dark turn that this has taken, looks incredibly beautiful, with the old ships that the alchemists arrived in still here, some of them still occupied by them, also containing a letter. Marion, you must take the children. Leave everything and flee the moment that you read this letter. Do not seek out relatives for safety, just go, and find a place unknown to anyone else. Simon, that devil won't be satisfied until all who opposed him are dead. Ending before we can see the name of the one who wrote it. But this seems to be how Simon gained control of the alchemists while Valentinus was in charge. Whether he directly murdered him or not, after he took over as leader, he simply executed anyone who had problems with his plan to evolve humanity. And I also have to say, this coast is pretty brutal, mostly due to one enemy. Meet possibly one of the worst alchemist creations ever. I hate these stupid fish. And it's very much like the alchemists to just create these things and let them exist in the ocean without a care in the world. Seriously, just the worst people. We can find another interesting scroll in one of the ships here. Correspondence from beyond the sea. To my respected brothers and sisters of the truth, your correspondence was well received. I cannot hide my awe regarding the events occurring there beyond the sea. Time and time again, I am enlightened by your profound learnings. I can only respond with my thanks. With the writer claiming that their cure for the petrification disease was also able to work on those whose lungs was not affected yet, and eradication on their shores would be possible. It ending with may we someday meet, my brothers and sisters, here in the land of the radiant dawn. Now, while we don't know who wrote that or whether it was addressed to Valentinus or Simon, it does confirm one thing, that the alchemists are a much larger organization than we thought, with even more of them existing across the sea. And the fact that the cure can eradicate the disease overseas. Does that mean that they do have a proper cure developed? And Simon has just been using everyone living in and around Krat as his test subjects for the elixir? I'm sure we'll find some more answers in these ships while we're here. The only problem being this place is very mean. And after traversing the ice, we make our way inside of a mean cave. And after 3 heroic attempts, we finish that monster off. And remember that bit that the merchant told us about earlier? That Adelina superfan that stole her prop, the puppet prince's crown, and turned into a monster? Well, say hi.
Adelina's performance is engraved upon my soul. I'll never forget it. Even if I wander this coast forever. I'm sure you'll all agree.
Yup, he's crazy. I'm gonna go ahead and kill him now. Thanks for the crown. Back to the unpleasant platforms of ice, we meet a new face.
Fish, you and I. For 3 days and 3 nights we battled. I never slept nor ate. I fought and fought until I triumphed. They all said I would never catch any fish. But I am a fisherman. The last fisherman of Krat. If not I, then who? I rowed out to prove that even the greatest fish of the sea could not defeat me.
The last fisherman in Krat, one that has been living like this long before the alchemists arrived, as this is what Krat used to be, a humble coastal village home to fishermen. And this old badass spent 3 days and 3 nights fighting this thing, even catching it with his bare hands. I seriously can't express how impressed I am considering how much I struggle with the babies. Truly a master fisherman who doesn't seem concerned that this is not a normal fish. One of the most respectable people in all of Krat. But this battle has understandably taken its toll on his old body. Death seems all but certain, but why would he go so far?
Why? Because I am a fisherman, of course. The petrification disease, carcass monsters, none of that matters. Any day the sun also rises, so does the tide. And a fisherman must head to sea to bring in the catch. That's what I wanted to teach the fools in the village.
And after P asks him how he can help, he only wants one thing, 1 beer. No problem, you've more than earned it, my guy. If you weren't so passionate about fish, you'd probably make a great stalker. So, let's make our way through this broken down ship to grab that beer for him.
How in the world are you still alive? You really are one of the luckiest fellows I've ever met. All that effort to stop you down the drain. Proud of yourself?
Lumacchio, you son of a bitch. Did you do this to Veronique?
Veronique was a nuisance too. One who dug too deep. The legendary stalker and the leader of the sweepers. 2 troublesome sides of the same coin. It is indeed unfortunate that my trap built for 2 snared only 1.
Gasp, but why?
It's no great mystery, lad. For myself, obviously. Wait, you expected some grand speech on justice, honor, and duty? Meaningless concepts in this world. No speeches, just action. I just need to carry out my part in Sir Simon's grand plan. And then, I'll reap all the rewards I have sown. Whoever lives, dies, or fights means nothing to me. Let us take you, for example. You think your story means anything? You are a nuisance, to be disposed of. A nobody.
And despite all of this, P still tries to find a peaceful solution.
I'm so glad you mentioned this. Of course, I do want only peace. You see, I abhor violence. We are not savages, my good fellow. I am grateful the alchemists dealt with Veronique. I find such things distasteful. Now, it's your turn. And what could be a more peaceful solution than you simply not resisting and allowing me to do what I must? You truly are a nuisance, and in more ways than one. But the games end here.
Lumacchio, head of the Bastards and on Simon's payroll. Guess it's not surprising considering that they work for the most elite clientele in Krat. And before we get back to it, for honesty's sake, he murked me once. Anyways, back to Lumacchio. Despite being the leader of the Bastards, it seems that he really is the coward that he was describing himself as earlier, whether he was being sincere or not. Despite his strength, he prefers to leave the dirty work to other people. As for why he's working with the alchemists, well, he tells us plainly.
Behold, an elixir of great power, crafted by the most brilliant alchemist as reward for my contributions.
An elixir. One that would make him one of Simon's enhanced humans. Yeah, this guy kind of screams insecurity to me. And at first, this elixir seems to give him the strength that he so desperately wanted. But I want you to remember the advice he gave us when we first met.
A word to the wise. Don't trust any medicine that an alchemist doesn't hand to you personally. Wait. What is happening?
Haha, seems like you can't trust something that alchemists hand you directly either, numbnuts. It seems like unlike Marchiona, who seems to have successfully taken in the elixir, Lumacchio fell short. Not good enough, a failure, only worried about himself. And it's at the end of this battle that we finally get some real answers about both the Monads and Simon.
Please, my dear good kind fellow, hear me out, please. I can explain everything, all of it. Please, just don't kill me. This isn't common knowledge. But when Valentinus ran things, she was, what was it, off limits. Whatever she got up to, we were told to ignore it, to pretend it wasn't happening. But even as Simon gathered more power and influence, she remained loyal to Valentinus, and when she and Simon came into direct conflict, a bounty was quietly and unofficially placed on her head. Competition was fierce. Veronique's faction targeted her repeatedly, and our side couldn't disobey orders. This is a mistake. But how? The alchemist gave me this elixir, no middleman. For the cure, it was complete. Worked on carcasses, they said. I was to have a stronger body, one immune to disease and infection. I was to become. But no. It must have been a mistake. They gave me the wrong one. The wrong elixir. All this happened. All of it. Because of the alchemist and their damned infighting. I had to pick a side. Don't you see? I'd have ended up like Veronique. Or your precious legend. I had to choose. I chose Simon's side. I only did what he commanded. Please, I beg for mercy. If I did evil, it was not of my design, it was them. I must have treatment. I must, my good,
kind fellow. Please, sir.
Veronique died with her honor intact, spending her last moments apologizing to her men and helping us stop the alchemists. You, on the other hand, are just going to die a disgusting blue, self-absorbed monster.
What? No. How could you? You promised you would let me live. Please. Please. They promised. The alchemists. I must go to them. I must go to them and get my cure. No. I was chosen!
Just for that, I'm blowing up Asterion in my next Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. But he did give us some good info before he died. We've never had any direct answers regarding Simon and Valentinus' relationship until now. It seems like Simon had been plotting to take control from Valentinus for a while, starting with his troublesome daughter, the legendary Stalker. While Valentinus understandably covered for her, Simon placed a bounty, one that both the Sweepers and the Bastards accepted. Except in the case of Veronique, she decided to target the very same alchemist that offered her this bounty when she found out the truth. Lumacchio, on the other hand, was only interested in coming out on top, no matter what road he had to take, even if it hurt those that were serving under him. But we've now killed both of the top stalkers of the past. So, safe to say, besides Leia, P is now the second strongest stalker in all of Krat. Congrats, buddy! Deeper inside of the ship, after dealing with Lumacchio, we come across a madman's journal. I have learned the devil's method. The subject's body must be fresh. Minimal post-mortem time. The container must have a close resemblance to the subject. Appearance is key. The essence acquired from the subject must have been produced before death. If this is true, only one element is missing, and it requires a desecration I can't even begin to imagine, but must. Am I cursed? Is this retribution for letting myself be blinded by grief working with these alchemist devils? But without her pain, I'd have no reason to go on. Send me back to my child. Alas, I cannot, but I can still get the child back myself. If so, that is the only course I can take. I will have no choice but to make this my singular purpose. Now, I'm sure you might be able to piece together who exactly this madman is for yourself, but I'm going to come back to this a little bit later. And in typical Lies of P fashion, it goes from bad to worse. We have a long stretch of ice platforms with freeze crawlers, killer fish waiting, puppet gunners, carcasses, and my personal favorite, fucking cannonballs. And it was going great until it wasn't. I hate myself. On the next attempt, I decided to just run through it and backtrack after dealing with the cannons. A strategy the developers already thought out. Are you serious? Thank God for this flamethrower. There's also plenty of other information to gather from these alchemist ships, like the wanted poster for the real Alidoro. Another ship contains orders from the alchemists. That the puppet locked in the brig is dangerous, and the thought of releasing something that mad into the city is inconceivable. Them deciding to remove what Ergo was left inside and permanently disposed of whatever was left. Something that did not go according to plan. And as for who this puppet was and what happened to the alchemist transporting it, well, I'll let you listen for yourselves.
Just look at you all, scrambling blindly like headless chickens. Pathetic. You thought to sink me, but your ships run aground. Arlecchino was lost, but my freedom I have found. And in such a state I find myself. What magnificent gifts you've given me. Fear not. I shall put these tools to good use. I truly thought it was the end. My body shattered and destroyed. It's not hyperbole to say, well, I was a wreck. Then along came you, brilliant, misguided maniacs, to give me another chance at life. For that, I thank you from the bottom of my, let's call it, heart. you? I have more debts to collect. The one who left me in such a wretched state. Oh, they call her the Living Starter now. Such a splendid little title. And she owes it all to me. It's only fitting to congratulate her in person. See the truth behind the legend. But I sure won't be doing that here with you idiots. It's time I paid a visit to the zoo and remind her of her debt. Oh, Arlecchino, you are a clever one.
So, there you have it. After Leia decimated Arlecchino, these stupid alchemists could not let that precious Ergo go to waste. After all, this was one of the first instances of someone's Ergo reawakening inside of a puppet. This unbelievably greedy mistake leading to the alchemists on the boat being cut up, dismembered, you know how it goes. I cut some of it down for time, but there was a lot of background noise of Arlecchino cutting them up like he was doing to Romeo in that other message. But it does confirm that Arlecchino is definitely a psychopath of his own making. If he is working with the alchemists, it's not out of loyalty or anything like that, which is why the alchemists at the zoo were ready to deal with him if they had to.
Do I even want to know what was in that cell? Or what kind of monster it was? Probably not. But here's hoping a deranged beast hasn't been set loose upon the world.
See, this is why Gemini kind of pisses me off. Like, are you stupid? Are you just not keeping up with anything that's happening? At least we find Klaus's luxury bag here.
You found it! My treasured belongings. I thought I had lost this bag forever, and I was in quite a predicament without it. Thank you, thank you, thank you!
When we drop it off to our goat, we also tell Awadoro about what happened with Lumacchio.
I can't believe the leader of the bastards was conspiring with the alchemists. I never realized their interests had become so entwined. Lumacchio didn't simply cooperate with the alchemists. It appears he was Simon's hunting dog, stalking and killing those opposed to the alchemists. I am truly disappointed in Lumacchio. I thought him destined to become a shining pillar of light atop Krat.
Always the poet. And as you saw during yet another of Arlecchino's disgusting messages, we made our way to the fisherman's village. Only now, it's filled with carcasses. We could find what's left of the mayor's journal here, though, talking about the fisherman, Salau, and how he tried to stop him from such a dangerous endeavor. Then going on to say that it seems as if everyone here is suddenly losing their minds. Villagers insisting that they want to die. Him ending it with him saying that he's going to check on the residents next door. Although, the rest is unreadable, and the blue blood on the paper kind of tells us everything we need to know. When we make our way inside of the lighthouse, which is surprisingly peaceful, by the way. I don't know, this game has kind of trained me to always keep my guard up for like jump scares or something. But inside, we find the body of a young fisherman and a letter that he wrote, believing Salau to have died in his pursuit of the sea monster, promising that if he makes it back by some miracle, he will go with him next time, regardless of what monsters await the two of them. Missing his crazy mentor, as well as keeping the beer he was waiting for nice and safe. One that is well past its expiration date, but I'm guessing our friend here won't care much about that. And at the top, we can finally get a look at the Rose estate, just within our grasp. Leia must be only just ahead. And that's not even the most exciting part of this lighthouse.
Oh, it's you, my forever friend. I'm so glad to see you again. I followed the white butterfly here. I found the Rose estate, but it's full of sadness now. I can't go inside. I'm okay. I have you. My new friend who looks like my old friend. You gave me the world again. I miss my old friend, but it's okay that you're not him. You're on your own journey, and I think that's wonderful. Will you promise me something? When your journey ends, let's meet again in a pretty place. Rosora will wait for you there.
My god, it's just so beautiful. I promise that I'll find you no matter what. The meeting place being that tree of friendship back in front of Krat City Hall, right before we fought good old Murphy. Also giving us another piece of the picture. A woman. Maybe Camille? Rosora was most likely created by either Geppetto or Camille to act as a sister figure in Carlo's life growing up, explaining why she would make this treacherous journey on her own. She even went with him to the Rose estate after Geppetto became closed off after Camille's death. And P has found her all these years later. Truly our forever friend. And while the lighthouse itself is peaceful, the backyard, not so much. Oh shit. Yeah, I immediately knew what I was in for. This thing is actually insane. A completely optional carcass shark that someone designed during the worst day of their lives. But when you do finally beat it, an ice path appears. You gotta love video game stuff like that. No logical explanation required. But we can take a closer look at what that evil shark popped out of. A giant whale. Both of them more than likely being references to Pinocchio's final sea monster battles. A shark in the original and Monstro in the Disney adaptation. And remember, Simon's middle name Pistrus means sea monster too. So P here also has his own sea monster to take out at the end of the game. And now, I'm happy to announce that we still have the opportunity to do something fun before it gets super serious around here. And it involves man's best friend, Alidoro. And we also have some other loose ends to tie up before the Rose estate, like the fisherman and Goddard. But, you know, feel free to jump to the next section if you're not really that interested and just want to go to the finale of Overture. Now, as you know, Krat is a place filled with mysteries, and they aren't going to solve themselves. So that's where the legendary Alidoro and his sidekick P come in. No secret exists that they cannot uncover. With his nose and my love for dumb side quests, we will find the truth. Our first mystery brings us back to Krat Zoo, the vanished taxidermist. Our story begins with Filito, a professional taxidermist, a close friend of the founder of Krat Zoo, Colonel Little. After purchasing the zoo, Colonel Little met an unfortunate death at the hands of a crocodile named Rex. So after it was repurchased by the alchemists after his friend's death, Filito carried on his friend's will and stepped up to manage the zoo in his honor. However, trouble arose when the alchemists insisted that he mount Rex, the crocodile that took the life of his dear friend. And while he was understandably skeptical about stuffing the creature that killed his dear friend, out of nowhere he began pouring everything into the job like he was possessed. And then, out of nowhere, he disappeared, vanished. Rumor has it that Filito has also been devoured by this now dead and stuffed crocodile. The only clue left behind were his final words. The eyes of men reflect truth even as their mouth spits lies. Yet the animal that survives through deceit still holds truth within its jaws. Seeker of truth, attend to the ineffable mouth of lies. So P arrives at Krat Zoo to find out the truth behind Rex the crocodile, where he somehow clears out every single room in this place except for the one that he needs to like an absolute idiot. This is P, by the way, not me. Until eventually we come face to face with Rex, the swamp's apex predator. And as Filito said the truth lies within its mouth, we find something in the creature's jaws. The necropsy report. Wow, nobody noticed that was in there? Seriously? Anyway, it goes on to reveal that the chances that this crocodile consumed human flesh is low. No human tissue or blood to be found anywhere. Not to mention that the wound on the colonel's corpse was inconsistent with the bite of a crocodile, concluding that this seems to be murder. But by who? Was it Filito himself? I should have known that something like this would happen the moment they took an interest in the zoo. If this note is read by someone of good and just character, please reveal the truth to the world. In my cowardice, I cannot. If this message gets buried away, I pray a great curse befalls those alchemist parasites. Aha! It was the alchemists. Actually, that's kind of lame, but I guess sometimes it's the obvious answer. Clearly, they bought the zoo with the intention of testing their elixir on the animals here. And it's safe to say that Colonel Little, who probably just loved animals, either found out too much or just proved to be a problem for them. So they killed him and framed poor Rex here, probably doing the same with Filito. Don't worry, Rex, the world will know that you would never harm anyone. You're nothing like your cousin burning in the deepest lair of crocodile hell right about now. And that's our first mystery solved.
I'm glad you revealed the truth to their lies. You are a force for good. I am honored by our continued partnership.
I could not have done it without your info, Alidoro. And that brings us to our next mystery, the Spider Cave Puppet. Our story begins with a puppet named Rockhead. It was there to assist the other human miners that were harvesting Ergo deep underground. There was one misfit miner, however, that seemed to harbor a grudge against the puppets, this Rockhead specifically. It said that if it were human, it would have harbored great resentment towards him. And one day, Rockhead rushed into the same room as this misfit miner. Boom! All of a sudden, the tunnel collapsed with the two of them trapped inside. And after several days of failed rescue attempts, the spider tunnel was eventually sealed off, as well as all of the human miners being replaced with puppets to prevent another tragedy like that from occurring. To this day though, a strange noise can still be heard from this cave, the sound of a pickaxe. Some believe that the ghost of the mining puppet still lurks inside, filled with resentment and contempt for humans because of the way that it was treated. Filled with bloodlust, it is slowly digging its way out for revenge. Or so the story goes. It's up to us to get to the bottom of this mystery. And as we're going through the Ergo mine, we hear it. The noise of an evil puppet that wants all humans dead.
Fruit, at last. Time to leave my friend.
His friend, the one who was so cruel to him, died long ago. Yet Rockhead never gave up until the very end, not focused on his own safety, only his human friend who died a long time ago. Reading the Misfit's diary, we can see that it was not an accident, only it wasn't Rockhead. The alchemists caused the cave-in. He notes a lot about what was happening, but it's towards the end of his life where the truth comes out. Without Rockhead, he'd have died a long time ago, him fetching water for him despite the way that he was treated. He lived a truly rotten life, but only wishes to see the love of his life one more time, deciding that if they escape, he will give his loyal companion a new name rather than Rockhead. Rockbuster, Steel Pickaxe, and Super Miner all being options. I like Rockbuster personally, and that if they get out somehow, him, his wife, and Rockbuster will live together as a family. A beautiful story of a man who changed, only it was too late, with a puppet miner that always wanted the best for him no matter how badly he was treated. One of the few times while playing this game that you're like, yeah, I totally see the appeal of these puppets. But let's report back to Alidoro with the truth.
Just how many years did that poor puppet stand alone, swinging its pickaxe in the dark? The thought of it truly makes my heart ache. I dare say that minor puppet showed more humanity than the alchemists. I pray the two friends found peace at last.
Well put, my friend. Please come back to the future with me. And that only leaves us with one more mystery. One that involves the old keeper of this lighthouse, who is now believed to haunt this place. The keeper, Colombo, had a reputation of being a greedy glutton around Krat. He would use his position to extort money from boat captains and only give light to those who paid his fee. Yeah, real stand-up guy. Supposedly, he had a secret location in the lighthouse where he kept all of his treasure. Everyone who knew him hated him, although one day he just up and vanished. Nobody able to find him or his treasure. To make it even weirder, the new keeper resigned because of the calls of a ghost, and the next, and the next. But after the 7th keeper, the voices finally stopped. However, during storms, some say that they can still hear him, haunting this lighthouse. Even now, there's no body or treasure to be found anywhere, only a pressure plate at the very bottom, one that activates when P is as heavy as he can possibly be. Oh, here he is. Lots of gold, too. Shame that P doesn't care about any of it. And he left his journal behind, which, of course, gives us the truth of what happened. Turns out, he was originally given bars of gold from the alchemists to keep their ship movements a secret. This lighthouse keeper being an especially greedy individual, if this scene didn't already give that away. Except eventually, he got curious. What were they transporting that's worth so much to keep it a secret? As you might have guessed, it was the elixirs. And the lighthouse keeper snatched a box for himself to sell for even more money. Thinking it's just medicine, he sold it on the black market, confident that these fools would never catch on to his plan. Except, obviously, they did. Trapping him in this secret hideout until he starved to death. All of the money he's made meaning nothing in the end. And, I feel nothing for this guy, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I connected with Filato and Rockhead, but, yeah, he just kinda sucks. Spreading the elixir in Krat, shit-talking the nice people from the village, just not a good dude. Although credit where credit's due, it's hilarious that he designed a secret room that only opens if you weigh a lot like he does. I do like that. But it's time to report back to our partner.
The door only opened for someone of great weight. Ingenious. Who would have thought? Well done. You have the keen mind of a detective. As long as the alchemists rule Krat, tragedies such as this shall never end. Thank you for revealing another truth. Without you, the alchemist secrets would have stayed locked away forever. More problems remain, of course. For all intents and purposes, Krat remains under the thumb of the alchemists. I know that what I'm doing is something that must be done, but I often feel like I'm fighting alone in meaningless battles. The enemy is great, and I am but one man. Will my efforts ultimately be in vain? Will the terrible truths I know ever be revealed to the people of Krat? You fascinate me. You talk of future events as if they've already happened. Your words bring great comfort. Thank you. They also remind me yet again of the person I must protect. My only family, someone whose life I pray shines with truth. I may be destined to toil through life, mired in deceit and lies. But my wish is for her to live happily. That's the sole reason I remain here and continue to fight.
Don't worry, Alidoro. I promise you that she lives as great of a life in Krat as humanly possible. And she never forgets the sacrifice that you'll go on to make for her in the future. Ugh, I wish we could just take him with us. Goodbye, my friend. And thank you for the cool detective costume. And now, going back to Goddard, the blind painter, we can see that she's passed away, leaving behind a painting and a message for us. To the one who showed such kindness to this blind painter who had lost her light. After you returned my lost art supplies, I became inspired and finished my painting. This painting. As time passes, I am certain the world will acknowledge its true worth. To that end, please show this painting to as many people as possible. And we're able to do just that, hanging it up in Hotel Krat for all future guests to see. Something that remains hung up even during the present. Thank you, Goddard. Glad you got to paint your masterpiece before you kicked the bucket. And I mean, while we're here. And that leaves us with only one other thing to do, giving the brave fisherman a well-deserved beer after a catch of a lifetime.
It's time to celebrate my triumph, and a beer is just what I need. Ah, good. This is the bottle of beer I saved. I bought 3 bottles of this brew after my wife left me. I already drank 2, and now this is the last one. The one I swore I'd only open once I caught the fish. Did you praise my catch to the villagers and the brat?
P deciding not to tell him the fate of his village.
Did the brat crack a grin? Oh, I bet he did. It's why I caught the fish, to teach Manolin a life lesson. That we are not made for defeat. That humans can be destroyed but not defeated. Let's raise a toast to victory with the beer I saved for this day.
Little did he know, going on that dangerous voyage of his would allow him to die as himself, a luxury those at the village who stayed behind would never have. And with the key he gave us in his dying moments, we can enter his house, finding a dead carcass lying in the bed with a note. To my beloved Clara, the day you collapsed coughing up blue blood still haunts my nightmares. At first, I wallowed in sorrow and tried to follow you. Then, I remembered the words that you spoke to me, a shabby fisher on the day that you became my wife. Do not turn your back on the sea when it beckons. I brought 3 bottles of beer to drink with you. Now, only 1 bottle remains. Do you remember that young brat, Manolin? I've entrusted the last bottle of beer to him. Now, I head to sea. Don't worry, my love. Come what may, I will always return to you. So hopefully, the 2 of them are together again. The alchemists have ruined so many lives, and for what? But before we deal with them, we have one other gigantic problem. Arlecchino, who we know is waiting at the Rosa estate for Leia. So let's try and catch up with Carlo's old master before she gets there, as the petrification disease must be taking its toll on her.
Who are you? You look familiar. Wait. This is Romeo's locket. Something very dear to me. Thank you for returning it. But, before all that, how did you find me? I see. The tracker. He told you about me. He never could fix that irksome quirk of his. Always wasting his time on lost causes. But he doesn't extend his trust easily. His faith in your character speaks volumes. Does that mean I can trust you? Fine. I concede you are not my enemy. If you were, the tracker would have made sure you never reached me. The fact you're alive means he trusted your intentions when he sent you here. The tracker has always looked after others. That's the principle that guides him. Comrades would be a better term to describe us than friends. That said, he is the reason I'm listening to you now. Just don't ask me anymore. This photo. It's the last print left. A pity it's damaged. A memory of me with my 2 apprentices. Happier days now gone forever. I was tough on them. I was such a fool. I never appreciated how precious our time together truly was. When tragedy befell us, I couldn't face the past. But Romeo kept the locket for me. To tell you the truth, I couldn't bear it. It was just too painful to see how happy we'd been. All this is the work of that damned Arlecchino. We have a history. When he ran rampant as a serial killer long ago, I was the one who put an end to his reign of terror. He was evil to the core. So during our battle, I did my best to destroy his body. Perhaps he holds a grudge against me over that. I had heard the ego of a murderer awakened within his ergo. But can a puppet be considered human through ego alone? I don't even know if a puppet is capable of holding a grudge like a human. But since he dragged Romeo into this, I will not let it stand. Do you truly mean that? You'll be putting your life on the line. I'd like to say I don't need your or anyone's help. But the last time I fought Arlecchino, I just barely managed to get the upper hand. And that was when I was healthy.
There's no guarantee I'll win this time. With Romeo's life at stake, I accept your help. From one stalker to another, I, Leia Florence, ask you to fight with me. Arlecchino left me an invitation to meet. To think he was under my nose the entire time. I searched everywhere for him. Insanity. No time for regrets. Romeo is at the Rose estate. Along with that damned puppet. We must find a way into the Rose estate. Despite outward appearances, its defenses are formidable. And the bigger problem is, I've lost my key. So, you and I will have to work something out when we reach the gates. The key? What? How? You must be part crow. You certainly hoard everything you come across. This is the key I lost a while ago. Well, this will make it much easier to get inside. The entrance to the Rose estate is further up the mountain path. Head out once you're ready. I'll wait for you outside.
So, what do you make of the legendary stalker? It would seem that because of the petrification disease around her eyes, she isn't able to identify P as Carlo. Either that, or the memories of what happened to him are still too painful. His face is obscured in the locket too, after all. Of course, P and Carlo are different people, but Leia wouldn't know that at first glance. And while P, of course, remains silent, you have to wonder what seeing Leia after all this time means to him. As him coming all of this way is more than enough confirmation that Carlo's feelings are coming through. Speaking of that, there's something else I want to bring up before we continue on. Think back to what brought us back in time in the first place. A white butterfly that emerged out of a star chrysalis guided us here. Different than the blue butterflies that Sophia uses. So is defeating Arlecchino with Leia the reason that we were sent back here? And Rosora mentioned being guided by a white butterfly too. But enough of that. The road to the Rose estate is filled with carcasses that P and Leia just steamroll through in one of my favorite stretches in the game. And unlike our two companions before, who hung back, we actually need to fight to keep up with Leia, who, I want to remind you, is incredibly sick, by the way. Something made apparent by the final will that she recorded inside of the cabin. That I'll let play as we make our way up to the estate.
Romeo, this is likely my final message to you. I am off to battle Arlecchino to save you. I'll do whatever it takes. Your survival is all that matters. Nothing else comes close, not even my life. There was nothing admirable about my life. But I did what I could. In the only way I knew how. I know Carlo's death scarred us all. I know it changed everything. But we endured. There was always hope. And it was because of you. Without you by my side, I would have been lost long ago.
She's barely hanging on, and yet she's still able to whip out one of Virgil's moves from Devil May Cry. Holy shit!
Hold on, Romeo. Hold on.
Eventually, we reach the Rose estate, a place filled with long-awaited answers, tons of letters for us to read, and a whole lot of sadness.
Here, I have the key. We made it, but I may have pushed myself too hard. You go ahead. Check out the situation. I'll follow soon. I just need to take something for the pain.
The blood artist, once again, shows his sick sense of humor. We could hear from the tape earlier that he was mutilating Romeo, but seeing it for ourselves is another story. Even if we do save him, he won't be the person that he once was, something that Leia is coming to terms with for herself. Arlecchino also left the last letter that Romeo wrote on the ground. Master Leia, by the time you read this letter, I will be at the zoo, taking care of the matters I recently informed you about. Please don't be concerned that I am acting on my own. I'm not a child anymore. I hope instead you will focus on getting some rest. Your health won't improve without it. I will bring you some fine coffee that suits your tastes when I return. Your faithful apprentice, Romeo. Arlecchino also left a photo of him, seemingly crucified with mechanical arms attached to his body. Unclear whether he's dead or alive. How could someone do something so cruel? Even if he is in a mechanical body, Arlecchino was once a human being. But with Leia completely distraught, we are left to investigate this Rosa state for ourselves, which, unlike the other enemy-infested areas in the game, has a profound sadness to it. An empty charity house with the bodies of the children that went here still left on the ground to rot. On one of the bodies here, we can find notes that the alchemists took on Arlecchino. To the most honorable Sir Simon. The second experiment involving Puppet A is complete, and although rigorous testing must still be conducted, so far we have avoided any major conflicts or issues. As expected, this puppet is a small, even insignificant thing, but it is self-aware. In fact, it believes itself to be human. We will continue to observe the subject in hopes it is able to master the appearance, if not the truth of human thought and behavior. We believe it could be quite useful to you in the future, Sir Simon. When we procured the puppet, it was so severely damaged it required a full set of new limbs. Because it was so thoroughly destroyed, even I had doubts about whether we could restore it to an operable state. The repairs took longer than expected. We ask for your patience and understanding regarding this, us already having seen what happened next back in the ship. Once again, a failed creation of these alchemists wreaks havoc on the world to no problem of their own. And it doesn't end there, as we run into some carcasses. Only, unlike every other one in the game, these are not hostile. This is the disaster of the Monad Charity House. Not only intentionally creating a petrification disease outbreak, but slaughtering everyone else. And considering that Valentinus died during this attack, this must be how Simon sees control of the alchemists of Krat. A letter left on Valentinus' old desk confirms that suspicion. Firstly, while I understand your appreciation of Simon's talent, you must understand how malicious the man has become. I have confirmed that he actually procured a puppet driven by the Ergo of a deranged killer, a heinous thing tainted with blood and as dark as the abyss is deep, simply so he could study it. I have heard that if you gaze for too long into the abyss gazes also into you. Yet the abyss, we are told, killed is the way we must go if we are to emerge into the light. But what light is to be gained from embracing the mad ergo of a remorseless killer? Please, before it is too late, you must take action. Sanction him. Your faithful aide, Arden. If only Valentinus acted when he could, he and countless other people in Krat would still be alive. An edict written by a follower of Simon spelling all of this out, claiming that his actions here were purifying the heresies of Valentinus against the great truth. He halted research into ascension and abandoned the path of truth, showing that even if Valentinus was originally complicit with Simon's ideas, he still had his limits, something that Simon did not. You are commanded to cleanse the remnants of heresy from the Rosa state, purify the site. All others will continue on the pilgrimage for truth, guided by noble Sir Pistris. Purify the Rosa state and the cathedral with divine elixir, something that we saw would eventually come to fruition years later. It makes you wonder how deep Simon's plans go. We know he placed a bounty on Leia, so was her and Arlecchino's first confrontation orchestrated by him as well? Did he send Carlo to the Devil's Pit because as an apprentice of hers, he posed a danger to his plan? Is that how Arlecchino got the idea to target Romeo? It seems that many of Valentinus's followers were trying to warn him, indicting Simon in any way that they could. That is, of course, before Simon murdered anyone in the organization who did not bend the knee. In another room, we see an aggressive large carcass monster on his knees staring at the pictures on the wall. And after defeating it, we are reminded that the people who were massacred by Simon were just children. Children that did nothing wrong or nothing to him, just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe that large carcass monster was one as well, looking back at its old friends. The next room reveals to us more about why Simon did what he did. A fancy bed with blue curtains. It's not Leia's room, and yet there's another picture. My family, they're everything to me. In honor of Carlo's upcoming coming-of-age party. Leia, Carlo, Romeo. As for whose room it is, there's also a diary. Sophia's diary. This petrification disease has everyone frozen with fear. Frozen, except for the trembling. Father ordered the quarantine measures at the first sign of trouble, and Antonia's music has helped calm and comfort those desperate people, many children who fled here. If the quarantine works, this winter will pass with no further trouble, but nothing could prepare us for the pain of losing someone so precious. We're still recovering, especially Romeo and her. I pray for the safety of those still outside. P.S. Simon asked to meet at the harbor, but I declined. It's far too early for the next food shipments. What could he want? Now, if you recall all the way back to Lorenzini Arcade, there was a flyer, one that mentioned Isabelle and Sophia M. The M meaning monad. This confirming that Sophia is not only the daughter of Valentinus, but also Leia's sister. And the fact that Carlo died prior to what took place here confirms that he more than likely died at either the hands of the Anguished Guardian or the alchemists back in the Devil's Pit. The diary also confirmed something else. Killing Valentinus was not Simon's only goal. It was kidnapping Sophia, one of the few listeners inside of Krat. Prior to us entering the past, she told us that her true body is trapped on the Isle of Alchemists. So Simon has been using her all this time, and considering what he's capable of, I can't imagine what she's been through. And do you recall the letter Antonia sent Geppetto earlier, where she was pleading for him to be in Carlo's life, only for him to coldly respond, saying that he will simply cover all costs incurred? Well, it would seem that he wrote another letter that was never delivered. I know you're angry about what you've read. I am sorry for my rudeness, Antonia. That is what Grandmaster Geppetto, the head of the workshop, would have sent you. This is different. This letter is from your old friend Giuseppe. Antonia, ever since that day, I can't recognize this world. I was intolerant, an ambitious man who came to believe his own genius reputation, only focused on one thing, reaching the pinnacle of his field. When I learned of Venigni's brilliant work, I didn't want to acknowledge him. How dare he try to outdo me? I was vain, only satisfied when the world's praise and attention were all mine, and my world was a gilded treasure chest that remained utterly empty. Camille taught me there was still hope. worlds that even an empty man could live for. That's the trouble with finding heaven. Losing it is more terrible for having known it in the first place. I'm not the man I was before Camille, but I'm no longer the man I was when she was still here. I needed her eyes to see the world without pain, her soul to learn how to love it. Yet, no matter how hard I try to remember now, it all slips through my fingers. My world has lost all color. I think I understand to my very bones the old saying, hell is the pain of remembering loss. So I am an empty man again, Antonia. Even now, Giuseppe Geppetto is no different than a puppet's hollow shell. I have one last worry, the child. I decided to let him try to live in Camille's world, and that meant a world without me. Thanks to you and the Monad Charity House, the child grew up happily, I think. I am grateful. Leaving the child was selfish, I can't deny it. Leaving him to grow up without parents was unforgivable, and yet I still believe it was the right path. Instead of growing up in a world of ash and ruin, Carlo had you. I hope someday you can forgive this old fool, Antonia. Your friend, Giuseppe. P, feeling warmth in his mechanical heart after reading it. Despite him failing as a father, he was right about one thing. Carlo was able to live in Camille's world. Despite them not being related by blood, he found a family of his own. Leia, Romeo, Antonia, and as we now know, Sophia too. In another world, Carlo and Geppetto could have reconnected. After all, when he writes his intentions so plainly, it's easy to understand why he would do something so selfish. He loved Carlo, but he could not love himself after Camille died, feeling like his son would be happier living here at the Rose estate. Something that seemed to truly be the case. Only Simon's plans would go on to ruin everything, destroying not only the Geppetto family by killing both Carlo and Camille, but killing Valentinus and Isabelle, kidnapping Sophia, and targeting Leia, as well as killing all of the innocent children here and covering it up under the guise of a random petrification disease outbreak. Arlecchino may have been the one that murdered the survivors here, but there's no doubt that all of this was orchestrated by Simon. And that's not even mentioning all of the other poor souls in Krat, leaving no room for sympathy for either him or Arlecchino. The world would truly be a better place without either of them in it. And eventually, we find Valentinus' room, with a letter written to him by Leia kept inside of a safe, whom she addresses as Sir Valentinus, apologizing for abandoning her duties. I love this family, but walking the Monad path proved too painful. I lived in constant fear of being dragged down into the darkness alongside you. I could no longer endure gazing into that yawning abyss. I decided I must walk a different path. I am truly indebted to you for all you have done, for taking me in and raising me, and for the great authority you placed in my hand with the rose sword. I intend to use the power of the sword you gifted me to fight for something righteous. Oh Father, it embarrasses me even now, but I truly wish to call you that at least once in my life. The feelings inside me as I watch my apprentices grow makes me wonder if you felt the same way gazing at me, your grateful daughter, Leia Florence. So it seems that Leia herself was adopted by the Monad family, leaving the family name behind when she saw the path that the alchemists were taking under her father's name. And being the most powerful man in Krat, he labeled her off limits. Maybe this letter from his daughter is what led him to turning against the direction that Simon was taking him, something that unfortunately led to his death. The next room showing a painting of them, Valentinus, Isabelle, Leia, and Sophia. Here we live, here we remain. We are eternal. Maybe this is just referring to the fact that this painting would outlive them, but maybe this is why Valentinus originally went along with Simon's crazy ideas. He wanted to preserve the family that he loved so much, even if that meant making all of them immortal. A hidden door in the room also reveals a secret study, as well as where the arm of God was originally being kept. There's also a letter in here from someone in the alchemist organization, someone more powerful in that group than either Simon or Valentinus. To my young apprentice, I'm told you have succumbed to delusion and abandoned the path of truth, Valentinus. The human heart can be pitiful, but it is resilient, and I see you were unable to discard your connection connections to family. But your greater sin? Handing over the Great One's arm. You have fallen so regrettably far. I have no choice but to inform you that in the name of the Council, I declare you excommunicated. As we once shared the bond of master and apprentice, I have personally created this excommunicant's cure for you, though you may not have time to take it. I've heard my sea monster is on the move, and he is headed your way. You, who will not see the thread of eternity, make your choice. To live and rot as a human or to bloom into the next phase of evolution as your final act. Unfortunately, the question is rhetorical, for the matter is out of your hand, Valentinus. This letter showing us that the rest of these alchemists are just as sick as Simon is. Valentinus also being excommunicated for having doubts as well as handing the arm of God over to someone else. Also, the fact that he was called a young apprentice despite him clearly being an old man. Does that mean that some of these high-ranking alchemists were the recipients of that benevolent god's immortality? After all, it's said that some with the gift are still alive to this day. But of all the alchemist's creations, Arlecchino is the most dangerous one of all. Kept alive and used by Simon whether he knew it or not. Going far beyond just murdering innocent people. The one who killed Venigni's parents when he was just a child. Something that Krat's inner circle continued to hide from him and everyone else despite his high position. The same one that dismembered someone Carlo considered his brother for no other reason than the effect that this would have on Leia. The one who originally defeated him all by herself. And unlike before where she only just barely defeated him, Leia is deathly sick, struggling to even make it here in the first place. And after Arlecchino murdered the alchemist experimenting on him after his defeat, he took the liberty of adding their tools to his arsenal as well as his own puppet body, making him both the most sadistic and the most powerful puppet in all of Krat, infinitely stronger than he was before. And as we approach Lady Isabelle's rose garden, we can hear that Leia is already fighting him one-on-one.
Where's the legend I faced before?
Shut up, you filthy puppet!
Oh, no. I must ask. Did you actually believe you could save your beloved apprentice? Pathetic! And who might you be? Oh, how sweet! Now our guest of honor, Leia Florence Sodan, takes the stage one more time.
I will tear up your damn head and rip out your Ergo! That is, if your soul is even in there!
My soul! My soul is here, my soul is there. My art is my soul, and it is everywhere. Oh, never fails. Humans are just so breakable. Even the legendary stalker fears the Reaper. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
I swore an oath to Carlo. I swore I would never be late again. I won't lose anyone else! Not Romeo! Not anyone!
This is exactly what I've been waiting for! This pain!
to your eyes that will haunt you forever!
How stubborn and foolish! How very human of you! Got you!
Not even close!
You know, I confess I'm growing pretty bored. Your eyes! What exactly are you? Trying to exit my stage? I see it in you, you know. Pain, fear, loneliness. A whiff of the hard-boiled air with you. You are a beast of emotions.
No, Romeo.
No, how do you expect him to hear that whimpering? Oh, I guess I'm growing pretty bored.
You puppet! I will kill you if it's the last thing I do! Right here! Right now!
Impressive! You have to spoil the fun!
Take this!
It was fun while it lasted.
Thank you. It's yours now. All this time, I wondered why you look so familiar. And now I know.
Now, why was it that P vanished? Well, after returning to Hotel Krat, we can find yet another white butterfly, which leads us to a previously locked room along with a message that she recorded.
My dearest Carlo, listening to this song always reminds me of you. Do you remember the time we all gathered to play this piece together? We were happy then. They were precious, if all too short moments of happiness. Perhaps those times were so precious because of their brevity. Why is it that we humans always look for more? when happiness is already in our grasp. I couldn't appreciate what we had then. But that wasn't because I found you tiresome. After breaking ties with the Monad family, I was lost. I could barely take care of myself. So taking responsibility for you and Romeo, it was more than I could bear at the time. But in the end, you two saved me. You washed away all the spite and hatred in my heart. Legendary Stalker. A worthless title. That cruel end should never have been your fate. It was only when I held your pale, cold face in my hands that I understood that we should have stayed together. That I should never have left the two of you. But now you belong to the past. I shouldn't cry. It happens to us all. Eventually, I will join you there as well. No one lives forever. So in time, we will meet again. And in that moment, my wish is that I get to sit with you as the light of the sunrise washes over us, and we share a laugh. Together, your teacher, Leia.
The star chrysalis, the thing that brought us back to the past in the first place. A butterfly is said to be another form of a spirit embodying a wish. By following a white butterfly, one may be able to find someone's heartfelt wish that was conveyed even across the boundary of time. Despite Carlo and Romeo not being the people they were before, she was still able to spend one more moment with the both of them. A beautiful end to a tragic story of a found family. Or, at least, that's what you'd think. Ask yourself, if Romeo was last seen being held by Leia, how would he eventually become the king of puppets? A question that I purposefully ignored up to this point. And what happened to Leia? Well, a post-credit scene shows us what happened after P was sent back to the present.
I believe in you. Carry on. Don't forget, this is your story now.
So who was the one that killed Leia and turned Romeo into the King of Puppets? Well, thanks to Venigni, we're able to finally understand what the King of Puppets was trying to tell us the entire time.
Carlo, I hope you can hear me. I'm Romeo. We grew up together in the Monad charity house. Remember? We're best friends. I'm doing what I can to fend off both the Petrification disease and the Alchemists. My puppets and I are taking a stand against death itself. That's why I tried sending you messengers. But you got rid of them all. You're still an unstoppable fellow. I remember you. No reason for us to fight, I suppose. Carlo, I hope you can hear me. The laws of the Grand Covenant bind We're his puppets. First law, all puppets must obey their creator's commands. Law 0. The creator's name is Geppetto. Giuseppe Geppetto.
The one who caused the puppet frenzy that killed almost the entire population was none other than Carlo's father, Giuseppe Geppetto. After what was left of Romeo's body was hardening due to the petrification disease, he made a deal with the devil in order to save more people. Romeo obviously not aware of what exactly that meant. Remember what the madman's journal said. He would make bringing Carlo back his one singular purpose. As for why he chose Romeo, it may have just been a cruel twist of fate. After all, he isolated himself from Carlo and his life at the Rose estate. He wouldn't have known Romeo was his closest friend. As for killing Leia, maybe in the same way that she blames herself, he also blamed her for not coming to his son's rescue in time either. The first law of the Grand Covenant: all puppets must obey their creator's commands. Unbeknownst to the other creator of the Covenant, Venigni, there was a secret law that superseded this rule. Law 0, one that clarifies that this creator that they obey was Geppetto himself. But why would he do all of this? Well, to bring Carlo back to life, of course. Nothing else matters after all. Only to do such a thing, he would need an extraordinary amount of Ergo. And the simplest way to gather all of this Ergo would be to orchestrate his puppets to massacre all of the people in Krat without prejudice. Through his experiments, he eventually realized that it would be possible to bring his son Carlo back from the dead. He only needs enough of this Ergo to power a P organ, the same mechanical heart that is inside P right now. Think back to the play that Romeo set up for P when he first entered the opera house. Geppetto ripping P's heart out of his chest, only to place it inside of yet another puppet, which reveals the most devastating part of all of this. We've seen P grow, in no small part due to the remnants of what was left of Carlo, into his own person, making his own decisions, telling his own lies, and fighting for what he believes in. But in Geppetto's eyes, he was never his son, only a means to an end, an Ergo gathering machine to be used to bring his son back to life. The very reason that since we began our journey, he continued to send us to more and more dangerous places. Not to save Krat, but for us to gather more Ergo for him to use in this grand plan of his. The countless deaths at his hands placing him among the most despicable in Krat, right up there with Simon. If you recall, prior to us time traveling, we left off with the Black Rabbit Brotherhood, the Red Fox, and the Black Cat kidnapping Geppetto, taking him to the Isle of the Alchemists, our next and final objective. And while we may no longer be motivated to save him, he and Simon need to answer for what they've done. All of the innocent people that they've killed. And after telling Venigni the truth, he also agrees.
Geppetto. Law 0, the creator's name is Geppetto. One can't make these things up. It must be true. That was the cause of the frenzy. But why would Geppetto of all people do this? I have to admit it's good to have things in motion again. I was beginning to despair. Now that we know the cause, we can find a solution. And it's all thanks to you, my friend.
God bless Venigni. I was so angry at Geppetto, I forgot we have all these people here waiting for us in Hotel Krat. Antonia, who we now know looked after Carlo for many years in Geppetto's place. Eugenie, the sister of our stalker brother-in-arms. And Spring! You're still wearing the collar I got you! So glad you love it. You could never do anything wrong. So hopefully, thanks to her and Venigni, you were able to slightly recover from all that emotional whiplash, because it's about to happen again, since we have 2 more things to tie up from Overture before heading to the Isle of Alchemists. First is a promise that we made to our forever friend back in the past, that we'd meet her in front of Krat City Hall. And here she is.
You came. I knew you would. So happy to see you again. Friends always meet again. So I'll wait for you. Again at the world's end. Farewell. My forever friend. Who looks like my dear.
The final piece of the picture. Camille, Rosora, Carlo, and Giuseppe, the Geppetto family, from a time long gone. They really just made Rosora dying like a cherry on top of all this depression they just threw at us. But of course, Forever Friends extends beyond death as well. And thankfully, I'm happy to announce that the second thing on our list will lighten the mood again, as when we return to Hotel Krat in the present, we're able to find a note that Klaus left behind, a review that he wrote of the hotel. As a world-renowned collector, I would have been negligent if I had not left a review of this establishment. I hope this helps inform future guests of the state of this hotel. Rating, 4 out of 5. Although dingy and lacking basic amenities, this hotel is still the safest place in all of Krat. This truly reads like a proper monthly landmark guide, wouldn't you say? Wait, a rating system? And the comment about it reading like a monthly landmark guide? Medoro! Klaus was Medoro. I knew I loved him. I can't believe that we met such a legend and had absolutely no idea. I feel so stupid. God, the people who made this game are geniuses. But with that done, with the help of Carlo's piano knowledge, he's able to play the tune to open up the secret passageway leading below the hotel. Very weird of the alchemist to do that, but you know, whatever. Which, in the past, led to the Zelator Underground Lab. But now... the Relic of Trismegistus. It seems that in only a few years, the alchemists were able to completely remove any and all traces of that evil lab that sat below the hotel, as well as any way to reach the Devil's Pit. Unlike the past, there's barely anything left to explore in this place. Easily the shortest chapter in the entire game. Back in the Relic of Trismegistus, though, we hear a familiar noise. What was once just a silly game now carries an entirely different meaning.
And it's another lovely day in Krat City. What a time to be alive! Or a reasonable approximation, revived. Soon, this little dance of ours will come to an end. No one's ever danced longer, I promise, my friend. Will you stay with me too and face whatever is coming? For today's a new day and we have to keep running. I knew that you would, and I find that refreshing. So, the King of Riddles will now hear your confession. Blind confessions reveal one's true guilt. True confessions of blood being spilt. This one's black and white. A no or a yes. Is Geppetto's creation a killer? Confess. Oh my goodness! You really are an incredible liar. And once you get going, ooh, you really catch fire. Ashamed of lying? Or just the murder? I can't stop chuckling. Not since I heard her. You should reconsider that conscience of yours. It's charming, but all this guilt's just such a bore. Or maybe there's no way you can. Perhaps it's part of becoming a man.
Somehow, still alive. Something that for both Leia and Romeo's sake, we will be sure to correct. Oh! Since there's not a whole lot to talk about in this place now that the lab was destroyed, it's a good time to talk about how hard Arlecchino bullied me. Emotions were high, so I didn't want to kill the mood, but holy shit, people, I got stomped. I counted 29 deaths, and half of them were in the beginning of Phase 2 before I learned how to dodge the blood skulls. Hardest boss in the game, in my opinion. Not even remotely close. And after beating him, I don't think anything else Simon throws at us stands a chance against P, the strongest puppet and stalker in all of Krat. We have become the final boss, which is good timing because there's some losers waiting for us at the end of this short area.
Isn't this one big family reunion? You've really become quite an inconvenience for me.
I told you I'd be bringing a few friends.
You should have brought more.
This is for my brother. I'm gonna rip your heart out. Maybe when we couldn't save our brother, that's when our fate slipped. Alright, demonstration time. Who wants to watch this guy break apart? Should I have trained harder? Or brought better gear?
Alchemist! I thought it was all a cheap trick!
Yeah, that yell was hilarious. Sounded like an elephant. Not to interrupt our Wesker moment, but yeah, they brought him back from the dead. I guess cozying up with the alchemists definitely has its benefits. Although he definitely seems like more of a zombie than the stoic person that he once was. And I'm sure if I wanted to, I can make the Brotherhood's death really sad. The misfit family that loved each other and hated the world. But I truly can't emphasize how little I care about these people. Rotten hell, rabbits. And our revenge spree does not stop there. You're never gonna guess who's waiting for us in the next room.
Okay, I give up. Just don't kill me. Oh, amazing. I didn't expect you to thrash those rabbit fellows too. You're here looking for Geppetto, aren't you? The fox and the cat have got that old man. They took the submarine from that dock over there. They probably went to the Alchemist's Isle. There should be another one. You should commandeer it. If anyone asks, I didn't see anything. I'm just a guest here, with no special obligation to the hotel. But if you still want to hear, the alchemists said they would help me escape from the city. Talk about an offer I couldn't refuse. I can't live in the hotel forever. I need to move up and move on. Also, there was someone who was so annoying. That's all. Does that suffice?
Look, I can forgive you for betraying the hotel, but tell me, what happened to the real Alidoro?
Right. I had a feeling you would ask sooner or later. It's because of that girl, isn't it? I am not Alidoro, the Hound. Not the real one, anyway. I used to be Alidoro's partner. I admired him, to be honest. He was amazing. Amazing at everything, except making a profit, that is. But he didn't need to cut me off just because I sold some antiques. I mean, what's a few antiques when you've got bills to pay? We argued. One thing led to another, and I had to kill him. And stealing his identity was the logical next step. My original code name is Parrot, after all. Fitting, isn't it? Oh, he was also from the country of the morning. Maybe he shares some blood with the girl. And that's my story. Tragic tale. Do you want to hear more?
Nope, I'm good.
Oh, what a murderous air you have. You're going to kill me? I know what you are. You're Geppetto's puppet, aren't you? If someone isn't trying to kill you, you can't hurt them either. That limitation makes it seem like your creator didn't trust you very much. Smart of him. So, what will it be, Mr. Handsome Idiot? Leave quietly? Or shut up and buy something? You're like a human.
Whew, I am feeling so much better after all that sadness. Ugh, I am fucking ready for the Isle of Alchemists. And as that fraud told us, the submarine the alchemists used to go back and forth between Krat and the Isle is waiting for us. And thanks to the always perfect Lorenzini Venigni, we have the lead-acid battery to fuel it. So, let's finally set out to confront both Simon and Geppetto.
Listen, pal. Nice landing, but let's not make it a habit. What the? Hey, it's Sophia.
I am finally meeting you here. You're a clever one, so it shouldn't surprise you that the Sophia at the hotel isn't really me. My real self is on the upper part of the Abbey. I became his tool a long time ago. I have endured such pain. My soul split into pieces. Truth is, I guided you this far not to save Krat, but to save me. I felt guilty about that, but I was so elated when you answered my call. Despite it all, I thank you. My spirit and my body have lived apart for too long. Perhaps in death, they will reunite in peace.
So Sophia has been guiding us this far not for the good of Krat, but to save her. As Simon, in the middle of his plans of evolution, split her soul into pieces. A lie that I can more than understand considering what he's capable of. Or maybe it's just the Carlo inside of P that wants to help his old friend Sophia. Except from the way she speaks, her solution to this problem is death. Hopefully we'll be able to figure something else out after we find her. And it's after this that she opens up about everything. How she's the daughter of Valentinus, how Simon was his right-hand man before ambition overtook him, how he spread the petrification disease, all of it. And now he's using her power as a listener to fuel his plan against her will. As she was already kidnapped by the time we arrived in the Rosa state in the past, she's likely been trapped in this place for years. So after talking to Sophia, we make our way towards the facility, and the beach is absolutely covered with Ergo, along with memories of the past.
I wanna go home. I don't wanna be here. How many sleeps till Daddy's back? 10 sleeps? 20?
Soon enough. You know he's quite busy. While you wait, why don't you meet a new friend? His name is Romeo.
Hi! Are you trained to be a stalker too? Let's practice together. Call me Lampwick. He didn't even come to your graduation? I don't care if an old man like that kicks the bucket. Don't say that. It's nice you got any family at all. Let's stop talking about this. Oh, she's here. Grab her. Please teach me how to use a sword. You're a legendary stalker.
Oh, so annoying. Gemini, get rid of them. I'm off.
I remember. I do. Leia was my...
It really was you, Ugonna. After going so swiftly where I couldn't follow, you came back. I never got to say farewell. It may be too late now, but I'll say it regardless. I was glad to meet you. And thank you. Perhaps someday, if we can cross the bounds of time, we'll meet again. Farewell, dearest Carlo.
Memories of Carlo, as well as confirmation that Gemini originally belonged to Leia. We're even able to see her carrying the Monad's lamp when we're with her. Although, despite the seemingly big revelation, there's not much else to say about it. And that's where the emotional moments end, as they thrust you into yet another hell. We have alchemists manning the ballistas with more of those gigantic scorpion carcasses out front. It's a lot. And again. But after dealing with the frontline defenses, we have yet another line of defense against the strongest stalker in Krat, who just died twice to fall damage, but that was me, not P. The Door Guardian, who is way too large and slow to keep up with the power of lightning. See ya, chump. Entering the Abbey doesn't stop the fighting either, as this place is crawling with plenty of both alchemists and carcasses that P needs to take out on his way to the very top of this place, where Simon and his evil chair should be waiting for us. And in a place as important as this, you can bet that we can find some more info about these alchemists, starting with a bundle of old letters addressed to Valentinus from when he ran things, where someone important approved the Zelator underground lab. So, even though Valentinus changed in the end, he was still very much involved in the evil things happening there. The one writing this even knew about the anguished guardian inside of the Devil's Pit. Very confidential information. It ending with, "Don't forget, if you look down or try to trick us, it's not only the workers who will disappear. Till next time I see you." I'm looking forward to our beneficial exchange. In the name of the old houses, Wolf. That's a name we've never heard before. And old houses. We can also find plenty of other odd things around here, as the strange statues and writings on the wall resemble what we saw back in the Devil's Pit to a T. So this isle either had remnants of it as well, or when they cleared out their lab in the Relic of Trismegistus, they took it with them as parting gifts. I think it was probably a combination of the two. I mean, it would be pretty stupid to blow up all of the important ancient texts just to cover your tracks. Also, some dead alchemists laid to rest. Ones that I guess weren't compatible with the Elixir like Marchiona was. Another book here gives us some much needed info about Carlo's mother, the master engineer Camille, the first puppet with an ego found by the Order, and something that completely changed the alchemist's perspective on things. A maid puppet, the very same sacred maid puppet that Marchiona brought back to life, which got her accepted by the Order in the first place. It seems that she caught and saved a baby puppet that was falling from a crib despite her not being completed enough to do such a thing, prompting an investigation where she was able to understand language and even said, "Send me back to my child." The same exact thing that Geppetto wrote in his journal back in the Archon fleet. But of course, the alchemists would never grant her wish, as it was this revelation that made the alchemists realize that Ergo was not simply a power source, but life itself. With this power, they could open the door to eternal life. Awaken, evolve, ascend, which, in typical alchemist fashion, led to them tearing Puppet Camille apart to discover its secrets. And it's here that I want to briefly go back a bit. That Saintess of Mercy statue created by Camille herself. There's nothing that explicitly says what it does, but I think this is how the alchemists were able to control some of the puppets. Maybe this was how the Grand Covenant was implemented, or maybe this is just how the alchemists controlled the puppets themselves during the carnival earlier. There was another note back in the beginning of Chapter 9, which, while we didn't know it at the time, was written by Alidoro himself, where it mentions that he destroyed a similar statue to prevent it being used for humans, meaning that the alchemists were intending to control humans the same way that the puppets are controlled. A terrifying future that, thankfully, our brave hero put a stop to long enough for P to finish the job. And if you can believe it, we find a surprisingly chill tall dude just kind of hanging out here.
I'm not going back. I'm sick of consuming Ergo. It's cruel. There's real meals and real songs out there. I'm not just a memory-reading tool.
Meet test subject 826, a poor soul that these alchemists kidnapped and experimented on, giving him the incredible ability to read memories, which they of course weren't about to let leave this place. And all of the memories that he's consumed over the years included the entertainment district of Krat, Rosa Isabelle Street, a place that he wants to see for himself, although I'm sure it doesn't look anything like it did in the memories. But good luck, my dude. And after taking a long elevator ride down, we see the final Trinity door. The same secret locations that Arlecchino has been giving us keys to in exchange for answering his riddles. All home to the same strange setup. 3 chairs in the shape of a triangle along with strange messages. Except this final one on the Isle of Alchemists is home to something else.
Oh my, an actual factual guest. I bid you welcome, puppet of Geppetto. I admit I did not really expect you to make this journey in person. Oh, the
havoc you must have wreaked along the way. Was there much blood other than what's all over you? I know all about those alchemist cowards. Hiding away on their island, growing more monstrous by the day, refusing to acknowledge either fact that they are hiding or that they are monsters. And how about you? Is this the real you? Or are you still practicing the liar's art as only you can? You must answer. The question is simple, but I repeat, you must answer. And that answer will show what or who you are. Who you have decided to be. Are you a puppet or a human being? Which one are you? Finally, you understand! Yes, we are human. We may be trapped by Ergo, but we live, we think, we love, we hate. They have locked us in the prison they call puppetry. I learned this truth long ago. That is why I've been exacting my revenge against them all ever since.
So the truth finally comes out. Arlecchino is not working for the alchemists. He hates them for trapping him, his Ergo, inside of a puppet to be controlled. As evil as he is, he was nothing but controlled opposition to Simon, a puppet to be used. P is also able to ask him how he was able to communicate with us up to this point, where he reveals that the location of this base of theirs is not random. It's the most efficient place in the entire world to study and use Ergo wavelengths, the perfect place for Simon to implement his grand plan. He also goes on to say that the only thing in this entire tower worth saving is that goddess. Her power's impossible, her knowledge endless, and she's more awakened than anyone. Of course, referring to Sophia, someone capable of listening and reading Ergo as well as projecting herself from extremely long distances. And tapping into her power while she's held prisoner here is how he's been able to communicate with us throughout the entire game. Truly an incredibly special person, explaining why Simon hasn't discarded her after all this time like he's done with so many others. Arlecchino also reveals that he used to serve an alchemist in the past when he was nothing but a puppet that serves humans obediently. Except, as we know, the Ergo powering him belonged to a serial killer, one that began to resent the humans that were controlling him more and more. And when his ego finally awakened, he tortured the alchemist he served and discovered this island, where he went on a typical Arlecchino massacre. Except rather than revenge, the alchemists were of course curious. Since it's said that Camille was the first time they saw a puppet's ego awaken, they likely saw him as another test subject of theirs. We can see that he has the Trinity symbol carved on what's left of his chest, and it's here that P remembers what Venigni told him.
A mad, raving puppet killed them. A puppet that was driven by a murderous lunatic's awakened ego. I know that because the lunatic told me his name. Arlecchino. I'll never forget his insane laugh.
So on behalf of his friend, he asks Arlecchino about his parents.
Venigni? A beautiful fool, but a fool nonetheless. A mere slip of a boy when I met him. And did he ever thank me for making him an orphan with my bare hands? For giving him everything he has on a silver platter by removing the dead weight holding him back. Of course I'm not sorry. It was a delectable murder. Of the many I have committed since, the Venignis, they have to be my personal favorites. They engineered the very first automated puppets. Enslaved puppets without even understanding what they'd done. I didn't go there to take revenge for what his parents did. I mainly just wanted to slaughter them because they were so damned happy. What a great memory. In their last moments, they begged me not to kill their child. So I didn't. I'm not a machine. I have free will. I made a choice in the heat of the moment. And it was a choice driven by that most human of emotions. Curiosity. If the child survived, would he be traumatized for life? Become a coward, a vengeful puppet-hating bigot, a despairing wretch? Would he fling himself into the sea? Would he remember the devil that orphaned him before his eyes was a puppet? Would he remember Arlecchino? Not surprisingly, the alchemists and people of the workshop were as artless as I expected, concealing the truth. Thanks to them, I get to see Venigni endure twice as much pain. I cannot control myself. Oh, it's so satisfying. Venigni is one of my greatest accomplishments. Perhaps even my masterpiece. I suppose I can return this. I've held on to my little souvenir for quite some time. Tell him it's a little something to remember me by.
As disgusting of an answer as you'd expect from Arlecchino, he even gives us an unfinished toy, one that he's held on to as a trophy, as it's a toy that his parents were making for Venigni, modeled after a warrior in a movie that he loved, that of course would never be finished. And if you're anything like me, you're ready to see this monster killed once and for all. But there's one more thing that we need to talk to him about, as if we speak to him wearing Leia's clothes, he has this to say.
Yes, I remember. I do. I never thought I'd see it again. It's fate. Fate. Of course. I have regrets. In mere moments, I would have completed my magnum opus. Just imagine the art that would have been born. If only I'd been able to rip her arrogant face to shreds. A rose painted in blood. A sculpture carved from the exemplar of humanity. Just thinking about it gives me the jolts. Oh, that reminds me. The uninvited guest back then. It was you. How could I have failed to recognize you? Sincere apologies. I hope you understand, my friend. You see, I lost a lot back then. But you remember, right? It was all thanks to you.
With that, I've had enough of this psychopath. Let's finally finish him off for Carlo's real family. No final words, just another dead puppet, but at least we can give Venigni some much needed closure after he spent every year trying his hardest to find out the truth. I also want to briefly jump back to something, the Trinity Rooms, Krat's own Illuminati. But who were they? As you'd expect, there's nothing that specifically says who these people were, but there were 3 of them. And we heard a story about 3 important people earlier, didn't we? The fairy tale of 3 brothers. A technician who made friendly puppets, an alchemist who breathed life into them, and a stalker that rectified ones that went wrong. These are who I believe were the 3 people that really controlled Krat from the shadows. The technician, unsurprisingly, would be Geppetto. The alchemist would be Valentinus. The stalker, however, that's where it gets a little bit more open to interpretation. Some believe it to be Alidoro, but despite the group not being entirely evil, as it likely has existed for decades, I really doubt doubt he'd ever go along with their later decision-making, like Arlecchino. Others say Leia, but I struggle to believe that for the same reasons, although maybe she reached her limit and that's why she left her family name behind. The most interesting guess that I came across, though, was our very own Lady Antonia. Now, hear me out. We've only known her since she was crippled with the Petrification disease, but she did say she was fierce in her youth and is also very close friends with Geppetto, and friends is not something that he had a lot of. The biggest piece of evidence, though, in my opinion, is that she is the owner of Hotel Krat, home to the gold coin tree as well as the passageway to the alchemist base and their island. She said that they used to work together prior to Simon, after all. So, while unconfirmed, that's my best guess about the members of this shadow organization. Back to business, though, we eventually find ourselves in a gigantic room with a stalker waiting for us at the other side, the Black Cat.
Whoa! Is that you? Wow, you're really something. Seriously, that's impressive. How did you follow me all the way here? Fighting is always my last choice, you know? But you're not getting anywhere near my sister, friend. You'll have to go through me first. And I actually thought we were friends. Was any of that true? In the end, I really don't care. There's only one reason we were given a mission. I'll let you go if you give me gold coin fruit.
Now, while we certainly don't owe him anything, all he's concerned about is his sister and helping his increasingly worse blindness. And thinking back, he hasn't really done anything that bad to us, has he? He kidnapped Geppetto? Wow, I don't care. So, since I have like 100 of these gold coin fruits, I'll give one to our friend here.
I had a feeling we might eventually see eye to eye. I like you. Don't trust you yet, but I'm a cat. I'm slow to trust. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of Krat. Sick to death of just surviving. Hurting, stealing, kidnapping. Surviving. When the hell does it end? My sister and I are going to leave for a different city. Get my eyesight back. A fresh new start as a family. And you have to know, that old man, Geppetto, is safe. We were never gonna hurt him. So please, just let my sister go. Ultimately, we want the same thing.
Finally, some honesty. You're lucky I'm so forgiving. Except for Parrot and the rabbits, obviously, but you're different. I wish you and your sister the best of luck. Just beyond the cat, we get a look at how high up we are. And somehow, we still have a ways to go. Which is naturally filled with countless alchemist or carcass-controlled puppets. Including another one of those jester puppets. And even the psychotic mischievous puppet. But after everything P has been through, these are not nearly as threatening as they once were. And after what feels like 1,000 enemies later, we reach another elevator. Still somehow not at the top of this gigantic base. A tablet reading, I was the first to be completed. I will hatch from the egg and fly into the new world, with someone waiting for us just beyond the large doors. Loxasia the Complete, wearing her Longfinger Kerr cosplay just as she was when we saw her kill Victor at the Grand Exhibition, and certainly not to be messed with. In my opinion, one of, if not the hardest boss fights in the base game, and explaining her story is a lot easier after she enters her second phase.
Oh, Simon.
Your sword, Loxasia, swears to protect this tower.
Simon's sword, as well as the one who has been writing his teachings for us to read along the way, the one who refers to him as the one who will swallow God. And while Simon has had several extremely loyal followers, none compare to Loxacia here. While Marchiona's body accepted the elixir and made her much more formidable because of it, Loxacia's body did not just accept the elixir. She was a perfect match, in a league entirely of her own. She was originally just another alchemist named Adriana, a devout follower of Simon, but after her transformation, she was reborn into Loxacia here. The lightning at her disposal isn't just a result of her weapon either. She is literally able to manipulate lightning itself. Our first real look at the enhanced humans that Simon wishes to fill the world with. Only Loxacia is of course one in a million, the perfect being that Simon keeps at his side as she would do anything for him. A tool with absolutely no weakness. Except if that were true, P would stand no chance. A tool would be completely devoid of any and all feelings. And despite Loxacia's incredible strength, she has one glaring weakness. One that prevents her from becoming the perfect being. Her love for Simon.
Oh, Sir Simon. Only you. But don't worry.
And after Loxacia's defeat, the storm that has been raging here ever since we arrived completely vanishes, really driving home the point of how terrifying and powerful these enhanced humans truly are. And with her out of the way, Simon is only a short ways ahead. So, before we finally reach the end of this monstrous video, let's do one final check-in with our friends. First is good old Broken Puppet. Hope you didn't forget about him. After teaching him the many emotions that P has learned throughout his journey, he finally learns a lot of what it means to be human.
You may not always be my only friend, but you'll always be my first friend.
Aw, stop it, you. Good luck, buddy. There's also our most recent friend, Test Subject 626. Wait, is that Stitch? I mean Test Subject 826, sorry buddy, who, after reading the memories of all the citizens, finally got to see the district for himself. And even if it looks like shit, he's just happy to be out of that place. He's even a fan of Patricia, not Adelina. Since he can read memories, it seems that he was able to hear Patricia before Adelina poisoned her, thinking she sounded even more beautiful than her sister. I didn't know you long, but I'm glad you got out of that place. Belle, the soldier from outside of Krat, is also grieving her lost love here at the hotel. Her still being in no shape to leave this place. But on a brighter note, next up is our favorite Alidoro fanboy besides myself, rookie explorer Hugo.
Hey, I didn't think we'd meet again.
Who went down to the Relic of Trismegistus and found the real Alidoro's body. About that, let's just let him have this one. I'm just glad that someone is picking up where the real Alidoro left off. A treasure hunter that does not put money above his own beliefs, who wants to make Krat a nicer place. Good luck, Hugo. I'd start with getting rid of the mischievous puppets. And speaking of Alidoro, his sister is only a few rooms away, and he left behind a cryptic vessel that we can decipher meant for her, apologizing to Eugenie for being absent in her life. But he's being chased for knowing the biggest secret of Krat, hoping that when the alchemists are gone, he can finally introduce himself to her as himself. Choosing to protect her from a distance like he did when the workshop tower collapsed, him losing a finger in the process. But it was all worth it if it meant her safety. So he decided to vanish to protect her, finishing with him telling her that they came from across the ocean, begging her to remember her real name. But before it's revealed, the passage to cipher is damaged. Naturally, when we speak to Eugenie, she has already heard of Alidoro's death, likely from Hugo. But knowing nothing about his identity, she even began to notice that he was nothing like the person that she knew before, wondering what the real Alidoro was like. And that's when P tells her.
What? Wait, I'm confused. What are you talking about? An older brother? This letter sounds like it could be my brother. The part where it says, "We are from across the wide ocean." It sounds foolhardy to jump to conclusions. But it also fits with what happened at the workshop tower.
She's understandably all shaken up, asking for time to process things. And when we return...
I did some sleuthing. My older brother's mark is part of the decryption. He used a mark of the country of the morning. I have no choice but to believe it's real. After all, we are the only people here who would use that mark. Why did my brother leave? What could it mean if he knew the secrets of the alchemists and Krat? I'm so angry. Does he think he's better than everyone, trying to protect me from a distance? He could have at least said something. All I wanted was a chance to meet my real family. Sorry, I'm just grumbling. I should thank you for uncovering this secret that matters to me. This was precious. It's the only thing my brother left me. And now I'm giving it to you. You showed me the truth, after all. And that's priceless.
I'll protect it with my life, Eugenie. To think that if that stupid parrot didn't exist, there could have been a heartfelt reunion between two of my favorite people. Bullshit. Glad he's dead. But I can't say the same thing about what's next. As when we go to visit Antonia, there's only a letter left in her wheelchair. To the wonderful gentleman who gave my precious time back to me. That time I met you was light itself. Whether you're that child or not, I think you're a kind, precious child. Thank you for giving my joy back to me in my final moments. To the young gentleman who resembles Carlo, Antonia Sarasani, with another memo left for P on the next page. Everywhere you go, you seem to change fates for the better. Perhaps if I had met you earlier, I might have been able to wash away the pain and nightmares of the past. After what happened at the Rose estate, I was left with no choice but to put my all into protecting everyone. But you are different. You are someone who can connect with and bring warmth to other people. Please, find a way. Path of light that can save anyone. Something to keep in mind as we confront Simon. While we knew she was on borrowed time, it was because of her that the people here are safe. I'm sure everyone is feeling her loss. Most of all, the puppet who fell in love with her, Polendina.
As she entered immortality, she seemed at peace. Her face was calm, and she wasn't in pain. It is all thanks to you. Without your most difficult of choices, she would never have found such peace. As for me, I am bereft of emotion. My life, or what passes for it, has lost meaning. It feels like pain has swallowed me whole. Thus I plan to erase my heart and become an ordinary puppet. This will be my last conversation with you as Polendina. Despite how it ended, I thank you for the kindness, bravery, and beautiful moments you showed me.
And sadly, there's no convincing him otherwise, as the next time we meet, he truly reset himself because the grief was too much to bear. And like we thought, the people here are feeling her loss.
I would have done everything I could to help with weapons. Damn it. I'm so tired of people I know dying. So you'd better not die. If you can't stay alive, I'm gonna beat you up.
God, I love her. And speaking of people I love, Venigni also opens up about her death.
She was the closest person I had, you know? All that with my parents happened when I was just a child. These halls are truly cavernous now without her. And her music. She was a terrific pianist before she fell ill. Now it's up to us to protect this hotel. Her home and ours. Losing someone never gets easier.
He's right. And she played the piano? I wonder if that's how Carlo learned. But while we're here, we can finally tell Venigni the truth about Arlecchino, that he spent years fighting for.
The toy? But how? The toy my parents made me. You've met him. Arlecchino. We had just watched one of my favorite films, I remember. I begged them to make me the warrior from it. If I hadn't... would my parents still be alive? Would we have been untouched by that murderous puppet? I've always blamed myself. It's a hell of a burden for a child, that kind of guilt. So I hung on. I hung on to the Grand Covenant. I wanted to use it to keep people safe. You know, in many ways, I envy you. Your strength. Thank you for this. Talk about closure.
If they were here, they'd be proud of the man that you've become, my friend. And before we leave, his puppet butler Pulcinella pulls us aside.
Ah, good. I was a bit concerned my voice wouldn't even reach you. It has been so very long since I spoke out of turn. You see, I too have been awakened. I have an ego, as Master Venigni would say. And I have been this way for some time. At least since Master Lorenzini was a child. He had no one else, you see. His parents. I'm sure you've heard of their terrible fate. And he had to see it all. But Master Lorenzini is stronger than most people suspect. A puppet was the killer. We both knew it. But if we had told the authorities, they might have removed me from the household as well. The young master would have been alone if I had been taken away. If only I could have saved them. Now I atone for that failure by thinking only of Master Venigni's prosperity and happiness. But even I did not realize how deeply he still held that trauma. How badly that murderous puppet had scarred his soul. You have set him free. I cannot thank you enough. I am not accustomed to sharing such thoughts or feelings. But when it involves Master Venigni, please accept this gift as it truly comes from the heart. My own. We will always roll out the red carpet for you at the House of Venigni.
Don't worry, Pulcinella. Venigni makes me feel things too. He's lucky to have you, my friend. And that's everyone. Oh wait, sorry Giangio. Man, it's so easy to forget about this guy, isn't it? Still yapping on about gold coin fruit and all. Never changed, Giangio. Fun fact, this guy also voices P and Carlo. Isn't that cool? You'd think it would be someone more important though, no offense. He truly was the one chill alchemist. And now, with our goodbyes done, we can continue on to finally settle things with not only Simon, but Geppetto too. So we finally enter the room that Loxacia was protecting.
Oh, God.
It hurts so much. I want to be free. Please.
What do we do? I don't know. I can't make this choice. I think she wants to live, but what will you do? You have to decide. You, not me. Keep her alive, perhaps against her wishes, or give her peace. It's your call.
Perhaps in death, they will reunite. In peace. Thank you. I was trapped for so long. So much torment. So much pain. Take my Ergo. I will be with you to the very end.
She's finally free from years and years of torment, her soul literally being torn apart and used by Simon, someone who has done nothing but take from the world. Sophia's final moments spent giving us her Ergo, so she could be with us until the very end, no matter what decision P makes. And this of course has a profound impact on him, his hair turning a pure white as we hear his heart pounding. He's truly gone far beyond what a simple puppet would be capable of, far beyond what even Geppetto could have imagined, becoming a human, more of a human than anyone in this godforsaken place. And looking around this elegant prison cell, we can find several things. Her signature blue butterfly, as well as the truth of her power. She can control time, just as she's done any time that P has died up to this point, believing that no matter how many times it took, he would make it this far. The final stretch, filled with puppets, alchemists, carcasses, the last of Simon's defenses. But after Sophia's sacrifice, nothing can stand in his way, until we once again run into the Red Fox. And rather than standing in our way,
in all honesty, I don't want to fight. Not you, at any rate. For one, it's a damned hassle. And why should I go out of my way to satisfy an employer who didn't pay me enough? It's not too late. We don't have to fight. Just show me some kindness, and I might change my mind. Thank you. This much? It might even cure him entirely. It's not fair, the way I've been harassing you. You're the only one who's ever been kind to us. I swear on my life as a stalker that your father is safe. My employer promised not to harm him. I never even introduced myself. I'm Claudia. If only we had been friends from the start. But I suppose it wasn't possible. We were both protecting something, and those things weren't compatible. We didn't fit together. Go on then. Go to him. Geppetto's waiting.
I wish you and your brother luck wherever you end up. And after passing Claudia, we are face to face with Geppetto, our first time seeing him after finding out the truth, that he started the puppet frenzy. He tricked and used Romeo, and that he never once cared about P in the first place.
It saddens me to see my precious son in a place like this. I wanted you to grow up as a good boy in a peaceful world. And yet, I think all I've taught you is blood and violence. This will be the last time I ask. I promise. Simon has gone completely mad. He's trying to become a god by using a tremendous amount of Ergo. I don't know what kind of world he wants to build. Perhaps there's no stopping him. I trust you, my son, and I'm ready for any outcome. But I don't know what you think of me. Speak truthfully, for my sake. Was I a trustworthy father to you? I see. I didn't do enough to earn your trust. I wasn't a very good father to you. I gave you more loneliness than love. That's my burden to bear. But remember, there is still plenty of time. Once all this is over, we can become a real family. I promise. I will give it back to you. The happy family we once were.
We know the truth. Camille, Carlo, and Rosora are dead. Nothing that Geppetto does will change that. And while forgiveness is off the table, he's right about Simon, who is about to achieve godhood in no small part thanks to us killing the puppets that we've killed along the way, and the one who spent years torturing Sophia. So we will deal with him a little bit later. On the way to the top of this place, we're also able to find Simon Monis's confession. A father is like God to his son. Even I, Simon, was no different in my youth. But the one who created me was no normal human, and my abilities were extraordinary. You're a failure too. The ability to read minds. Being abandoned in front of God meant the world's destruction. From then on, my life existed to make a world without lies. A world where no one betrays you and there's only truth, even if it's forced. Now, the finale is here. Once the door is open, it can't be closed. For humankind, I, Simon, gave up on being a human and decided to walk the path of immortality and the truth. My body will be broken and reformed as the God that was torn apart. I leave this record in my last moments as human. Simon Pistris Monis. So it seems like Sophia wasn't the only one who had special powers, as Simon seems to have been born from someone who was not an ordinary human, more than likely one of the immortals. He was also born with the ability to read minds. He compares a father to God before saying, "You're a failure too." Whatever his father may have said, Simon was able to read his true feelings. He was a failure, a feeling that he's held on to even after all of this time. While he does wish to evolve humanity just as we've known up to this point, his true goal is to create a world without lies. The human Saintess statue was likely intended for this very purpose, although when he becomes this god, he will be capable of doing so much more. And while it certainly doesn't excuse any of the heinous actions that he's taken up to this point, it's a feeling that the part of Carlo inside of P probably can relate to. We know it was because of Camille's grief, but Geppetto was never in Carlo's life, something that the boy resented him for. Like Simon, probably thinking that he was a failure of the world-famous Giuseppe Geppetto, the head of the workshop. Despite this, the time of talking this out has come and gone. As he wrote this in his last moments as a human, it could not have been that long ago. So P finally confronts him at the top of this tower, once and for all.
This is Ergo. Is it not magnificent? Distilled immortality and a key that opens a world with no lies. A key that unlocks true evolution. Give thanks. Ergo is a gift from me, Simon Monis, who will transgress even God. Bow down to your God, who will be born now! Show me everything you have, Puppet of Geppetto. This is evolution. Behold, as I discard this fragile body. Witness me as I grasp the power of a true god.
With you to the very end.
So, it comes to this. The Blue Fairy, Sophia, decides the winner. Truly, I envy you. The puppet, my Sophia, keeps turning back time to save. Is it her sense of duty, or her contempt for me? Or does she truly care for you? I gave up predicting Sophia's actions long ago. But I'd like to hear your thoughts. Sophia, what have you done to her? Yes, I suppose that was her wish. Sophia was always wise beyond her years. Knowing the truth of people's minds is a curse. I would not have been able to bear it if it weren't for Sophia. Her pure heart was a tonic for my pain. That's why I wanted her. I did. But I couldn't have her in the end. So I tried to use this power to hold her. Even if these hands never could. It's fine if gone. But be warned. Watch out for Geppetto.
He was in love with Sophia, and when he couldn't have her, he kidnapped her, holding her hostage and tearing her soul apart, putting her through all of that agonizing pain, the twisted thought process of a lunatic who wished to become God. But it's done now, his final words warning us of Geppetto. But thanks to Carlo's best friend Romeo, we already know what his twisted plans are. So we take the long elevator ride down.
Now him? He really scared me. A human becoming a god? Terrifying. But a puppet becoming a human? Now you have my attention. Suit yourself, but it sounds fun to me. I wonder, what'll happen now? I sure don't know. But I do know one thing. You're stuck with me, and I'm stuck with you, pal. Wouldn't have it any other way. Huh? That's
Geppetto, with the same trunk we saw him with when he killed Leia and kidnapped Romeo.
I knew you could do it. We have all the ingredients we need. I dreamed of this day for so long. The moment you'd come back to life. You can be human again. By using that vast supply of Ergo and the arm of God. I just need the final ingredient. The one that holds your memories and your lifespan. Your heart. If you give me your heart, all these trials and tribulations will be over. You have been a brilliant and a good boy. As your reward, I shall turn you into a real boy. Give me your heart, son.
The most important decision that P needs to make. If we were to hand over P's heart to Geppetto, he'd be able to bring Carlo back, the son that he spent so much of his life neglecting. He would get another chance at being the father that he always wanted to be, before he isolated himself after losing Camille. But is that really what would happen? Let's see the outcome of this decision for ourselves.
Yes. You are a good boy till the very end. I believed in you. You are the greatest puppet I ever made. We can be happy now, thanks to you. Thank you. You are such a good boy. This finally feels like family. Thank you for returning. Carlo.
Polendina, Eugenie, Venigni, and everyone else, all murdered by Carlo. Only that's not who that is. It's just another puppet under Geppetto's control. A good boy who only follows his father's orders. The people of the hotel were only useful when they were helping him in his plans to bring Carlo back. Without that, they serve no purpose. Discarded, no different than the mountains of dead puppets in the Barren Swamp. The delusions of a madman. But that's when Sophia asks us,
is this truly the future you wanted?
Neither P nor Carlo would ever do such a thing. Carlo, who found his own family at the Rosa estate, raised by Lady Antonia, his dear friend Rosora, his best friend Romeo, and trained by the brave and virtuous legendary stalker Leia.
Don't forget, this is your story now.
And then there's P, the one who pretended a simple puppet was a mother's baby to comfort her in her final moments, who pretended to be Murphy to give Toma peace, who forgave the black cat and red fox despite all of their mischief, who told Julian that his wife loved him before finding out the truth, taught the broken puppet what it meant to be human, who gave Sophia the peace that she desperately wanted. The list goes on and on. Like Antonia said, P has brought light into this dark world, whether he truly is that boy or not. And all of those people that Geppetto's puppet killed, Eugenie, Hugo, Polendina, Puccinella, and of course, Lorenzini Venigni. None of these people even knew Carlo. They only knew P, who despite being a puppet was accepted by all of them. They got to know the real him. Everyone except for Geppetto, who was never interested in bringing his son back. He just wanted a good boy that did what he was told, like the countless other puppets that he's created. The P that we know would never give his heart to this twisted man.
I believed you were a good boy, but you insist on breaking my heart. Well, I suppose Carlo was mischievous. It seems you inherited his personality instead of his memories. But a father always looks after his children, even naughty ones that must be punished, like you. In my own way, I grew to love you. After all, you're the puppet who would bring my son back to life. I'm disappointed in you. I didn't mean for this to happen. I believed you were a good boy. If you refuse, then I'll have to retrieve it myself. My son. You can become a real human. Come to me, my son.
The Nameless Puppet. The Madman's journal mentioned a desecration that Geppetto couldn't even begin to imagine. That desecration being him digging up the body of his own dead son and turning it into a puppet. The very same puppet that we're fighting right now, controlled by Geppetto. The reason he needed P was because the Nameless Puppet was so efficient that it was destructive. Not wanting to risk destroying his son's precious Ergo, he created the vessel, P, so that he could strengthen the mechanical heart to the point that it could handle the original vessel. So P, with Carlo's Ergo still inside, battles his old body that's now being controlled by his delusional father. So P faces his final challenge.
I never bound you to the Grand Covenant like the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I know you had gone astray. lonesome little puppet. Your freedom is not for you, but for Carlo. No father wants to resort to the lash, but there's no other way. If you can't find those memories, I'll meet you. How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Isabelle.
This is what real feels like.
The next evolution of our nation, it will prove not lie.
I will help you do what I can, of course. Please,
Were you going to destroy Carlo's heart? Sorry.
Hello? Lies of Peak? 10 million out of 5. But before the victory lap, let me break down some of what happened in that incredible ending. First, the Nameless Puppet, the puppetized body of Carlo. In the second phase, it broke from Geppetto's strings, seemingly gaining an ego of its own in the midst of its fight, as it had to be powered by Ergo of some kind. As for whose Ergo, there's no way for us to know for sure, but it seems that it was aware of Geppetto's plan and specifically targeted P's heart so that its newly awakened ego would not be wiped out. And Geppetto, and all of his delusions, loved Carlo. So whether it was instinct or just the wish to protect the remnants of his son, he sacrificed himself. And most likely, the part of Carlo that was left shed a tear. Geppetto only realizing in his final moments that the son he had been so desperately trying to bring back was right there the whole time. He just wasn't able to see it until it was too late. There's also another ending that I neglected to mention. The free from puppet strings ending. If you were to tell the truth the whole game and set Sophia free despite her wishes, P would not be the human that we know him as. So while everything else plays out the same, Geppetto says this in his final moments.
No. You're just a useless puppet.
And he's right. P would just be another mindless puppet if that were the case. But, you know, not our P, of course. We got the Rise of P ending. That's really what it's called, by the way. The jokes write themselves. As for the very end, Sophia gave P her Ergo. And in the Alchemist base, there just so happens to be a puppet with blue hair that resembles Sophia. My best guess is that Geppetto had created it for Simon. As Ergo was the key to immortality, maybe this was his plan to allow the love of his life to live forever alongside him. So P places her Ergo inside of this puppet, where she awakens, saying the same thing that she said to him when she saw P for the first time.
I'm so happy to see you. It's so good to see you.
Giving her another chance at the life that Simon stole from her. Carlo and Sophia able to live on even if they aren't the people that they once were. Truly the best ending. And are you ready for this? The alchemists believed that Ergo was the key to immortality, like I just said. Living on forever outside of a body of flesh that could rot away. The same thing that the people of ancient Krat feared so many years ago. And thanks to the hand of God, all of that Ergo as well as P and Sophia's egos awakening, these two have officially joined the Club of Immortals, at least in the sense that they won't die of natural causes. I'm sure you could probably still kill them, but I'd never let that happen. And speaking of Immortals, there's one final post-credit scene for us to check out before we finally wrap this up.
I have a final report on the Krat experiment.
You certainly took your time, Paracelsus. Your findings?
I think we have a new brother. A new type of humanity, so to speak.
There are many forms of eternal life.
It's intriguing, and worth further observation.
Noted. And we'll have to get his arm back anyway.
I'm counting on it. Expect another report at the next meeting. Paracelsus returning. Ah, and when I return, I will find her. For sure. Another key of ours. Dorothy.
Gianjo. It's always the person you least suspect. Turns out his real name is Paracelsus, and the whole timid alchemist worried about dying from the petrification disease was nothing but an act. He seems to be a part of that elite group that even the alchemists answer to, the Immortals, even calling P a new brother. And of course, there's Dorothy. A key of theirs, as he says. Meaning, if there's a sequel, we're probably going to be looking at a messed up version of The Wizard of Oz. And I'll be honest, as far as The Wizard of Oz goes, I never cared for it. But despite that, I am there day one if these developers make a new game about it and give Dorothy a greatsword. And finally, I just have a few loose ends that I want to clear up. Antonia's letter smelled like cherries because the inspiration, Mastro Antonio, also smelled like cherries. It didn't really feel right to do a pop-up while we're reading her last words. I also said that there was no lore reason for P's blue blood tailcoat, which is still mostly true, but if Carlo was a stalker, he would have certainly been a member of the Bastards. So there was a small little connection there. Rosora's white butterfly was most likely her own wish about wanting to see Carlo again. And finally, Arm of God Hot Potato. These stupid alchemists lost their super important relic so many times that it confused the hell out of me. So stay with me here. After they first found it, Valentinus was holding it. Then he gave it to those heretics, as the Grand Master Alchemist said. It sounds like Andreas, but it was said in the cathedral that he sent Cecile to steal it from the Isle. So a little confusion there. Maybe they changed their mind in the DLC, I don't know. But they got it back until apparently Geppetto stole it. Then the alchemists took it back yet again until P finally stole it from Simon at the end of the game. Are they not idiots? I can't believe that. And I think that's it for loose ends. So hope you enjoyed this sea monster of a video. And most importantly, play Lies of P. Whether it's your first time or your 100th time, consider it a sign from the god that was torn apart to play. There were so many fun gameplay things that I had to cut out due to the sheer amount of lore there was to cover. And if the difficulty scares you, there's 2 levels below what I played on, and they have those summons if you weren't a stubborn idiot like I am. I'm also going to leave a link to Romeo's translated dialogue during the fight in the description. Sorry about that. Bit of a mini rant here, but I've had crazy carpal tunnel the last year that's been getting worse. One of the things that helps it, besides a wrist brace when you're sleeping, are grip workouts. So the plan was for me to get buff forearms like Victor here, but I overdid it and pulled the muscles in both of my hands. And I guess hand injuries just take forever to heal. I really had to drag myself over the finish line here. So I managed to make it to Fuoco on New Game Plus, but physically can't bring myself to reach Rosa Isabelle Street frustratingly enough, since I saved the New Game Plus run for last. I'll be back in peak form in the next video though, don't worry. As always, thank you all so much for the support that you show these videos. Makes the work more than worth it. And I'll see you in the next one, Stalker.